Chapter 1681 The Sage, SI, is watching you. Where is this place? Scarlet Heaven Sword asked. How did Song Shuhang even know this place? Song Shuhang's primordial soul floated in the sky, looking over the castle built on the mountain, and whispered, "This is the home of Black Pupil 13. When it came to karmic ties in the Black Dragon world, the only ones with whom he had relatively deep ties were Lady Kuna and Black Pupil 13. The former was due to them being allies plus the will of the Dragon Network and her having something to do with the Fat Ball, while the latter was an existence that Song Shuhang had once lived as in the Dreamland, though he did only live the younger years of his life. During that Dreamland, Song Shuhang had gotten a complete Black Dragon World language pack and a complete meditation technique from the other party. Is that the Black Dragon World youth who went through a lot of trouble to break out of this world, and then died in the end? Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword asked. That young man was also the opportunity that led Song Shuhang and others to the Black Dragon World. Song Shuhang responded, Yes, it's him. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword curiously said, That young man is already dead, so what are you doing here? After thinking for a while, Song Shuhang said, Actually, I came here simply by following my gut. I have the feeling that the opportunity for the finishing touch for one of my small golden cores can be found here. His sixth sense was telling him that there was something here that could help him break through, and along the way, he could settle his karma with Black Pupil 13. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, Okay. What are you going to do next, then? There were times when cultivators would get mysterious feelings and urges, even Scarlet Heaven would experience this every now and then. The greater one's strength, the more one would get these mysterious urges. Scarlet Heaven called them hidden fate or hidden karma. Scarlet Heaven Sword always felt that this was an illness that needed to be cured. Song Shuhang said, Let's have a look around, shall we? After saying that, his primordial soul and Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword descended to the castle together. When they reached a certain altitude, several layers of magical defense barriers appeared above the castle. This was one of the defenses set up against the invasion of zombies and evil beasts. However, with Scarlet Heaven Sword right by the side, Song Shuhang unknowingly found himself inside the castle. Scarlet Heaven Sword easily took advantage of the flaws in the barriers to get past them. Thank you, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, Song Shuhang said. He was very grateful that Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword was willing to protect his primordial soul this entire time. Scarlet Heaven Sword replied, It's not much effort. Just make sure to remember to send me a few treasured swords later on. Song Shuhang smiled, and said, No problem. The interior space of the castle was huge. Nevertheless, its architectural style was very similar to the Dragon Blood subtribe of the old tribal chief. From this, it could be assumed that the Dragon Blood clan had a rather unified preference when it came to the style of their buildings. Song Shuhang floated aimlessly inside the castle. One of the greatest advantages of a primordial soul was that it could phase through walls, not having to take the long way around areas. Following his intuition, Song Shuhang's primordial soul finally arrived at a lawn in the southwest area of the castle. There was a 4-year-old boy on the lawn, carrying a spear and swinging vigorously. The boy should be a hybrid, although he had several dragon scales on his wrists, as well as several dragon scales by the edges of his eyes. The rest of his body was no different from that of humans of the Black Dragon world. The black and frail-looking boy wielded a spear stubbornly, somewhat giving the image of a child who had suffered from child labor. Song Shuhang's primordial soul stopped. He looked at the dark-skinned boy, and couldn't help but feel a sense of closeness in his heart. Song Shuhang softly said, Found it, it's this boy. This sense of closeness should be an after-effect of his dream of Black Pupil XIII's life. It worked in the same way as to how he felt like a father to Li Yingzhu after having entered the dreamland of Daoist priest Li Tianzu's life. Scarlet Heaven Sword asked, Who is this boy? Song Shuhang squeezed his chin for a moment, and guessed, he should be the son of Black Pupil 13, I think. Although Black Pupil 13 was known as the strongest among the youth of the Dragon Blood clan, he was at the 5th level in terms of strength. That being the case, his real age shouldn't be that young, thus making it very normal that he has a son. If so, then this should be Black Pupil 14. Generally speaking, it was only blood relatives that could give him this feeling of closeness. Black Pupil 13 was a pure-blood member of the Dragon Blood clan, but this one was a hybrid. Therefore, the chance of this boy being his son was relatively high, the other possibility being that Black Pupil XIII's father or mother had remarried, and produced a little brother. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword asked, "Now what? Are you going to make contact with this boy?" Song Shuhang thought for a while. "I want to observe him before deciding further." On the lawn, the young man waved his spear stubbornly, sweat coming off of him like rain. However, he clearly didn't have any talent for spear techniques as he was very stiff while practicing, showing neither flexibility nor fluidity in his movements. Every move gave whoever was watching a feeling of incoherence and incompatibility, making the entire routine uncomfortable to watch. Song Shuhang said, "He looks just like how I looked when practicing the sword. I think he should change weapons." Scarlet Heaven Sword remarked, "It's not a problem regarding the weapon. If you observe his movements carefully, you'll be able to sense that something is off. It's not that he isn't suitable for the spear, he is just simple-minded and stupid." Song Shuhang said, "Isn't that very bad?" Scarlet Heaven Sword responded, "Don't worry, it's not that big of a problem in the Black Dragon world if you aren't suited for martial arts. Don't forget, this is a world of magic, and their process of casting spells is extremely simple. Who knows, perhaps he's very talented in magic. The heavens are quite fair when it comes to some aspects. After taking away a kind of talent from people, they might provide them with a hidden talent. There are some mentally unstable people who have excellent artistic talent. Also, there are some who have no talent for the sword, but have peerless talent in the saber instead. That's true. Also, in the Black Dragon world, hybrids are generally geniuses," Song Shuhang said with a nod. After he and Li Yinzhu had been mistaken for precious hybrids, they immediately enjoyed the treatment that was normally reserved for geniuses. While they were talking, a pair of figures approached the lawn. One was a man who was a pure-blood member of the Dragon Blood clan, with black scales on his body. This was the father of Black Pupil 13, looking exactly like what Song Shuhang had seen when he had entered the Dreamland. The other was a female who was a Black Dragon world human with a great figure. Her facial features were somewhat similar to those of the boy training with the spear. She should be his mother or sister. The human woman softly said, "Scarlet Pupil, it's time to take a break." Scarlet Pupil seemed to be the name of the thin black boy. Wasn't it supposed to be Black Pupil 14? Could it be that the name Black Pupil plus number was similar to how the names in the Spirit River Sioux clan were, such that one first needed to be recognized by the clan before a naming ceremony could be carried out? But from what Shuhang could recall, Black Pupil 13 had been given his name at a very young age, and there had been no ceremony or ritual. Then, taking into account that Black Pupil XIII's father was here as well. Was this thin black boy perhaps the younger brother of Black Pupil 13? The young Scarlet Pupil pulled back his spear, lowered it, and then ran to the woman's side. "Mom, have you received any news of Big Brother?" The human woman shook her head slightly. "Not yet, but don't worry, your big brother Black Pupil is very strong. He's definitely fine. Moreover, he has only been out for a little over 2 months. Before, when he would go out for half a year, it was normal for him to only send back 1 letter." Song Shuhang. This really was Black Pupil XIII's foolish little brother. "Alright, you should take a break first. Your dad has brought you your favorite bucket of chicken wings. After you eat, you'll have the strength to practice so that you can catch up to your big brother in the future." Papa Black Pupil on the side took out a small bucket, and placed it on the table. Scarlet Pupil ran over happily, and took the bucket. "Thank you, Dad." Scarlet Pupil liked eating chicken wings. Scarlet Pupil asked, "Dad, when can I go to the temple and get my magical power top-up device?" Papa Black Pupil's large hands stiffened slightly, but he immediately showed a gentle smile. "When you make further progress in your meditation technique, you can go and get your magical power top-up device. As such, make sure to cultivate diligently." Scarlet Pupil confidently said, I will definitely succeed." Papa Black Pupil sighed secretly, and looked up at the sky. The mother at the side also raised her head, looked up at the sky, and sighed slightly. Song Shuhang. These two rich expressions already told him everything he needed to know. Scarlet Pupil, Black Pupil XIII's younger brother, probably didn't have any talent for magic either. What happened to hybrids being geniuses? Where exactly was this Scarlet Pupil's talent hidden? Was his talent to eat chicken wings? After finishing his meal and sitting next to his parents to rest for a while, Scarlet Pupil picked up his spear and ran out to diligently practice, now filled with energy. Papa Black Pupil and the mother still had a lot of things to deal with, so after sitting for a while, they got ready to leave. "Scarlet Pupil, make sure not to overexert yourself," Papa Black Pupil urged before leaving. Scarlet Pupil nodded vigorously. "Don't worry, Dad, I will only practice 200 more times and then rest." Papa Black Pupil's hand stiffened slightly again. He nodded silently, and then walked away quickly with his wife. His eldest son was a pure-blooded member of Dragon Blood clan and the strongest member of the younger generation of the tribe. His youngest son was a precious hybrid with no talent whatsoever despite being so diligent in his practice. He would practice every day, only for nothing to come of it. "I taught him the basics of spear techniques 3 years ago, but even after practicing several hundred times a day, there hasn't been much progress. There was no fluidity between one move and the next." It was said that sacrifices brought results, but his youngest son continued to sacrifice time and effort for nothing in return. This brought Papa Black Pupil great distress. It was said that hybrids were peerless geniuses, but what talent did his son have? Was his talent to eat chicken wings? Papa Black Pupil looked at the small bucket in his hand. Scarlet Pupil ate the bucket of chicken wings, not sparing a single scrap. It was indeed amazing in its own way. Can my stupid son still be saved? On the lawn, only Scarlet Pupil was left. Although he looked like a thin, 4-year-old child, he was actually 9 years old this year. He brandished his spear over and over again, sweat coming off of him like rain. After 200 repetitions, he thrust the spear into the ground forcefully. Then, he crashed onto the ground. Scarlet Pupil softly said, "Sure enough, I'm a fool." It turns out that he himself knew that he was an idiot. Song Shuhang initially thought that the boy was too innocent, and that he hadn't even realized that he was an idiot. But it appeared that this was not the case. Song Shuhang's eyes followed Scarlet Pupil silently. At the same time, on the golden core composition of the virtuous diamond ball, the eyes of the sage, who was delivering a speech, slowly opened. Wait. Scarlet Pupil is still a kid. When Song Shuhang sensed the sage's eyes on his virtuous diamond ball slowly opening, his heart fell into a panic. For a child, the expert's appraisal was simply too overbearing, and it was likely to traumatize them. Wait a moment. This isn't really the scholarly sage. It's just a part of my golden core composition. It's not like it can pop out of the golden core composition and launch the impregnating gaze, or something, right? As he thought of this, Song Shuhang let out a breath of relief. The sage in the golden core composition didn't use the expert's appraisal, but rather was merely using Song Shuhang's primordial soul to lock onto the young Scarlet Pupil in the distance. Could it be that the opportunity for the finishing touch of this golden core composition lies with this young man? Or is it that although this boy doesn't have any talent for martial arts or magic, he has the talent to be a scholar? Could that be why the sage in the golden core composition resonated with him? Song Shuhang thought to himself. If so, that would be rather enviable. The style of scholars was great. While Shuhang was thinking this, the scholarly sage in the golden core composition closed his eyes, no longer paying attention to the boy. That's it? Could it be that even the legendary sage, who created the scholarly faction, is unable to do anything about this boy? In that case, there might really be no hope for this boy. On the lawn, the young scarlet pupil stretched out his hand, and wiped his sweat and tears. Then, he sat up vigorously. He softly said, "It's still early. I should practice another 100 times. Although he knew he was foolish, he did not give up. All these years, he had persevered. He could still go on. In that instant, Song Shuhang felt sorry for this child. It's a pity that my main body isn't here right now. Otherwise, with the eyes of the scholarly sage, it might be possible to see which cultivation system this child might be best suited for and if he has any hidden talents, Song Shuhang inwardly said. Thinking of this, he looked at Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword again. Song Shuhang asked, "By the way, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, can you see if this boy has any special talents?" At the end of the day, it was a divine weapon through and through, an existence that had seen the world from high above. Thus, it might be able to see something special in this boy. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword seriously said, I can see that this boy named Scarlet Pupil can eat chicken wings without spitting out the bones. This is a very powerful talent. He can eat chicken several times faster than ordinary people." Song Shuhang. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword asked, "What now? Are you going to make contact with this boy?" Song Shuhang sighed. "I feel like that would be very troublesome. This boy might just be stupid beyond our imagination." Having said that, his primordial soul slowly descended from the air and floated to the boy's side. Ordinary people couldn't see primordial souls. Even cultivators, when they were below the 5th stage, wouldn't be able to detect the existence of primordial souls. As for Song Shuhang, who had Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword's protection, as long as he didn't take the initiative to show himself, perhaps even an 8th stage profound sage wouldn't be able to sense his existence. Being able to bring out your primordial soul truly was a useful skill. After Song Shuhang appeared next to Scarlet Pupil, he revealed his primordial soul. The spear technique that Scarlet Pupil was using at this time just happened to be a spinning spear move. Whoosh, the spear swept through Song Shuhang's body. At this time, Scarlet Pupil realized that there was a figure standing behind him. He was taken aback. He grabbed his spear, and then assumed an offensive posture. "Who is it? There's no need to be afraid." Song Shuhang showed a warm smile, and said softly using the language of the Black Dragon world, "I'm just a passerby." His face, which made it look like he was someone who wouldn't hurt anyone, could be quite useful sometimes. When meeting others for the first time, he could always leave an impression of being a nice guy. But this time, Song Shuhang failed to make use of his face. Scarlet Pupil became even tenser, with his breathing even picking up in speed. He held onto his spear tightly and stared at Song Shuhang. As long as Song Shuhang moved even a little bit, he would lift the spear and stab at him. Song Shuhang stepped back gently, waved his hand, showing that he was harmless, and then said, "I see that you've been practicing the spear for a long time, but it feels," Scarlet Pupil replied first, "I know, I don't have any talent." Song Shuhang. Song, lines always stolen, Shuhang. Fairy Creation and the virtuous Lamia had already been constantly snatching his lines. Now, even this foolish little brother of Black Pupil 13 was snatching his lines? Song Shuhang tentatively asked, "Are you interested in changing weapons, like a saber perhaps?" Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said that this boy was not fit to practice the spear, but he wasn't someone inherently stupid. However, even if he did change to the sword, the staff, or the saber, it might still not change anything. But Song Shuhang was good with the saber, so if he really wanted to guide this child, it would be best for him if it were on the saber. Anyway, the weapon hardly mattered when it came to Scarlet Pupil. That being the case, it would be better to choose the one that Song Shuhang was best at. No, I prefer to practice with the spear, Scarlet Pupil said earnestly. Actually, the weapon is not that important, but I've already practiced the spear for several years now, and I want to be a combat mage like my brother in the future, and the spear is one of the weapons best suited to combat mages. Song Shuhang let out a long sigh. He didn't know how to use the spear. The only powerful skill related to the spear he knew of was probably that move that the Ancient Nether Chaos Will had used against him some time ago, the Karmic Spear, called Mingyin Kappa, in the language of the Black Dragon world. This spear technique had been noted down by Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, who was now deciphering it in order to convert it into a saber technique. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, how's the progress on the Mingyin Kappa spear? Song Shuhang asked. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword replied, stop dreaming. That spear technique requires one to be at the 6th stage or above to be used. In addition, you need to have a very deep understanding of karma to use it. Scarlet Pupil hadn't even managed to master basic spear techniques after so long. It was highly probable that he wouldn't be able to learn an advanced spear technique even if he worked hard for his entire life. How troublesome. Song Shuhang turned his head, and continued to look at the thin boy. Scarlet Pupil didn't scream, didn't ask for help, but looked at Song Shuhang vigilantly. Perhaps he could sense that Song Shuhang had no malicious intentions, or perhaps he simply didn't even think of calling for help. It seems that I can only try using that technique and see what I can do, Song Shuhang said. I wonder if my primordial soul can perform the secret appraisal technique. Song Shuhang looked at Scarlet Pupil, and sincerely said, Scarlet Pupil, if you believe in me, come here and let me appraise you. No, Scarlet Pupil shook his head. Those evil demons are said to tempt people just like what you're doing now. I won't cooperate with you. Do you want to know where your brother Black Pupil 13 went? Song Shuhang smiled slightly, feeling that Scarlet Pupil would take the bait. Yes. Scarlet Pupil nodded vigorously. Song Shuhang said, come here and let me appraise you. I will tell you where your brother has gone. Scarlet Heaven Sword. Song Shuhang's words really weren't the best to listen to. People who didn't know the context would probably think that he was committing a crime should they hear him say this line. Okay. Scarlet Pupil thrust his spear into the ground, and ran to Song Shuhang's side. He truly was a huge fool. Song Shuhang's primordial soul stretched out his hand, and rubbed the boy's head vigorously. Scarlet Pupil did not resist, and let Song Shuhang rub his hair. After a while, Song Shuhang took off his glove and placed his palm on Scarlet Pupil's body, urging the secret appraisal technique. The secret appraisal technique was successfully cast. In the Scarlet Dragon Cave, where Song Shuhang's clone was, a few more wounds appeared on his body out of nowhere. Fairy Creation turned around and flicked her hand to cast 2 healing techniques on him. After a while, the wounds on Song Shuhang's clone recovered. After the price was paid, the result of the appraisal was sent back to Song Shuhang's consciousness. Scarlet Pupil, 9 years old. A hybrid between a member of the Dragon Blood clan and a human. He is a child born to Black Pupil 12 and a human woman. He admires and respects his genius big brother. His martial arts talent is extremely poor, his affinity for magic is extremely poor, his comprehension ability is extremely poor, and his physical growth is extremely poor. This build is trash, it is recommended to register a new account. This kid is 9 years old? Song Shuhang looked at the thin little boy in disbelief. This boy was the size of a 4-year-old. Whether it was martial arts, magic, or comprehension, this boy had a poor talent in all of them. The result of the appraisal was not false, this guy's build really was trash. Is there anything I can do to help? Song Shuhang continued to urge the secret appraisal technique in an attempt to obtain more information. It might be due to the influence of Black Pupil 13, but he felt close to Scarlet Pupil. If he could help this little guy, then he would do so. If he didn't have the ability to help, then he could only give up. After all, he was not an omnipotent god. The secret appraisal technique did not send him back any more information. There were two possibilities as to why this happened. One was that Scarlet Pupil was truly hopeless, and nothing could be done to save him. The other possibility was that he had no way to further appraise him for the time being, as his authority and strength were not high enough. Being hindered by insufficient authority had happened to him before. The secret appraisal technique wasn't something that could solve everything. Is it fine now? Scarlet Pupil asked. Now can you tell me where my big brother is? Of course. Song Shuhang put on his gloves, and said, he has gone to the main world. Scarlet Pupil asked, the main world? What's that? Where is it in the Black Dragon world? Song Shuhang shook his head, and replied, it isn't in the Black Dragon world. It's a larger world that you can reach after leaving the Black Dragon world. Scarlet Pupil's eyes widened. It was unknown if he could understand the meaning of Song Shuhang's words. I have a set of skills called the Steel Hands Technique, Song Shuhang suddenly said. This set of skills isn't complicated to learn. After learning it, you only need to practice it repeatedly every day, and you might make some progress in it. Are you willing to try learning it? Scarlet Pupil seriously said, I want to be a combat mage. Song Shuhang. This guy wasn't just stupid, he was also very obstinate. But, if it can make me stronger, then I want to learn it, Scarlet Pupil added. What price do I have to pay to learn it? Song Shuhang asked, the price? Not bad, at least this boy was somewhat aware. This was in line with the principle of the 9 provinces number 1 group that there was a price for everything. However, what could this little guy give him? The Steel Hands Technique was a skill that could be used until the later phase of the 5th stage, and if one were to get the chance to meet Senior Phoenix Slayer and have him liquefy them, the Steel Hands Technique could mutate and become like Song Shuhang's current Steel Body Technique. If the price was too low, then it would feel as if its value had been invisibly lowered. But if he set the price too high, then the little guy wouldn't be able to afford it. This was slightly tricky. It seemed that becoming a gift-imparting grandfather also required certain skills. After a moment of thought, Song Shuhang said, then, give me your most valuable, no, your 3rd most valuable treasure as the price to learn this technique. The number 3 was a very popular number among Chinese people. For example, fortune for 3 lives, 3/10 of an inch into the wood, 3-point covenant, and among 3 strangers, 1 was a teacher. And for another example, reckless no more than thrice. As for the 3rd most valuable thing one had, it would not appear too valuable, but neither would it appear too cheap, so it was very fitting for the message he wanted to send. I understand. Scarlet Pupil nodded vigorously, and then he took out a small pouch from his pocket. This is the protective amulet that my mother gave me. It's the 3rd most valuable thing I have. Song Shuhang. No matter how one looked at it, this thing was just a sachet. Imparting the Steel Hands Technique in exchange for a sach, no, it was ultimately a protective amulet filled with maternal love. Whatever, a protective amulet was still a protective amulet. In the end, his primordial soul had rushed here from thousands of miles away not for this payment, but to find the source of the karma that brought him here, and find the opportunity to make a breakthrough. Song Shuhang's primordial soul took this protective amulet. To be precise, his primordial soul used spiritual energy in order to gently raise the protective amulet. Then, while receiving this protective amulet, Song Shuhang casually used the secret appraisal technique on it. His clone, who had closed up far away in the Scarlet Dragon Cave, made a remote payment again, paying the price for the usage of the secret appraisal technique. Protective amulet. It contains dragon bone powder that can make the wearer strong and healthy. Wearing it for an extended period of time can allow the bearer to obtain a stronger physique. What pitiful parents! Unfortunately, this amulet had little effect on Scarlet Pupil. While he was in thought, another message was sent to Song Shuhang's mind. Dragon bone powder can be used to solidify a primordial soul. It allows a cultivator to have their primordial soul solidify into a physical body for a short duration, consuming a certain amount of dragon bone powder in the process. Song Shuhang muttered, It has such an effect as well? Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword glanced at the sachet in Song Shuhang's hand, and remarked, Oh, it's dragon bone powder. That's something those at the 6th stage or below can play around with. That thing you have is made from the bone powder of a pseudo-dragon. Song Shuhang. Heavens, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword only needed to glance at this thing in order to recognize it. Doesn't that mean that the price my clone paid just now for the usage of the secret appraisal technique was in vain? With a solemn face, Song Shuhang said, I've received the payment. Now is the time to teach you the steel hands technique. Although it is a beginner-level body tempering technique, this skill can, in fact, be used up until the 5th level. Wait, mister. I suddenly thought of something. The young Scarlet Pupil suddenly took a few steps back, and drew his spear from the ground again. Song Shuhang. Mister, before you teach me, you need to prove that you are strong, Scarlet Pupil said seriously. What if you are a liar? Shouldn't the part where you confirm whether I am a liar or not be done before the transaction? Song Shuhang asked. I just thought of it, the young Scarlet Pupil said. Mister, would you return the sachet to me first? Song Shuhang looked up at the sky. Don't be brought into a fool's rhythm, otherwise, you will become no different from them. How do you want me to prove my strength? Song Shuhang lowered his head and smiled. Scarlet Pupil seriously said, Fight me. Song Shuhang. He pointed his finger at Scarlet Pupil and flicked lightly. A trace of spiritual energy was mobilized and struck Scarlet Pupil. Scarlet Pupil bounced back and rolled on the grass, taking some time before he could stabilize himself. Song Shuhang had good control over his spiritual energy. He had made sure to make it such that Scarlet Pupil wouldn't actually get hurt. Mister, what level is this magical technique? Scarlet Pupil got up from the ground, patted the grass clippings on his body, and had a face full of envy. Song Shuhang softly said, It's not a magical technique. It was spiritual energy. Scarlet Pupil thought for a while before asking, Can spiritual energy make me a combat mage? Song Shuhang gritted his teeth, and replied, Yes. Generally speaking, when cultivators fought, they would use a mix of magical techniques and martial arts. Although Song Shuhang could only use the lightning palm and the lightning drawing technique when it came to combat magical techniques, he did have a textbook that he could use as a reference for now. Scarlet Pupil expectantly said, Mister, when will I have spiritual energy? Song Shuhang placed his hands behind his back. Cultivation requires one to be down to earth, taking one step at a time. 100 Days Foundation Establishment, followed by the first stage Dragon Gate Realm. It is only after this that you will be able to gather true chi and cast magical techniques. Don't be overambitious. Moreover, with the physique that Scarlet Pupil had, only the heavens knew whether or not he could even reach the Foundation Establishment realm. Song Shuhang said, I teach with my heart, so you should give your all. Don't ask too many questions, don't think about too many things. Keep your feet on the ground and take things one step at a time. Scarlet Pupil nodded vigorously. Yes, mister. In the end, he asked another question. Mister, are you a hybrid like me? Song Shuhang replied, "No, I'm not a hybrid." "Oh." Scarlet Pupil nodded, seeming to have lost interest at once as he stopped asking questions. The steel hands technique was a second-stage body tempering technique. It was a technique used for blacksmithing that could only be formally practiced at the second stage. In addition, the steel hands technique had its own set of basic fist techniques for first-stage cultivators to build their foundation with and practice. Once successful, they would be able to seamlessly learn the steel hands technique. Song Shuhang was now going to guide Scarlet Pupil on the basic fist technique for the steel hands technique. This basic fist technique was not complicated. It was several times simpler than Song Shuhang's basic Buddhist fist technique, which focused on the power of one's wrist. Song Shuhang first divided this set of basic fist techniques into 4 sections, and planned to guide Scarlet Pupil section by section. After he finished imparting the first section, Scarlet Pupil began to practice rigorously at the side. It was horrible to watch. It was clearly a set of very basic fist technique moves, but in the hands of Scarlet Pupil, it somehow became fragmented. It was similar to how one could have a bad connection when watching videos on the internet, resulting in the video having to buffer repeatedly, completely ruining the experience. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword floated leisurely in the air. Song Shuhang sighed. "How is it? How does it feel to truly guide a disciple from scratch?" Scarlet Heaven Sword asked while chuckling. Although Song Shuhang had accepted 2 disciples, when Chu Chu and Little Kai took him as their master, they had both already long since begun cultivating. They had not been blank sheets. Song Shuhang said, "One step at a time. When it comes to the moves of the fist technique, Scarlet Pupil can at least learn the form. As for the chant, it will be quite troublesome." The chant for the fist technique was in Chinese. Although Song Shuhang had the ability to translate it into the language of the Black Dragon world, the most important thing about the chant was the pronunciation. Without the proper intent and pronunciation, it would be difficult to draw the spiritual energy between heaven and earth to temper one's body. If the chant were to be translated to the language of the Black Dragon world, it would lose its effect. I wonder if Scarlet Pupil has the talent to learn foreign languages? Are you going to continue with this? Scarlet Heaven Sword spun in a circle, and said, "I'll be honest with you, if you continue spending time with this little guy, let alone ascending to 6th stage in 30 days, I doubt you'd be able to do so even if you had 30 years. This little guy's talent in cultivation was so terrible that it made people's hearts ache. For him to be unable to even perform a set of basic fist techniques remotely well, who knew how many years it would take him just to successfully temper his body? What Song Shuhang lacked the most right now was time. Within 30 days, if he couldn't reach the 6th stage, his body would be reduced to ashes in the 9th stage Heaven Tribulation realm. Then, I have to find a way, Song Shuhang said. Scarlet Heaven Sword asked, "You aren't going to impart your strength to him, are you?" Song Shuhang said, "I'm not Taoist Priest Horizon, and this little guy hasn't even successfully tempered his body. With such a weak physique, if I were to impart him even a sliver of strength, he would explode." After saying that, he lifted the clothes around his waist. After a 5th stage cultivator brought out their primordial soul, they were usually bare naked right after leaving the cultivator's body, but as long as the cultivator willed it, they would be able to generate clothes on their body. The attire of Song Shuhang's primordial soul was the same as that of his clone who was in seclusion. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword asked, "What are you doing? Are you trying to show me your colorful waist? What's so interesting about this colorful waist?" "Of course not. This is what I'm referring to." Song Shuhang pointed to the 3D Calabash Brothers mark on his waist. The Learning God system designed by Senior White is a great thing, the dream of those who desire to learn. With it, my mother no longer has to worry about my poor academic performance. You want to use the Learning God system that fellow Taoist White had designed to teach this boy how to cultivate? Song Shuhang said, "Exactly. I only need to add the basic fist technique and fist technique chant of the steel hands technique. In terms of meditation techniques, the Black Dragon World's meditation techniques are more suitable for him. Afterward, I can input the relevant knowledge for ascending to the second stage from the first stage in the Learning God system. When the time comes, as long as Scarlet Pupil studies diligently and cultivates just as hard, he should at least be able to reach the first stage realm. As for the body-tempering liquid suitable for his cultivation, the Black Dragon World should have alternative magical medicine that could produce the same effect. If there wasn't any suitable medicine, then Shuhang could simply make it himself. He believed that he could at least refine the simple body-tempering liquid. The day in the Black Dragon World was about to end. Shuhang finally finished imparting all the moves of the basic fist technique. Shuhang said, "You should practice this set of fist moves a few more times. After that, make sure to rest early. Tomorrow, I will bring you something good." Scarlet Pupil thought for a while, and then replied. "Okay, mister. Tomorrow? This mysterious uncle will come again tomorrow?" Chapter 1684. It's just empty talk if you don't put it into practice. Well then, see you tomorrow. Shuhang rubbed Scarlet Pupil's head. Soon after, his primordial soul became invisible, and returned to the Scarlet Dragon Cave with Scarlet Heaven Sword. Scarlet Pupil stared blankly at the space where Shuhang had disappeared. He muttered, "Was it an illusion?" For a moment, he felt as if it were his brother Black Pupil 13 that had been rubbing his head. In retrospect, ever since this Mr. began teaching him the fist technique, it would occasionally feel like it was his big brother who was teaching him instead. Sometimes, fools had better instincts than normal people. In the Scarlet Dragon Cave, Shuhang's primordial soul and senior Scarlet Heaven Sword spirit returned at the same time. The clone's physical body was still sitting cross-legged, maintaining a state of cultivation with the 33 divine beasts technique slowly circulating. Scarlet Heaven Sword spirit returned to its sword body. Shuhang didn't immediately go back to his body. Instead, he first floated toward Senior White's clone. His clone was maintaining an automatic cultivation state, and his primordial soul just happened to have something to discuss with Senior White. Shuhang's primordial soul called out, "Senior White, wake up." Senior White's clone opened his eyes in a daze. "Oh, it's Shuhang's primordial soul. You're back?" "Yes, Senior White." Shuhang's primordial soul floated beside Senior White, its legs crossed. Senior White's clone weakly said, "Did you gain anything?" Shuhang said, "I should have found the opportunity one needed to add the finishing touch to my virtuous Diamond Ball's golden core composition. However, I will be needing Senior White's help." Senior White's clone thought about it seriously, then said, "I'm too sleepy and tired." Shuhang scratched his head. Previously, Senior White's clone had been missing a sheet. At that time, he had been able to satisfy him by providing him one, so what was he missing this time? Was it a bed? That can't be it. Senior White could simply sleep in the air without the need for a bed. Right, could it be that Senior White's hair is too long, and when he sleeps in the air, his hair weighs down annoyingly? Should I give Senior White a haircut? No, the Senior White emoji incident that Soft Feather had caused was because of Senior White getting a new hairstyle. Regarding Senior White's hair, it would be best not to mess around. Senior White's clone yawned, unable to keep his eyes open for much longer, nearly drifting off to sleep. That's bad. Senior White is about to sleep again. While he was in thought, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, who was below, called out, "Shuhang, why are you still floating in the air? Come down here and use the saber nurturing technique on me twice." Speaking of which, they had agreed on Scarlet Heaven Sword receiving a big gift on their return. Shuhang said, "I'll be right there." While he was thinking, his primordial soul returned to his body. Then, he stretched out his hand and laid it on Senior Scarlet Heaven's sword, performing the saber-nurturing technique twice in a row. So comfortable. All my exhaustion was swept away in an instant. Senior Scarlet Heaven's sword said in satisfaction. The saber-nurturing technique was its favorite thing in the world now. All its exhaustion was swept away. These words from Senior Scarlet Heaven's sword caused Song Shuhang's eyes to shine brightly. He raised his head to look at Senior White's clone. Senior White's clone was currently sleepy and very tired. Therefore, a bold idea emerged in his mind. He kept thinking that the saber-nurturing technique might not only be effective for magical treasures. It didn't only work on sabers, after all, having worked on swords just as well. That being said, perhaps it was also effective on shields, spears, armor, and other things. Moreover, even the invisible saber insect would happily receive the saber-nurturing technique. The invisible saber insect would be classified as a living creature. So was it possible that the saber-nurturing technique was also effective on people? Song Shuhang was someone who would not only come up with bold ideas, but also someone who was bold enough to put these ideas into practice. It's all just empty talk if you don't put your ideas into practice. On the spur of the moment, Song Shuhang got up, stepped on black lotuses, and went to Senior White's clone. Then, he carefully placed his hand on the clone. Senior White's clone slowly opened his eyes, and looked at him lazily before closing his eyes again. Now, Song Shuhang said in his mind. Afterward, he used the saber-nurturing technique. The saber-nurturing technique fell on Senior White's clone. Song Shuhang felt a sensation similar to when he used it on the invisible saber insect. Senior White's clone had really accepted the saber-nurturing technique. However, accepting it did not mean that the saber-nurturing technique would definitely be effective. Song Shuhang looked at Senior White's clone with a hint of nervousness mixed with expectation. Senior White's clone opened his eyes lazily again. Was it not effective? However, there was also the possibility that it simply wasn't enough. Moreover, since Senior White's clone had no adverse reactions, it at least showed that the saber-nurturing technique was harmless to him. As his thoughts reached this point, Song Shuhang's hand uncontrollably used the saber-nurturing technique twice more. After a while, seeing that Senior White's clone still didn't show a response, Song Shuhang slipped in the saber-nurturing technique repeatedly. After using the saber-nurturing technique nearly 12 times, Senior White's clone finally couldn't help but open his eyes. The clone's eyes stared directly at Song Shuhang unblinkingly, filled with pressure. Song Shuhang chuckled dryly, and retracted his hands. You won. Senior White's clone pulled the quilt off of his body and sat up in the air. Thanks to that inexplicable magical technique of yours, I now feel that I'm filled with energy and unable to sleep. Hell, if you have the spare time to learn strange magical techniques like this, why can't you learn the Heavenly Master's lightning techniques? No matter what, you still have the dual attributes of lightning and fire. Facts had proven that the real name of the saber-nurturing technique was definitely not saber-nurturing technique, especially with it now having proven to be effective even on clones. However, whether it was effective on main bodies still required further experiments. In the end, the existence and structure of a clone were still different from that of a main body. Senior White's clone said, "What do you require my help on? Take advantage of this time when I'm still filled with energy and speak quickly." Song Shuhang quickly said, "Senior White, I need a learning god system with a built-in steel hands technique. I also wish to add the steel hands technique's basic fist technique moves and chants. It would be even better if it had a built-in Chinese learning course. Senior White's clone helplessly said, "Give me the steel hands technique." Song Shuhang quickly recited the entire steel hands technique. Senior White asked, "That's it? Is there anything else?" Song Shuhang thought for a while, and then replied, "Is it possible to also add the lightning palm?" The modified version, which Senior White had made, was something that could be used at the first stage realm. In addition, it was very strong for its level. Senior White asked, "Alright, I'll also add the lightning palm. I'll set it so that it will require points to purchase, and I'll set the image of the teacher to look like you." What about the punishment? Just as there were rewards in the learning god system, there were also punishments. Song Shuhang said, "Let's make it lightning strikes. I feel that lightning strikes are pretty good, and they can even improve people's pain tolerance." Being able to better tolerate pain was also part of cultivation. It was something that could be classified as an improvement in a cultivator's willpower and, consequently, their combat power. Wasn't there a saying that went like, "Before learning to beat other people, we must first learn to take beatings"? Senior White's clone asked, "What should the icon for this learning god system be?" "A spear. It would be better if it were overbearing," Song Shuhang said. He had already suffered greatly from having the 3D Calabash Brothers pattern for his learning god system. With that in mind, he wanted to have the icon for Scarlet Pupil be something in line with his desires. Since the young boy liked spears and dreamt of becoming a combat mage, he should find it very much to his liking if the icon were a spear, right? Senior White's clone said, "Okay, done." He handed him a rune with the learning god system attached to it. "Thank you, Senior White." Song Shuhang took the rune. Cough, cough. A learning god system rune that had a Gatling gun 1 pattern flashed brightly. Strictly speaking, there really wasn't anything wrong with it. It was, after all, a spear, and it was very overbearing. "Are you not satisfied?" Senior White raised his eyebrows. "How can that be?" "I'm very satisfied, 32 likes." Song Shuhang raised his thumb in praise. "Don't bother me anymore. Also, after looking at me for so long, did you realize what I was missing?" Senior White's clone murmured. "I'm missing a pillow." Song Shuhang responded, "But Senior White, aren't you floating in the air?" "Exactly, I lack a pillow that can float," Senior White's clone said. He picked up the sheet, covered himself, and yawned. "You should get back to your seclusion. Don't bother me if there's nothing important." Making the learning god system had just consumed the extra energy he had gotten just now. With that, his sleepiness surged, with him soon heading towards getting a good night's sleep. Song Shuhang held the learning god system rune, and returned to the place where he was closing up. Scarlet Heaven Sword lay flatly on his knees again. Fairy Creation, who was behind him, also readjusted her position, making sure that the two of them maintained the correct posture while having their backs against one another. "Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, I will have to trouble you to escort my primordial soul again tomorrow," Song Shuhang said. He then gave it another round of the saber nurturing technique. "Sure," Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said. Outside, the sky had gone completely dark. It was the end of the day. The next day, Song Shuhang first gave Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword a saber nurturing technique, and summoned it to get up. Then, his primordial soul gently leaped out of his clone's body. After a night of meditation and practice, Song Shuhang felt that he had gained a lot. With the fragments of insights and inspirations that were constantly shared by his main body in steel manifestation, Song Shuhang could feel that the golden core compositions of his first small golden core and core reactor were already on the brink of completion. Tonight at the latest, he should be able to smoothly add the finishing touches to the two small golden cores. Seclusions were indeed one of the most effective ways to improve one's strength. Scarlet Heaven Sword's sword spirit went to protect Song Shuhang's primordial soul before they flickered away towards Scarlet Pupil's location. They were back at the castle and the lawn they had been in the day prior. Scarlet Pupil's spear was stuck in the ground, and he was currently practicing the Steel Hands Technique's basic fist technique. It felt like he had improved from yesterday. Perhaps, compared with the spear, he had a bit more talent in fist techniques. Soon, Song Shuhang's primordial soul arrived and appeared before him. "Mister, you're here," Scarlet Pupil said joyfully after seeing Song Shuhang. The uncle didn't lie to him, he really did come again. 1. Gun and spear share the same character in Chinese. "Mister, how do you feel about my practice today?" Scarlet Pupil said happily. He felt that he should have slightly improved, with his movements being a little smoother than yesterday. Song Shuhang smiled, and said, "There's been a slight improvement." After being praised by Song Shuhang, Scarlet Pupil smiled brightly. "By the way, I'll be giving you a gift today." Song Shuhang's primordial soul held out a rune. Scarlet Pupil asked, "What gift?" Song Shuhang solemnly said, "In a sense, it is not an exaggeration to call this gift a divine treasure. A divine treasure that was a thing of dreams for those who wanted to learn, a legendary treasure that allowed one to learn while sleeping." Divine treasure? Scarlet Pupil's eyes widened, and he took a step back. "But mister, I can't afford to pay for such a thing. Pay more attention to what I'm saying. I said that it is a divine treasure to some extent, but that doesn't mean that it really is a divine treasure. Anyway, I'll be giving this to you." Song Shuhang stretched out his hand, his spiritual energy supporting the rune as it fell lightly into Scarlet Pupil's palm. Scarlet Pupil let out a breath of relief as he received the rune, and then looked at the Gatling gun pattern on it. He curiously asked, "Mister, what is this?" Song Shuhang said, "It's a spear, one." Scarlet Pupil raised his head, his dark eyes staring at Song Shuhang intently. "Mister, don't try to fool me. How could this be a spear?" Song Shuhang said, "This is another type of spear. It's slightly different from the one you know of, but it is also a powerful weapon for killing. Don't worry about it too much, just brand the rune onto your body first. You can brand it anywhere you want." "Brand it onto my body? Anywhere?" Scarlet Pupil scratched his head in slight annoyance. Being given the choice to place it anywhere he wanted made him feel rather troubled. Where should he place it to get the best effect? After thinking about it, he raised his head and looked at Song Shuhang. "Sir, have you branded such a treasure onto yourself as well?" Song Shuhang responded, "Yeah." "Where did you brand yours, mister?" Scarlet Pupil asked quickly. Although he was a little stupid, he knew that if he couldn't decide on some things, he should imitate his successful seniors, which would generally prove right. Song Shuhang rolled his eyes. "On my butt." Scarlet Pupil nodded. Then, he began to take off his pants. "Quickly stop." Song Shuhang hurriedly called out. "Idiot, you can brand it on any part of your body, and the arm is a good choice." In the sky, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword was already twitching in laughter. If its main body had been there, it would surely have let out pleasant sword cries. "Oh." Scarlet Pupil nodded obediently, and then smacked the rune onto his arm. The Gatling gun pattern branded itself onto his left arm, shining brightly in the process. Ding Dong Super Learning God System is being activated. Start of system decompression, 1%. 11%. 30%. 70%. 100%. The system has been completely unpacked. Initiating Super Learning God System, please wait patiently. During this period, there was also the loud sound of rumbling thunder acting as background music to provide an epic atmosphere. This is bad, mister. There is a voice in my head that keeps talking, but I don't understand what it's saying, Scarlet Pupil called out nervously. Song Shuhang calmly said, "Don't worry, that's simply the process of the Super Learning God System being installed. After the installation is complete, it should switch to the language of the Black Dragon world." Scarlet Pupil heard this, and let out a breath of relief. Super Learning God System has been installed. Do you wish to enter the learning mode? This sentence had been translated into the language of the Black Dragon world. Scarlet Pupil said, Mister, there's a voice prompting me to enter the learning mode, what do I do? Choose the yes option. The corners of Song Shuhang's mouth curled upwards. Some beautiful things needed to be passed on from generation to generation. Such as enjoying the pain of electric shocks. Scarlet Pupil nodded, and chose the yes option. Then, two gorgeous bronze gates appeared in front of his eyes. The two gates were filled with an ancient aura, and there were countless runes on them that Scarlet Pupil could not understand, simply feeling that they were super powerful. As expected of something that Mr. called a divine treasure. Although I can't understand it, it feels so powerful, Scarlet Pupil said in his mind. While he was in thought, his consciousness had entered a huge palace space. Then, a man made of lightning appeared in front of him. This lightning man's face was very lifelike, and he looked rather familiar. Isn't this the young version of Mr.? Scarlet Pupil thought to himself. The young version of Mr. looks kind. Just that he looks quite ordinary, and lacks the vibe of having experienced the vicissitudes of life. The current Mr. gives off a much more temperamental feeling. The song Shuhang composed of lightning calmly said, "First, what we are going to learn today is the basic fist technique of the steel hands technique. Now, follow me from start to finish." Scarlet Pupil loudly replied, "Yes, Mr." Although he had already mastered the movements of the steel hands technique's basic fist technique, he felt that he still needed to learn it a few more times from Mr. to deepen his impression of the basic fist technique. Follow me to practice. The song Shuhang composed of lightning began to slowly perform the basic movements of the steel hands technique. Scarlet Pupil also began to practice. About 5 minutes later. Scarlet Pupil trembled as his consciousness temporarily withdrew from the learning mode. He hadn't been able to keep up with one of the steps in the basic fist technique just now. As a result, the young version of Mr. turned around, and sent a lightning ball right at him. The electric current frying him as it exploded directly on his chest. It had almost shocked him unconscious. Recalling what had just happened, Scarlet Pupil could feel cold sweat emerge all over his body. Not too far away. Song Shuhang's primordial soul saw Scarlet Pupil, who was numb from the shocks, and his heart felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Enjoying things with others truly is better than enjoying things alone. Before this, he was the only one who would suffer convulsions from electric shocks as he learned the language of the ancient era. Now, there was finally someone like him who would be electrocuted whenever they made a mistake in their cultivation. Song Shuhang's mental state instantly felt that there was fairness in this world, and he even felt some joy. When I get the chance, I should ask Senior White to prepare more sets of the Super Learning God system for me, and then I'll give them out to Tubo and the others, Song Shuhang said in his mind. Good things had to be shared with others. Scarlet Pupil finally managed to recover while gasping for breath. This might be the first time he had ever experienced such a level of pain in his life. Song Shuhang squinted while smiling, and said, "How do you feel?" Scarlet Pupil took a deep breath, glanced at Song Shuhang, nodded, and seriously replied, "Sure enough, the current Mr. is more handsome. The Mr. who had shocked me just now was too young, and lacked temperament." Song Shuhang. "You fool, is that what I was asking about?" By the side, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword cheered on with seriousness. "Shuhang, why don't you consider using this image in the future? The uncle style truly does seem to suit you a lot more." Song Shuhang said, "I'm afraid that I'd look older than my dad if I did so right now. As such, I don't want to do that." When he returned, he would work hard to cultivate and change back to his youthful appearance. Either that, or he could resort to using the several chaotic age fruits he still had on him. However, he wasn't in a hurry for the time being. Song Shuhang explained to Scarlet Pupil, in addition to learning fist moves, this Learning God system will also guide you on the fist technique chants. It will even teach you about the first stage realm of the cultivation system, and introduce you to the idea of jumping through the dragon gate. If you manage to ascend to the second stage, then you will be able to learn the complete steel hands technique. For the fist technique chants in particular, the system should be able to teach them with more efficiency because they were in Chinese. Yes, I understand. Scarlet Pupil nodded, and said, "Thank you for the gift, Mr." This gift seemed to have been tailor-made for him. With this learning God system, even an idiot like him would be able to master the basic fist technique step by step. Does this Mr. really know of my brother Black Pupil? Scarlet Pupil had such a thought in his mind. Very well, continue to work hard. I will see you again in a few days. Song Shuhang gently rubbed Scarlet Pupil's head. Scarlet Pupil was a little bit reluctant. "Mister, are you leaving?" Song Shuhang smiled, and said, "Adults are generally always busy." Scarlet Pupil nodded. A strong person like this Mister should be someone who was very busy every day, someone who would either be practicing or killing evil spirits. In Scarlet Pupil's mind, Song Shuhang's status and image became increasingly grand. Song Shuhang added, "By the way, if you have any questions about cultivation, you can ask me when I'm available. The learning God system can't solve everything. There are some nuances in cultivation that it won't be able to guide you on, but I should be able to help with them." Scarlet Pupil thought for a while, and then suddenly asked, "Then Mister, I have a question right now. Would it be fine to ask you?" Song Shuhang said, "Thinking is a good thing, ask me anything." Scarlet Pupil inquired, "Mister, what does death feel like?" Why are you suddenly asking me this?" Song Shuhang looked down at Scarlet Pupil. This kind of question was strange coming from the young boy. With his character, it felt like he would never think about this kind of question in his entire life. Scarlet Pupil earnestly replied, "I don't know, but for some time, I would often dream of scenes where I was about to die. Sometimes, I would fall from a high altitude. Sometimes, I was pierced by a spear. Sometimes, I would encounter a cruel evil beast that would bite me to death. However, I don't know what it feels like to die. Therefore, I would sometimes think of this question." Song Shuhang pinched his chin. Scarlet Heaven Sword tried to do an analysis, and said, "This child might have been under too much pressure and shock in reality, so he couldn't help but dream of things like these. Deep in his subconscious, he might have thought of seeking death. Fortunately, he is a simple idiot, and didn't think deeper." Song Shuhang curiously asked, "Senior, you've studied psychology?" Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "Some time ago, when I was walking around in your inner world, I saw fellow Taoist turtle studying psychology very seriously. And so, I ended up learning a little bit of it." Song Shuhang. Some time ago, Senior Turtle suddenly found itself pondering emotions and taking a liking to guessing what other people had in mind. So it turned out that it was actually studying psychology very seriously. Scarlet Pupil looked at Mister with eager eyes. Song Shuhang smiled slightly. "Young one, you've asked the right person. When it comes to experiencing death, none of my peers knows more about this than me. One, gun and spear share the same character in Chinese." Scarlet Pupil blinked in slight confusion. For some reason, after having brought the topic of death up, the Mister in front of him suddenly became very active. What did Mister mean when he said that nobody among his peers is more experienced in death than he is? I keep on getting the feeling that something doesn't sound right. Why does it sound like Mister dies quite often? Speaking of death, I cannot not mention my first experience with death. That was also when I died the most times over a short period of time. Although it wasn't that long ago, it feels like it's been ages since then, Song Shuhang said while reminiscing. Scarlet Pupil. First experience? Is there even a second experience when it comes to something like death? Song Shuhang described the scene back when the liquid metal ball had descended in the scholarly faction. The first time I faced death, I faced a powerful and invincible enemy. The big shot merely needed to stretch out a single finger to crush me and my seniors from the scholarly faction to death. That feeling of despair is something that I still haven't forgotten. At that time, I watched as my body got crushed to death like an ant, getting crushed again and again, completely unable to resist. The taste of death is that of pain and bitterness. It's as if one were thrown into nothingness. One finds themselves at the bottom of an abyss from where they are unable to struggle out. Confusion pervades one's mind, while blood continues to flow out in huge quantities. Song Shuhang could no longer remember exactly how many times he had died and revived back then, for there were simply too many to count. What was worse than death? 2 tragic deaths. What was worse than 2 tragic deaths? An endless loop of death. Song Shuhang's consciousness fell into the memory. When he recalled his death, the spiritual energy around him seemed to be drawn over, following Song Shuhang's memories, as they constructed an embryonic form of a series of tragic deaths in the world of the Golden Lotus. Scarlet Heaven Sword slightly rose up, and then moved back a certain distance while suppressing his own aura. He did not want to disturb Song Shuhang, and also wanted to avoid getting involved. The image that had arisen around Song Shuhang was a prototype of the 7th stage Venerables, illusory reality. When 7th stage Venerables were in seclusion, a single thought could encompass the entire universe. All kinds of illusions would be formed into vivid and lifelike images. With the 7th stage Venerable at the center, a world of dreams and illusions could form out of nowhere. It was said that back during the ancient spiritual chi was abundant, there was a powerful Venerable who had undergone seclusion underground for thousands of years, his thoughts forming a huge city above ground. What was surprising was that the city had residents who lived and thrived in it, just like real people. Inside the illusory reality, all illusions would have real lethality. If you were struck by a saber, you would be injured by that saber, and if you were struck by lightning, you would similarly be injured by that lightning. An example was Senior White's Desert. Besides 7th stage Venerables, there were some 6th stage true monarchs who were bursting with luck that would have the opportunity to experience forming an illusory reality in advance under the premise that they had the right opportunity, the right time, the right place, the right people, and the right emotions. Song Shuhang's luck today was pretty good. Although he was still at the 5th stage realm, his overall being had already reached the 6th stage realm. And inadvertently, he had managed to form a connection with the energy of heaven and earth, which allowed him to project a prototype of illusory reality. Song Shuhang himself hadn't noticed the changes taking place across his whole body. The level of his illusory reality was extremely small, covering only an area of about 5 meters around Song Shuhang's primordial soul. But even so, Scarlet Pupil happened to be in its range. With that, he got to experience the tragedy of the scholarly faction's world of the Golden Lotus from a perspective somewhere in between that of a bystander and that of someone who experienced it themselves. Scarlet Pupil felt like his entire person had been divided into 2 halves. Half of himself stood outside, watching the bloody massacre in the world of the Golden Lotus, while the other half fell into the world of the Golden Lotus, and was crushed repeatedly by that metal finger. The feeling of death. The despair, the desire to seek help, as if falling into a bottomless abyss. The confusion, the feeling of weakness, and the intense pain. He experienced it all together. So this is how death feels. However, what Song Shuhang projected could not be regarded as a proper, illusory reality. At the very least, it did not carry real lethality. After the tragedy of the world of the Golden Lotus ended, Scarlet Pupil was sweating all over. He didn't scream at all during the entire process. The scream seemed to be sealed in his throat, never spilling out even in the slightest. Then came my second official death. I had indeed died many times in the scholarly faction's world of the Golden Lotus, but that can all be considered having been a single experience. The second time I died, I did so in a much more unjust manner. It's actually quite embarrassing because that death was rather inexplicable where my body had been refined into a treasure. It's really painful to have your body refined into a magical treasure. As Song Shuhang slowly said this, Scarlet Pupil experienced another way of dying, this time by way of being refined into a treasure. The third death. Actually, I'm not sure if I really did die at that time. Back then, my body was in a smoked state, neither alive nor dead. But to be on the safe side, I still used a resurrection magical treasure, yet to this day, I don't know if I hadn't simply wasted it. Fortunately, I acquired the smoke talent later on, which was a small compensation for that event. I will skip this because there is basically nothing to be gained from this. The following death was a lot more impactful. The fourth death was one where I imploded and died. My whole body exploded into a mist of blood, a tragic scenario that ordinary people would not be able to comprehend or understand. My entire body had become a mist. However, the emotions this time did not have as much depth. This is because for this death, I died in my sleep. It's a lot easier to take when one dies while asleep. Song Shuhang said, afterward, for my next death, in order to protect me, one of my seniors instantly beheaded me and sent me into a state of resurrection. That time I was instantly beheaded and cut into small and neat pieces. Due to the exquisite sword technique of my senior, the whole process did not bring me much pain. However, when faced with the sword technique of this senior, the pressure at that instant, as well as the feeling of being faced with death, was not discounted. That kind of death would similarly be ingrained in one's mind. As he recalled his experience of death, a prototype of illusory reality emerged behind him, compressed into layers. Each layer contained Song Shuhang's experiences and impressions of death. Song Shuhang solemnly said, "The last time I died was 10 days ago. I died under the heavenly tribulation, the terrifying lightning sending me to death immediately. The irresistible power made a huge impression on me. Even after I activated all of my defenses, I still couldn't resist it. This was the first time I died under the heavenly tribulation. However, that will also be the last time I die under the heavenly tribulation." As Song Shuhang stopped reminiscing, his consciousness returned to himself. The moment he stopped recalling his memories, the layers behind him were compressed, and the hellish, illusory reality instantly collapsed and disappeared. In front of him, Scarlet Pupil was sweating, his thin body looking like it would fall down at any time. Song Shuhang curiously said, Is what I said so scary?" Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword in the Sky ranted in its mind. "Nonsense, this kid being able to persist until now already shows how strong his nerves are. Perhaps pure fools like this kid tend to have relatively stronger endurance." Scarlet Pupil trembled, and said, "Mister, you are so amazing. Mister's experiences are simply unbearable." Scarlet Pupil couldn't even begin to imagine how strong Song Shuhang's will was. He was amazed as even after having died in such terrifying ways so many times, Song Shuhang could still talk and laugh so carefreely. Song Shuhang smiled slightly. "Now then, have you gotten a better understanding of death?" "Yeah." Scarlet Pupil nodded. He had both watched and experienced Song Shuhang's experiences of death, and he had felt the despair and helplessness when faced with death. "What are your thoughts?" Song Shuhang asked. He purely asked this out of habit because when he was a child, his teachers always liked asking students what they thought about each text. Song Shuhang simply asked this in passing. Scarlet Pupil pondered for a good while, and then suddenly said, "Mister, I want to die once." Song Shuhang almost spewed out blood when he heard this. "What? After listening to my description of death, this guy wants to die?" Scarlet Pupil touched his chest, and seriously said, "Mister, if I can survive death, then I want to try to dying once. When facing death, I feel my heart jumping out, and there's this feeling of longing in my heart. Not just anyone can survive death, Song Shuhang sighed emotionally, and said, resurrection is not that easy. There are some people who go about their entire lives and never even touching materials for resurrection. If one doesn't have a means of resurrection, then when they die for real. Scarlet Pupil heard this, and nodded slightly. If someone were to die without a means of resurrection, then they truly died. He still wanted to become a combat mage, and then go on an adventure with his brother. Scarlet Heaven Sword whispered, the boy's mental state isn't right. Why would someone long to experience death right after experiencing Song Shuhang's illusory reality, which allowed one to experience several terrifying deaths? Could it be because Song Shuhang's experience had become negative teaching material, causing Scarlet Pupil to have the erroneous notion of, you can just revive anyway? Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword transmitted using the secret sound transmission technique. Shuhang, ask him why exactly he wants to die. Song Shuhang asked, Senior also feels that something is wrong? He also felt that there was something wrong with Scarlet Pupil after hearing his reply. At the same time, Song Shuhang couldn't help but think of the results of the appraisal he got of Scarlet Pupil. It is recommended to re-register an account. How does a person re-register their own life? Was he supposed to put Scarlet Pupil back into his mother's body? Or was it hinting for him to reincarnate? Song Shuhang asked, Scarlet Pupil, can you describe this longing you feel more clearly? Scarlet Pupil honestly replied, my heart beats faster, and I don't feel afraid of death. Moreover, when I recall the scenes of your death, mister, I get the urge to die with you. Song Shuhang said, apologies, I don't want to die the same year, the same month, or the same day as you. Scarlet Pupil. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand, and laid it on Scarlet Pupil's head before urging the secret appraisal technique. The results he obtained were the exact same as what he got previously. It's a pity, my resurrection gold coins are still on my main body. Otherwise, we could have tried having Scarlet Pupil die once. Song Shuhang's mind suddenly jumped to this thought. Wait, WTF. He immediately shook his head. Had he recently become addicted to killing his teammates? This might be another disease that needed to be treated. Chapter 1687 I am truly worthy of being a man with a will as firm as steel. Life is precious, you shouldn't think of death so lightly. Trust me. After all, I have died so many times, and I have more experience in this than you. Song Shuhang patted Scarlet Pupil lightly. Practice diligently these coming days, I'll come to see you again after some time. Heavens, he really couldn't play the role of a life counselor. No matter what, he himself was still quite young. This kind of counseling for the mental health of teenagers should be left to professionals. In addition, the inspiration and insights from his main body and steel manifestation should be able to accumulate enough tonight. At that time, he'd be able to light up another 2 to 3 small golden cores. For now, he would focus on his seclusion for about 3 days. During this time, he couldn't let his primordial soul leave his body anymore. Yes, mister. Scarlet Pupil nodded vigorously. I will definitely practice hard in these coming days. When Mr. comes to visit me again, I will definitely have mastered the basic fist technique. When you've thoroughly mastered the basic fist technique, and the chants that come with it, a lot of your chi and blood energy will be consumed. At that time, you will need to consume a tonic to replenish it. When I come back in a few days, I will bring you a bit of body-tempering liquid and chi and blood pills to assist you in your cultivation. After Song Shuhang said this, his figure slowly disappeared. He'd left with Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword. Scarlet Pupil looked at the place where Song Shuhang had disappeared, staying still for a long time. After a while, he reached out and touched his chest. As he recalled Song Shuhang's many deaths, his heartbeat couldn't help but accelerate. Scarlet Pupil stayed in thought for a considerable length of time, and then said, I might be sick. Afterward, this single-celled boy stopped thinking about this cumbersome problem. One should not think about problems they couldn't figure out. His consciousness entered the learning God system, and he indulged himself in learning. Song Shuhang's primordial soul and senior Scarlet Heaven Sword Spirit returned to the Scarlet Dragon Cave. Scarlet Heaven Sword Spirit returned to its sword body. As for Song Shuhang's primordial soul, it floated to the side of Senior White's clone. Seeing that Senior White's clone was sleeping soundly, he couldn't resist the urge to raise his hand again. He wanted to test something out. Could his primordial soul directly use the saber nurturing technique? His primordial soul could even perform the secret appraisal technique, so the same should be true for the saber nurturing technique, right? He really had no other thoughts, and he wasn't even thinking of asking Senior White's clone for any help today. He was purely curious, and wanted to experiment. Just as Song Shuhang brought his palm closer, Senior White's clone's eyes opened, staring at Song Shuhang sharply. Do you want to experience falling from a height of 10,000 meters with your spiritual energy completely sealed? Or do you want to have a taste of what it feels like to be boiled in an extremely spicy hot pot? Song Shuhang shook his head hurriedly. He had a fear of high speeds and a fear of heights. Besides that, he also belonged to the group of people who weren't fond of eating spicy food. Senior White's clone sighed, and asked, "Go ahead, what's the problem this time?" Song Shuhang thought for a long time, but couldn't think of a reason, so he replied honestly, "Actually, I was simply curious. I wanted to test out and see if my primordial soul can cast magical techniques." Ha ha ha. Senior White's clone. In such a short few months, why had Song Shuhang changed from a pure little university student to what he was now? Just what had happened in the past few months? Senior White's clone felt that Song Shuhang's sickness might need to be treated. In the next moment, Song Shuhang suddenly felt that his primordial soul lost control. He felt as if he was stuffed into a washing machine, spinning like crazy. When this rotation finally stopped, he found that he was sandwiched in between a pair of giant palms. His primordial soul, which was originally in the form of a human, had been crumpled into a ball. My primordial soul can also take such a form? Song Shuhang asked in surprise. He wasn't surprised that his primordial soul had been kneaded into a ball, but he did get surprised at how his soul could actually get kneaded into a ball. While he was in thought, Song Shuhang felt like he had been thrown into a bell-like magical treasure. This is the Silent Bell, a rather interesting Taoist magical treasure, Senior White's clone said. When it shakes violently, it doesn't make a single sound. This is due to all the sounds converging inside the bell. It is a mind-tempering magical treasure that can allow a fellow Taoist with a chaotic inner mind to have their frame of mind tempered, and also allow them to reach a realm where they are impervious to desires and passions. As a result, they will be able to enter a state of seclusion faster. This is exactly what you need right now. Senior White's clone then gave the bell an order. Shake as strong as you can. Don't stop until I tell you to stop. The silent bell loyally executed its master's command and shook wildly. When the bell shook, no sound could be heard outside. But Song Shuhang, who was crumpled into a ball and stuffed inside the bell, could hear piercing and endless ringing in his ears. This sound was very magical, and it automatically tuned to things that Song Shuhang couldn't stand. For example, the ringing of his phone forcefully waking him up back when he had been studying for his entrance exams. Or the sound of his electronic alarm beeping loudly every morning to wake him up back when he was in elementary school. Or the crackling and rumbling of lightning from the heavenly tribulation, giving Song Shuhang a fright. These sounds were both refreshing and demonic. Moreover, this ringing directly affected his consciousness, and could not be blocked. Had it not been for Song Shuhang having been crumpled into a ball, he would have knelt against the wall of the bell. In the depths of these refreshing and demonic sounds, there were 4 voices reciting the Taoist canon. There was the voice of a young girl, the voice of a young man, the voice of a calm adult man, and the loud voice of an old man. The four voices slowly recited Taoist scripture, calming Song Shuhang's mood. Song Shuhang hurried to cooperate with them and returned to his senses, taking advantage of this opportunity to enter the correct state right away. Once in the right state of mind, although the harsh sounds continued to reverberate in his head, their impact on Song Shuhang continued to get smaller and smaller. I'm truly a man with a will as firm as steel. Song Shuhang's primordial soul gradually recovered from its spherical shape, and soon sat cross-legged as it entered a state of concentration. After a while, the ringing of the bell stopped. Song Shuhang inwardly asked, Senior White has given up so soon? Then, as soon as he raised his head, he discovered that the light in the Scarlet Dragon Cave had gotten dim. I remember that when I got back earlier today, it was still daytime. Why is it so dark already? Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword's voice sounded. Half a day has passed, it's already late at night now. Has your frame of mind recovered? Song Shuhang. It had been that long? In the bell, he felt as if only a moment had passed. Is this the feeling that the saying "a day in the cave, 1,000 years outside" refers to? Song Shuhang's primordial soul scratched its head, and returned to his clone's body. In the next moment, he felt the finishing touch. Inspiration from his main body in steel manifestation burst wildly. His consciousness entered the small golden core space. The first small golden cores, the forever impregnable holy city, as well as his sixth small golden core, the mechanical core reactor, were flashing brightly, waiting to receive their respective finishing touches. Song Shuhang opened his eyes, and asked, should I add the finishing touch now? Ever since you first entered this seclusion, 3 days have passed. You only have a total of 30 days to enter the 6th stage realm, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said. Don't waste time. While others only need to work on a single golden core when ascending from the 5th stage to the 6th stage, you need to deal with 7 small golden cores plus your lifebound whale core, for a total of 8 cores. If you continue wasting time, you'll be dead before you know it. Fairy Creation sang, Black Bazaar youth become a myth. No. That's not what I meant. I was just considering whether I should burn incense for better luck before I add my finishing touch. Song Shuhang looked at the Senior White's clone floating in the distance, and couldn't help but think of the scene when Soft Feather first met Senior White. Senior White, wish me good luck, Soft Feather had said back then while burning incense in a serious manner. Scarlet Heaven Sword. Behind Song Shuhang, Fairy Creation began to sing softly. She was using the ancient language, and softly sang a melody that Song Shuhang couldn't understand. Song Shuhang said, Thank you, Fairy. Fairy Creation singing was a great weapon for transcending the tribulation. At the same time, it could calm one's mind and enhance any inspiration they got. Afterward, he cupped his hands together and prayed silently. After praying, his consciousness reappeared inside his small golden core. The finishing touch for the first small golden core was in the right eye of the hidden composition, after the collapse of the holy city. The all-destroying giant. Song Shuhang willed it, and, the forever impregnable holy city, switched to its hidden form. In the hidden composition, the giant's right eye was blank. Song Shuhang stretched out his fingers, his heart surging with waves of comprehension from his main body. The sound of nature coming from Fairy Creation's voice also rang in his ears from time to time. At this moment, he was full of spiritual and mental energy and in great condition. This stroke will contain the concept of an enemy, a powerful enemy that destroyed the holy city. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand, and pointed it at the giant's right eye. As he did this, the energy of the golden core turned into the last drop of paint. This drop of paint fell in the giant's eye socket, and it spread out like ink falling in water, forming the giant's pupil. In the giant's pupil, a vague figure was reflected. This figure contained the concept of the enemy. And with that, the finishing touch was added. The first small golden core had successfully become a lustrous golden core. Song Shuhang's spiritual energy, divine sense, and physique had once again received an overall improvement, and along with that, he got an additional holy ape and scholarly scripture. Tyrannical Saber. The never-falling holy city. When he added the finishing touch, a dull roar faintly sounded from the all-destroying giant. The first small golden core was rather special when compared to the other 6 small golden cores. It was the only golden core that had been born from Song Shuhang's life-bound whale core. As it became a lustrous golden core, some energy was transmitted back to the life-bound whale core. The life-bound whale core seemed to have been stimulated, and shuddered slightly. Song Shuhang willed it, and immediately moved his consciousness to where the life-bound whale core was. However, the life-bound whale core had already stopped shaking, going back to being completely motionless. Soon after, Song Shuhang's consciousness left his original dantian. After adding the finishing touches to the golden core compositions of my clone, will my main body also be able to take the same steps? He thought to himself as he continued to wonder what exactly Lady Kuna was planning on doing. Perhaps the stimulation is not enough? Song Shuhang's consciousness entered the area of his core reactor. The core reactor's golden core composition, star of creation and destruction, was a 4-grid comic. For its finishing touch, it was also lacking an enemy, the target that was getting focused on by the star-destroying magical treasure. Compared to the eye of the all-destroying giant, the target that was getting focused on by the star-destroying magical treasure was much larger, and couldn't be completed with a single stroke. Song Shuhang lifted his finger, and felt the steel manifestation resonating with him in his heart. He had no idea what had happened to his steel manifestation after it fell into the hands of the Heavenly Emperor, but since it could still transmit some insights to him from time to time, it showed that it was at least alive. Song Shuhang drew a big circle at the place where the fire was concentrated. The golden core composition paint was like ink splashed on paper, spreading out, and forming a warped shadow. This warped shadow represented the concept of an enemy and was around the size of an asteroid. This was the enemy that required the attack of the star-destroying magical treasure in order to be destroyed. This finishing touch was also added. With that, the 5th small golden core, the core reactor, acquired a lustrous sheen to it. Subsequently, Song Shuhang's spiritual energy, divine sense, and physique all improved once again. And with another holy ape and scholarly scripture added to the bunch, he now had a total of 35 of each. But this time, the evolution of the core reactor did not stimulate his life-bound whale core in any way. Song Shuhang thought, it looks like the first small golden core really is quite special. After turning the 1st and 5th small golden cores into lustrous golden cores, Song Shuhang was still not done. His consciousness sank into the area of his 2nd small golden core, appearing before the colorful monster cores, the holy sword that brings the end to the world. What was missing in this golden core composition was the final boss, so it was in a similar situation to that of the 1st and 5th small golden core. With the accumulated insights from the previous 2 golden cores, perhaps I'll be able to add the finishing touch to this small golden core as well. Song Shuhang's consciousness descended to the colorful monster core. He stretched out his finger, and then froze for a while, not being able to bring himself to paint. Although he knew that it was lacking a final boss, this golden core composition was taken from a different angle from those on the 1st and 5th small golden core. In this golden core composition, the protagonist was holding the Holy Sword of the End, standing on the side of the netherworld realm with the universe as their enemy. The point of view was different, resulting in the concept of the enemy also being different. Song Shuhang softly said, "How troublesome." Currently, he was only short of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th small golden core. He already had a lead for the Sage's golden core composition on the 3rd small golden core, the virtuous diamond ball. He knew that the opportunity had something to do with Scarlet Pupil. As for the crystal-clear water pavilion golden core composition on the fourth small golden core, the royal blood demon core, although he didn't have a lead, he did have some clues. It was likely that he needed to look for either Pavilion Master Chu or Pavilion Master Chu 2. At that time, he might have to go back to the main world or the netherworld realm to find Pavilion Master Chu 2. Do I really have to skip the second small golden core, and work on the other two small golden cores first? Song Shuhang scratched his head. When it came to things that depended on chance, there really was no forcing it. Song Shuhang's consciousness withdrew from the small dantian. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "Not bad. Among all the cultivators I've met, this finishing touch of yours places you among the top 50 for how orderly it was." It had been watching Song Shuhang the entire time. "Thank you for watching over me, Senior." Song Shuhang smiled, and used the saber nurturing technique on it. "Children are worth teaching." Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword was very satisfied. Song Shuhang put down Scarlet Heaven Sword, went to Senior White's clone by walking on black lotuses, and then tried asking, "Senior White, can you help me connect with Senior White too?" Senior White's clone briefly replied, "Too tired." Language was an art, and it was not easy to be concise and understandable. Song Shuhang heard this, and his right hand instinctively moved over. "Senior White, would you like me to send you a round of soul nurturing technique to uplift your spirit?" Senior White's clone. "Soul nurturing technique, your sister. I know that it's just a variant of the sword nurturing technique, the saber nurturing technique. If you dare to use it on me, believe it or not, I'll send you into the secret realm of slowness as I did with Thrice Reckless back then. But for you, I won't even let you access the internet. This is bad, just thinking makes me feel so tired. I should just ignore him." Senior White's clone slowly closed his eyes again. When Song Shuhang saw that Senior White was about to go to sleep again, his right hand subconsciously stretched towards Senior White while trembling. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword below. "This child is done for, he's too far gone. I should contact little friend Tyrant Flood Dragon from that 9 Provinces #1 group and book a grave in their seabed cemetery. I recently heard that if you buy a big grave, you'll also get a free parking spot." Fortunately, compared to Senior Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, Song Shuhang had one advantage, and it was that he could sometimes hold back his desire to seek death. Before his hand could use the saber nurturing technique, Song Shuhang suddenly had an idea, which put an end to his natural death-seeking motion. He leaped up lightly, turned his body upside down, and performed stepping movements in the air. As his palm danced in the air, beautiful black lotuses condensed and supported them. A lotus would bloom with every step. "This is it." Song Shuhang chuckled. Then, he consciously controlled this lotus blooming steps ability, and then stepped with his other hand. A larger black lotus condensed. Moreover, under Song Shuhang's control, the newly born lotus did not dissipate immediately, instead, it maintained its lotus-like appearance. Afterward, Song Shuhang tried pouring spiritual energy into the black lotus. With the support of spiritual energy, the black lotus should be able to last for at least 1 day. It worked. Song Shuhang laughed and praised his wit. He stretched out his hand, and laid it on the lotus. The lotus was very soft, and there was a certain bounciness to it. A single small lotus could surprisingly hold the entire weight of Song Shuhang's body very easily. In addition, the black lotus let out a faint fragrance. Song Shuhang smiled slightly. While holding this big black lotus, he went beside Senior White's clone, then stuffed the black lotus in, letting it act as a pillow. A soft, buoyant, and fragrant pillow was created. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword below. It truly didn't know what to say anymore. Senior White's clone adjusted the position of his head comfortably with an expression of enjoyment on his face. It was perfect, a pillow was what he had been lacking. Song Shuhang asked, "How is it, Senior White? It's great, Senior White's clone said with his eyes closed. Song Shuhang struck while the iron was hot. I can make a black lotus pillow for Senior White like this every day. So, Senior White, can you help me contact Senior White Rabbit, too? Children are worth teaching. Senior White's clone adjusted to a more comfortable posture, and then said, continue with your seclusion, and bring your primordial soul out. I'll send it to my main body later. Success. Song Shuhang returned to his meditation position and brought his primordial soul out of his body. Senior White's clone casually touched Song Shuhang's primordial soul. In the next moment, a small black room-breaking disposable flying sword appeared next to Song Shuhang's primordial soul, picking him up and rushing forward. Ordinary spatial abilities would not allow one to move between the Black Dragon world and the Ancient Nether. So one needed to utilize the natural spatial ability of those giant turtles of disaster. Song Shuhang's primordial soul said, "Thank you, Senior White." As soon as he said that, the disposable flying sword used a secret method to pierce through space and traverse it. Before he left, with the corner of his eye, Song Shuhang saw Fairy Creation sneaking below the pillow Senior White's clone was lying on, and then quietly opening her small mouth. Song Shuhang. Does she want to nibble on Senior White's black lotus pillow? Fairy Creation, don't seek death. This black lotus and the white lotus produced from the lotus blossoming tongue aren't the same thing. Don't just nibble on any lotus you see. If you really want to eat lotuses, you can eat as much as you want when I come back. However, he didn't have the time to remind Fairy Creation before he left. When the small black room-breaking disposable flying sword reappeared with Song Shuhang in tow, he was already in the Ancient Nether. I didn't actually want to enter the Ancient Nether. I just wanted to chat with Senior White 2 remotely, and see if I could get some inspiration from him to light up my second small golden core. How did I end up in the Ancient Nether? Song Shuhang's primordial soul stopped on the disposable flying sword with a dazed expression on its face. Unless necessary, he did not want to enter the Ancient Nether. This was because he had offended the Ancient Nether's Chaos Will incarnation, getting even stabbed in the waist by the other party. Now, with his primordial soul entering the Ancient Nether world, how was that different from a sheep entering a tiger's mouth? Where are Senior White and Senior White 2? I need to quickly rendezvous with the two Senior Whites. Soon enough, his fear came true. Just as Song Shuhang was in thought, a scarlet figure condensed out of thin air in the distant void. The corners of Song Shuhang's primordial soul's mouth twitched. The scarlet figure's whole body seemed to be composed of lava, but one could vaguely discern that it was the figure of a woman. The moment she appeared, the entire Ancient Nether trembled. Her position in the Ancient Nether was the same as that of Senior White 2 and the Fat Ball in the Netherworld realm. As long as she appeared, the Ancient Nether would bend to her will. The incarnation of the Ancient Nether Chaos Will had made her appearance. She had lava as armor, evil energy as clothing, flames as her skirt armor, and the laws of the Ancient Nether as her spear. Song Shuhang's waist couldn't help but throb. One strike from that karmic spear could reverse cause and effect, ignoring all defenses, and hitting its target without fail. It's over. This was the Ancient Nether, this was her domain. As such, as soon as Song Shuhang appeared, she immediately sensed him. Song Shuhang called out, Senior White 2. Call me White Rabbit one more time, and you're dead. Senior White 2's voice sounded from behind Song Shuhang's primordial soul. At the same time, Senior White's voice also sounded. Why is your primordial soul in the Ancient Nether? It's too dangerous. Song Shuhang suddenly felt safe. Song Shuhang smiled dryly, and said, I came to the Ancient Nether to ask Senior White 2, the Netherworld Senior White, some questions. However, the most important thing is to take care of that woman across from us. She is the incarnation of the Ancient Nether Chaos Will, and I may have accidentally provoked her before. Senior White 2 asked, every time you provoke someone, don't you look at the other person's level? It's a miracle that you've been able to live until now. The big-eyed planet, the fat ball, the immortal stone giant who was later caught by the fat ball for research, as well as that immortal covered in eyes from the ancient heavenly city. These were the ones he knew of, but it seemed that Song Shuhang had provoked more than these. He really did have commendable talent when it came to provoking big shots. That's why I keep on dying again and again. Song Shuhang let out a long sigh. Moreover, he had no intention of provoking big shots every time, but it inexplicably happened. Senior White remarked, next time, you need to be more attentive. Don't be so reckless. I remember that, in the past, you used to be very careful. Song Shuhang assured, after this, I will be a silent and peace-loving man, practicing in seclusion without causing any trouble. Senior White 2 said, she's here. Opposite them, the Ancient Nether Chaos Will incarnation finished forming. She then flickered, crossing space and grabbing at Song Shuhang's primordial soul while hurriedly yelling, merge with me. Senior White's meteor sword swung lightly beside him. Meteor sword drew an arc with its new scabbard, blocking the hand that had grabbed at Song Shuhang's primordial soul. Senior White 2 curiously asked, Song Shuhang, why does she want to merge with you? Song Shuhang said, I don't know. When we first met, she was intent on killing me, and even stabbed me in the waist. But afterward, she took my clone with her, and suddenly changed her mind, wanting to merge with my clone. I feel that it might have something to do with the special physique that I possess, which caused her to covet my body. Senior White glanced at Song Shuhang. If her train of thought was normal, she wouldn't covet your physical body. She is the incarnation of the Ancient Nether Chaos Will, which means she belongs to the side of the netherworld. Your physical body contains copious amounts of virtue, and virtue protects your body. You've also cultivated the scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha, giving you a righteous body, and you've used the Buddhist system's fist technique to build your foundation. In addition, you practice that technique of the Western Holy Light system. With all this mess gathered together in your body, why would she want to take possession of your body? Song Shuhang suddenly thought of something, and asked, does Senior White 2 feel uncomfortable when close to me? As soon as he said that, Senior White 2 had already stretched out his hand, and crumpled his primordial soul into a ball. As long as you don't release your holy light, I won't be affected. But you've recently been leaping through levels really quickly, making me very uncomfortable. Song Shuhang. At the same time, the figure of the Ancient Nether Chaos Will arrived where Song Shuhang's primordial soul originally had been. The Ancient Nether Chaos Will incarnation stared at the two Senior Whites, and anxiously called out, give him to me. Her tone was full of urgency. She could sense that these two were difficult to deal with. Why do you want him? Senior White 2 asked. The Ancient Nether Chaos Will solemnly said, he originally belonged to me, we are one. Song Shuhang. Elder sister, when have I been one with you? You must have made a mistake, Senior White said calmly. He is not from this world, so there's no way that he used to be one with you. The Ancient Nether Chaos Will firmly said, I can't be mistaken. If that's what you're saying, I can tell you for sure that you've recognized the wrong person. Song Shuhang smiled slightly. If I were to guess, the person you're really referring to, must be slow-witted Song, right? Senior White, please let me return to my original state. He had been mistaken for someone else by many big shots, causing him to get sent flying several times. But in the end, the facts proved that these big shots had all mistaken him for another person. It wasn't him that did anything wrong, and it was all slow-witted Song's fault. Senior White 2 loosened his hand and restored Song Shuhang's primordial soul to its original shape. Song Shuhang replied, unfortunately, I am not slow-witted Song. Look carefully, there's a huge difference between me and him. Those big shots misrecognized him at first sight, but after they looked a bit more carefully, they'd immediately be able to distinguish him from slow-witted Song. This showed that there were still obvious differences between him and slow-witted Song. "I don't care about whoever this slow-witted Song you're talking about is, but you are mine no matter what." "There really is not much time," Ancient Nether Chaos Will said angrily. "If you two are going to hinder me, then don't blame me for being impolite. This is the Ancient Nether, this is my domain." As she became angry, the Ancient Nether boiled. The evil energy on the ground began spiking upwards, roiling fiercely. It was as if the entire world had become angry. She was using the energy of the entire Ancient Nether to deal with the obstacles in front of her. However, when she was halfway through with her words, she saw the black-clothed man opposite her wave his hand. In the next moment, the entire violent Ancient Nether calmed down. The evil energy obediently surrendered and calmed down. It was only in the depths of the world that evil energy continued making fierce waves, but even then, they were unable to billow too strongly. The Ancient Nether Chaos Will was stunned. She had a feeling in her heart. This man in black, like her, was also an incarnation of the Ancient Nether, as well as its ruler. Both parties held nearly the same authority. Ancient Nether Chaos Will suddenly panicked, and said, "You succeeded? Senior White too?" Ancient Nether Chaos Will frantically said, "He has already succeeded, and I cannot let him continue. If the Ancient Nether's authority is taken away by him, it will be completely over for us. Hurry up and merge with me so that we can still have a chance. We need to awaken quickly." Senior White too said, "Did she misunderstand something?" Senior White paid attention to the main point of her words. "It seems that someone wants to seize the authority of the ruler of this Ancient Nether. Can such a thing even be done?" Senior White too said, "In theory, it should be impossible. For a special existence like me, as long as I don't leave the netherworld, nobody can take away my authority. Even when the fat ball was born, it only ended up sharing the same authority as me. But, after all, this Ancient Nether was not the netherworld, and it was just a fragment of the previous world. There might be loopholes in the laws, which caused it to be different from the current netherworld realm." Senior White said, "Someone is coming." Behind the Ancient Nether Chaos Will, a dark shadow suddenly formed. The dark shadow raised its hand, turning into a demonic god pillar that suppressed the Ancient Nether Chaos Will. Boom! The demonic god pillar blasted down, and the Ancient Nether Chaos Will was unable to avoid it. To be precise, she seemed to have become fixed in place the moment she got ready to avoid it. It was only an instant, but it was enough for the demonic god pillar to come crashing down on her. A portion of the Ancient Nether Chaos Will was suppressed by the pillar, while the rest was torn apart by the impact. The torn portion split up into 5 smaller Chaos Will incarnations. The 5 roared, and then waved their hands together. The power of the entire Ancient Nether rushed towards the demonic god pillar, attempting to swallow it. But then, something strange happened. The whole churning Ancient Nether paused for another moment. The huge demonic god pillar swayed, smashing the 5 incarnations into pieces. This demonic god pillar seemed to have a restraining effect on the Ancient Nether Chaos Will. One of the smaller incarnations turned her head and glanced at Shuhang. Then, she suddenly stretched out her hand, and shot a karmic spear at him. Senior White too flicked his finger. Crack! The karmic spear snapped apart, and shattered into 2 pieces. One part directly dissipated and turned into evil energy of the Ancient Nether. The other part spun and landed in front of Shuhang's primordial soul. Shuhang's primordial soul stretched out its finger, carefully touching the tip of the spear. The secret appraisal technique was activated. Far away in the Scarlet Dragon Cave, his clone had to pay the price. The result of the appraisal appeared in Shuhang's mind. Karmic Spear Fragment. The Ancient Nether Chaos Will's divine weapon, formed by the materialization of the laws. It has the power to draw cause and effect and guide their power. Due to it being a small fragment, it can only be used once. No damage was dealt to the fingertip of his primordial soul. It appeared that this remaining half of the spear could no longer deal any damage to him. It seems like it's a good thing. Song Shuhang reached out and grabbed the spear. No matter what, it's still a divine weapon, and it just so happens to be a spear. Scarlet Pupil seems to want to use the spear, so if this were modified, could it be turned into a decent spear? Senior White curiously said, "Who is Scarlet Pupil? Haven't you been closing up recently?" "He's the little brother of Black Pupil 13. While I was in my seclusion, I felt something in my heart, so my primordial spirit left my body to settle karma with him." Song Shuhang sighed lightly. Senior White. Did you not misunderstand the word seclusion? At this time, the Ancient Nether Chaos Will had completely dissipated. Her body had merged back with the Ancient Nether, and was nowhere to be seen. She was an incarnation of the Ancient Nether's will, so she could exist anywhere in the Ancient Nether. As long as she was given some time, she could recondense her form. In the distance, the demonic god pillar turned into a human form again, its entire body shrouded in black mist. They looked over to the two whites and Song Shuhang again. In the end, their eyes fell on the remaining half of the karmic spear in Song Shuhang's hand. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand, and placed the half of the karmic spear on his back. This thing was his trophy. The figure on the opposite side slowly sank and disappeared, seeming to be scrupulous about the two whites. Song Shuhang asked, "Is that the big shot trying to seize the Ancient Nether's authority?" This big shot looked incredibly powerful. His demonic god pillar completely restrained the Ancient Nether Chaos Will. While inside the Ancient Nether, he was actually able to beat up the Ancient Nether Chaos Will. Just how strong was he? Senior White 2 responded, "That should be the case. This is an existence at the immortal realm, and they're no ordinary immortal." Song Shuhang asked, "Is he at the level of the sage?" Senior White 2 said, "I'm afraid that there's only a thin line between them. I would like to know why that Ancient Nether Chaos Will believed herself to be one with Song Shuhang." Senior White looked at Song Shuhang. "What have you been doing the past few days?" Song Shuhang guessed, "I didn't do anything. I just accidentally provoked the Ancient Nether Chaos Will." "Right, my steel manifestation was involved in a strange sun boat ceremony, and became a small sun. After a few days, the Heavenly Emperor appeared while possessing Soft Feather's ghost spirit, and took away my steel manifestation along with the small sun. Could that be related to this? Perhaps the original owner of the sun boat, the Star Nation Princess, has something to do with the Ancient Nether Chaos Will." Senior White 2 nodded silently. Song Shuhang was really a professional when it came to provoking big shots. After that, I was brought into Sage Monarch Melon Eater's 9th stage Heavenly Tribulation. At this moment, my main body is still being struck by lightning. I need to ascend to the 6th stage in 30 days in order to get my main body sucked out of the Heavenly Tribulation realm, Song Shuhang said with a bitter expression as he suddenly remembered another thing. Then, switching to secret sound transmission, he said, "I also became allies with who I suspect is the Will of the Dragon Network. Perhaps the reason I was mistaken for someone else also has something to do with this. After all, if we were to talk about merging, then the target of the Ancient Nether's will should be the Dragon Network's will." Senior White 2 said, "There is no need to use voice transmission. With me here, no one can hear or sense what we're saying." Senior White said, "The Star Nation Princess and the alliance with the Black Dragon World's Dragon Network. These two are the most likely reasons you were misrecognized. Anyways, you should avoid running around the Ancient Nether. Wait until we get back to find you." Song Shuhang nodded vigorously. He would never have come to the Ancient Nether if it weren't for the misunderstanding with Senior White's clone. Senior White asked, "What did you come looking for us for?" Song Shuhang said, "Right, I almost forgot about that. My second small golden core's golden core composition is lacking its final boss. However, I lacked inspiration, so I wanted to come to Senior White 2 to see if I could gain something. In the next moment, Song Shuhang got crumpled into a ball again. I've seen your second golden core composition, but its style is different from mine. Although I am the ruler of the netherworld, I have never fought the main world. Before I ascended, I was very popular, and my friends were all over the universe. Therefore, it was impossible for me to be besieged by the main world. On the contrary, it is the fat ball that fits the style of your golden core composition. How about we go and trouble the fat ball after we return to the main world? Senior White 2 proposed. Thank you, Senior White, but there's no need for that. I want to live a little longer, Song Shuhang tactfully refused. Alright then, Senior White, if this is the case, please send me back. I will just have to think of something else. Senior White brought out a small black room-breaking disposable flying sword, and touched it lightly. The flying sword went under Song Shuhang's ball-shaped primordial soul. By the way, Senior White suddenly thought of something. What is your QR code golden core composition like? When he got the news last time, he wanted to see Song Shuhang's QR code golden core composition with his own eyes. I actually forgot about that. Seniors Whites, can you try adding me as a friend? After Song Shuhang said that, he projected his QR code golden core composition. The two Senior Whites were not connected to either the Virtuous Network or the Dragon Network, so would they be able to add him as a friend? This is unfair, all right? In theory, one could not be added as a friend without having registered in the Virtuous Network or the Black Dragon World's Dragon Network. That being the case, would the two Senior Whites be able to add him as a friend? Song Shuhang was very curious about this. With the two Senior Whites' luck, which allowed them to pretty much get whatever they wanted, what would be the result of them scanning the QR code? Senior White looked down at the QR code golden core composition as if he wanted to dig it out to study it. How do I add you as a friend? Song Shuhang replied, you can use your mental energy to scan the QR code. After that, a prompt should pop up. I've tried this with several people, and the prompt wasn't the same for everyone. There were some who could add me as a friend, some who could add me as an ally, and some who were told to upgrade, and couldn't add me as a friend. I'll give it a try. Senior White overlaid his mental energy onto the QR code golden core composition projected by Song Shuhang. After a while, Song Shuhang curiously asked, did you get a prompt? Senior White said, wait, the response seems to be very slow. It seems the signal isn't good. Could it be that the signal is delayed because you're only a primordial soul right now? Song Shuhang. There is a lag for this kind of thing? Senior White 2 said, let me give it a try. After saying that, he also scanned Song Shuhang's QR code with his mental energy. When Senior White 2's mental energy swept over it, a prompt popped up in front of his eyes. The appearance of the prompt was accompanied by a beep sound. The prompt said, unable to add Song Shuhang as a friend. Please ask him to switch the line. Senior White immediately said, Shuhang, try switching the line. Song Shuhang was dumbfounded. What line? And how do I switch it? I don't have any idea what you're talking about. Senior White 2 smiled, and said, I've received a prompt telling me to tell you to switch the line, and there's more that came with it. It's asking me if I want to force you to switch it? Does it even need to be said? Of course, it's a yes from me. Song Shuhang hurriedly said, Senior White T, stop. Shouldn't we first discuss if forcing me to switch the line could affect me negatively? I'm too witty to be able to think of changing to stop so quickly. My vocabulary truly is profound. I managed to avoid another catastrophe today. In addition, he had become very sensitive to the sudden prompts from the QR code golden core composition, worried that there might be pitfalls in them. How could he not? He had been pulled into Sage Monarch Melon Eater's heavenly tribulation because of one of them. What should he do if something did happen when he switched the line? It's better to research it a bit more. Thinking deeply before making a decision is good practice. Too late, I have already agreed to force you to switch the line, Senior White 2 said. Also, I've already told you many times that I have a mind-reading technique. Song Shuhang. Senior White, can't there be any more trust between us? The mind-reading technique makes it impossible for us to communicate properly. Whatever happened to the basic trust between people? You mentioned my name yourself. That was what activated my mind-reading technique, and now you're blaming me? Senior White 2 smiled slightly, and then laughed very coldly. He didn't have the habit of using the mind-reading technique all day long, but as the ruler of the netherworld, when others called him in their minds or called out titles related to him, he had the tendency to use his authority as a ruler to activate the mind-reading technique. Song Shuhang. He felt that this might be the reason why many big shots became loners. Big shots were simply too astounding, and had too many passive skills. Among their many skills were some that had the friendship-ending effect, and this was likely why they tended to have fewer friends. While he was thinking this, a beep sounded in his consciousness. Immediately afterward, a message appeared in his mind. Temporarily switching to a special line. Yes/yes. Song Shuhang. This is so unfair. If there isn't even a no option, why are you even giving me the ability to choose? The reason why 2 yes options appeared should be because Senior White 2's authority was too high. Because of that, switching lines became mandatory, and he didn't have the authority to choose a no. Song Shuhang said, I've switched to a special line. Can you try again? Beep. At this moment, a sound rang in Senior White's ear. Do you want to add little friend Shuhang as a close friend? Yes/no. The prompt appeared. It's asking me if I want to add you as a close friend, Senior White said. After saying that, he reached out, and clicked on the yes option. Song Shuhang asked, besides a friend and ally, there's also a close friend? It sounded like it was a step further than friends? Or was it just a different way of calling it? While talking, Senior White had already confirmed the relationship with him as a close friend. The two raised their heads at the same time, and looked at each other. Nothing changed, Senior White replied after feeling it out a little. Song Shuhang looked at Senior White, and felt that nothing much had changed. It wasn't like when he added others as friends, and felt the relationship between him and whoever had added him become more intimate. Could this be the difference between close friends, and allies? Song Shuhang guessed, and said, I didn't feel much change either. Maybe it's because the relationship between me and Senior White was already excellent, so even after becoming close friends, there was hardly any change between us. Or, could it be that the favorable impression that he had of Senior White was already maxed, and no matter how much it was enhanced, it wouldn't change? While in thought, Song Shuhang suddenly felt his eyes light up. In front of his eyes, there were suddenly many strange marks. These marks gradually became clear. A golden line had formed between him and Senior White, connecting them together. At the same time, there were many other colorful lines extending out from him. Blue threads, white threads, black threads, gold threads, and 3 7-colored threads, most of them plunged into the void, with no end in sight. These are my karmic threads? Song Shuhang had come into contact with these threads a long time ago. The number of blue lines had remained unchanged, staying at about 100. Song Shuhang previously guessed that the blue lines were his family members or relatives, and the numbers probably matched. Song Shuhang softly said, I'm now quite certain that the blue lines should be family. The white lines numbered the most. Previously, there were thousands of lines, but now, it had surged to a countless number. Song Shuhang felt like he had become a tentacle monster, with countless white lines covering his field of vision. For the white lines to surge to this number in just a few months, Song Shuhang could only think of one possible reason why: the show of divinity. This must be because of the impregnating gaze. The white lines should have been those whom he had made contact with, but merely passers-by, without much, if any, emotions between them. But what did the other lines represent? The white ones were the karmic threads of passers-by. Song Shuhang reached out to move apart the dense number of white lines, and looked at the special blood-red lines. The number of blood-red lines had also increased greatly. Song Shuhang remembered that he had only seen 6 of these blood-red lines when he first got to see the karmic threads. But now, the number of blood-red lines that were extending out from his body had exploded into the hundreds. Unlike other karmic threads, the blood-red karmic threads were broken, and the other end of the line was fluttering with the wind, having no destination. If I have to guess, these blood-red ones should be my enemies, and they should be the ones who have already passed away. The numbers do seem to match. These should be Altar Master, the Celestials, the Sea Urchin Warriors, and some evil demons of the Netherworld, as well as the zombies and evil beasts of the Black Dragon World, Song Shuhang thought to himself. Due to them having already passed away, these lines were broken, and fluttered with the wind. It was worth mentioning that among the many blood-red lines, the Celestials and the Sea Urchin Warriors contributed to over half of the total. There really were only a few enemies of his who had passed away. If these blood-red lines are enemies that have died, then these black lines should be enemies that are still alive, right? Song Shuhang thought. Song Shuhang remembered that there had only been 5 black lines extending from his body previously. At that time, he had few enemies. Young Master Hai's trio and some assassins from the organization that antagonized the 33 Divine Beasts sect were the only ones who were his enemies. But now, the number of black lines on his body had multiplied by several times, and some of them were extremely thick. While others were mere threads, these black lines were like thick ropes. Song Shuhang could easily guess to whom these black lines belonged even if he had to guess with his toes. Among these extremely thick black karmic threads, there was definitely the Netherworld's fat ball, the big-eyed planet, and perhaps the Heavenly Emperor, and the immortal with arms covered in eyes. In addition, the stone giant that had troubled Song Shuhang in the past might also be one of them. Among the black lines, there were 2 thin black lines that twisted around and pierced Song Shuhang's side. These 2 should be the 6th stage celestial he had in his inner world, as well as demon monarch Anji, whom he was preparing to gift to Little 16. Since these 2 were still alive, they were also black lines. Then, this golden karmic thread should represent the relationship between me and Senior White. Song Shuhang raised his head and looked at Senior White. While Song Shuhang observed the karmic threads, the golden karmic thread between him and Senior White kept changing. Song Shuhang was slightly disappointed that it hadn't become as thick as a rope. However, the color of the golden karmic thread was constantly deepening. The golden color soon turned into a dark gold color. In the time that it took for Song Shuhang to blink, this dark gold transformed into lustrous gold. This color-changing process feels quite familiar. Wait, isn't this the same order that the color of the golden core progresses? From the pale gold of the solid golden core, to the dark gold of the purple golden core, and then finally to the lustrous color of the lustrous golden core, Song Shuhang couldn't help but rant. In other words, the relationship between him and Senior White was that of a lustrous gold karmic thread. However, there's still a difference from golden cores. Eventually, a lustrous golden core will evolve into a spirit lake. Does this lustrous gold karmic thread also have the ability to transform? Senior White, all that time, Song Shuhang had been talking to himself non-stop. It was a one-man show. Seeing him being so into it, Senior White felt rather hesitant to interrupt him. The karmic threads, Senior White. Song Shuhang smiled, and said, I saw the karmic threads. The karmic thread between you and me has a lustrous gold color. From the content of your monologue, I could guess, Senior White said. So the karmic thread between us has a lustrous gold color? Song Shuhang said, yup. Senior White too asked, then what about us? After saying that, he reached out and pressed the yes option on the prompt box in front of his eyes. There was a slight difference between the content of Senior White 2's prompt and Senior White's. Do you want to add little friend Shuhang ## as a pet #1 as a close friend? Yes/no. It was precisely because the content of this prompt was rather crooked that Senior White 2 had been struggling for a good while on what to press. Isn't a pet something good? Why is it crossed out? For a moment, he had the urge to press no to try again. But after thinking about it for so long, he decided to press the yes option. Regardless, it was the same to him. Song Shuhang replied, it's also a golden karmic thread. The color is deepening now. It went from pale gold to dark gold, and it has now changed to lustrous gold. Is lustrous gold the limit? Senior White 2 squeezed his chin, and said, is there nothing beyond that? It's unlikely, unless. Well, there is no unless. Song Shuhang promptly pinched the death-seeking thought in his mind. Being outspoken was a sickness, but as long as he was paying very close attention, he could sometimes avoid seeking death in time. At the side, Senior White was sitting on a rock in the ancient nether. Meteor sword was planted in the ground, and he was resting his chin on its hilt, looking like he was in deep thought. Senior White replied, I also feel that the golden karmic thread should still be able to transform. Just like Shuhang said just now, since golden cores can evolve into spirit lakes, then perhaps the lustrous gold karmic threads can also evolve into something. We can do some research on it when we're free. Senior White 2 said, there's little value in researching this. Over the long lives that cultivators have, the chances of seeing karmic threads are extremely low. There are many cultivators who never even get to see karmic threads in their entire life. After seeing it this time, who knows how many months or years it would take before Shuhang sees them again. Even if the karmic threads did evolve, if they couldn't be seen, there wasn't much meaning to them. Senior White regretfully said, that's true. Well, what a pity. I was quite interested in knowing whether or not karmic threads could evolve. Just as Senior White said that, Song Shuhang saw the karmic thread between himself and Senior White begin to change. The lustrous gold karmic thread had one of its ends connected to Song Shuhang, while the other had pierced through his primordial soul, going further into the void and directly appearing in the small dantian of his main body. The lustrous gold karmic thread lightly touched Song Shuhang's first small golden core. This small golden core had some karma with Senior White. Song Shuhang's cultivation technique, the 33 divine beasts technique, was a version modified by Senior White himself. This small golden core was the one that Song Shuhang had condensed when he had ascended to the 5th stage. In addition, the name of this small golden core was Tyrannical Saber. This was the Taoist name given to Song Shuhang by Senior White. Therefore, when the small golden core made contact with the lustrous gold karmic thread, it immediately resonated. 1. This is supposed to be crossed out, but there is no such option on Inkstone. There's no such thing. It's really changing, Song Shuhang said in surprise. Senior White was suddenly enlivened. The karmic thread is evolving? Song Shuhang replied, Senior White's karmic thread bound itself to my first small golden core. But as of the moment, nothing else has happened to it. There was some karma between his first small golden core and Senior White. However, there was also a lot of karma between the small golden core and Senior White 2. Senior White 2 had helped him a lot when he was forging the 33 divine beasts combined magical treasure. Moreover, Senior White 2 had also helped Song Shuhang when he was transcending the heavenly tribulation in the Netherworld's demonic tribulation realm. So was the karmic thread for Senior White 2 going to change as well? Just as Song Shuhang was thinking about it. Sure enough, Senior White 2's karmic thread also pierced through Song Shuhang's soul, plunged directly into the void, and extended into the small dantian in Song Shuhang's main body. However, Senior White 2's karmic thread did not bind itself to the first small golden core. Instead, it linked itself to Song Shuhang's second small golden core, the colorful monster core. Although the karma between Senior White 2 and the first small golden core wasn't shallow, his karma with the second small golden core was much deeper. The golden core composition, the world-ending Holy Sword of the End, on the second golden core was based on the Holy Sword of the End, and the nominal owner of this sword was Senior White 2. In addition, this golden core composition was portrayed from the perspective of the Netherworld, which was much more in line with Senior White 2's identity. Moreover, the colorful monster core inherited the title, Tyrannical Song. This title was also the name that Senior White 2 recognized Song Shuhang by, and even the demonic hamster and the little son, Your Busy T233, called Song Shuhang Tyrannical Song. What happened to it? Senior White was curious. Song Shuhang replied, I haven't seen any specific changes to it for the time being. Could it be that after my lustrous golden core evolves into a spirit lake, the karmic threads will change as well? Disappointed, Senior White said, there's not much meaning in that. When you ascend to the 6th stage, we have no way of seeing your karmic threads, so we won't know what changes would happen to them. Song Shuhang said, who knows, I might just be able to see these karmic threads again by then. After all, the last time I saw these karmic threads was in mid-July, which was only about 3 months ago. Senior White 2. Are karmic threads no different from rice for you such that you can see them whenever you want? For you to have been able to see them twice over a few months, do the karmic threads no longer have any shame? Song Shuhang suddenly said, oh, something's happening. However, what was happening was not related to the karmic threads, but to his second small golden core. The golden core composition of the second small golden core, the world-ending Holy Sword of the End, was only missing the finishing touch, which in this case was the final boss. Song Shuhang wanted to seek some guidance from Senior White 2 to see if he could get the inspiration he needed to finish the composition, but Senior White 2 said that he couldn't do much about it, as his perspective was completely different from the protagonist in Song Shuhang's golden core composition. But now, when Senior White 2's karmic thread had wrapped around the colorful monster core, the golden core composition was stimulated. The golden core composition became active, and endless inspirations exploded in Song Shuhang's mind. There were so many things that came to him that Song Shuhang had the illusion that it was too late for him to organize these inspirations. He really experienced being assaulted by inspiration with no way of stopping it. When you aren't inspired, you wish to find inspiration, but to no avail. Nevertheless, when inspiration does come, the desire and impulse in your heart to paint the world with a brush cannot be suppressed. What happened to it? Both Senior Whites were very curious. Song Shuhang happily replied, my second small golden core's golden core composition has begun to change, and I can add the finishing touch now. Senior White 2 suddenly got the urge to roll Song Shuhang into a ball again. Song Shuhang asked, I want to complete the composition right now. Senior White, can I add the finishing touch? Although he was in a primordial soul state, with the two Senior White's karmic threads connecting him with his main body's small dantian, he could feel that he would be able to immediately add the finishing touch. Alright, I will protect you, Senior White said. Perhaps after the finishing touch was added, the karmic threads would change. Song Shuhang's consciousness quickly sank into the colorful monster core, and entered the golden core composition space. The world-ending Holy Sword of the End was repeatedly flashing, as if urging Song Shuhang to add the last stroke. It was worth mentioning that this golden core composition was the most normal one among the 7 small golden core compositions that Song Shuhang had. It was not a flippable composition, a dynamic composition, a Drost effect composition, a 4-grid comic composition, a QR code, or a line point network composition. It was a normal and proper golden core composition. Song Shuhang softly said, amidst a group of unusual compositions, being ordinary becomes rare. Then, he stretched out his hand, and brought it down to the area where the final boss was to be added. This final boss was an enemy but also on the side of the main world, with them being someone very influential in the universe. A villainous character wouldn't be too suitable here. The big-eyed planet was a good choice, but it was already on the front image of Song Shuhang's first golden core composition. The fat ball was on the side of the netherworld, so it did not fit this role. So, what kind of boss should he add here? Song Shuhang pointed his finger, and he drew a fuzzy human-shaped figure with a long stroke, one with a structure similar to that of a stickman. The painting was rough, but that didn't really matter. The golden core composition would automatically make up for it. Similar to the previous finishing touch, like ink dripping into the water and spreading into a beautiful ink flower, the structure of this stickman also spread out. Finally, it formed into an embryonic form of Senior White. Song Shuhang. Is the final boss of the golden core composition going to be Senior White too? I'm dead. If Senior White too caught sight of his golden core composition, Shuhang would have to change his name to Song, I'm Dead, Shuhang. Should I consider blowing this golden core up? As if responding to the sharp fluctuations in Song Shuhang's mood, the final boss changed. In the end, it became the human form of the fat ball. Song Shuhang. Sure enough, the saying that a golden core composition is without regrets is a lie, right? The finishing touch was added. The colorful monster core evolved into a lustrous monster core. Afterward, the entire golden core composition spread out flatly above the ball as if the latter was squashed. Song Shuhang discovered that the golden core composition had experienced some changes. On one side, there was a picture that reminded him of Senior White, in the world-ending Holy Sword of the End composition, countless small and large figures of characters, weapons, and magical techniques fused together to form a bigger picture. On the other side was, instead, a picture of Senior White too. Looking at it now, the colorful monster core was actually a photographic mosaic. The normal golden core composition was gone. A normal style? There was no such thing. Chapter 1694 Unexpected. While Song Shuhang was in thought, the lustrous colorful monster core reinflated, and went back to what it used to be in its round state. The golden core composition on it returned to be the world-ending Holy Sword of the End, with the final boss being the humanoid version of the liquid metal ball. There wasn't anything out of the ordinary. Song Shuhang let out a breath of relief, and got his consciousness to leave the golden core composition space. After his consciousness returned, he immediately lowered his head and looked at the 2 lustrous karmic threads on his chest. Their colors remained the same, as did their thickness. Nothing had happened to them. With his chin still resting on the hilt of Meteor Sword, Senior White asked, "You successfully added your finishing touch?" Song Shuhang nodded. "Yes, it's done." Senior White too asked, "Did the karmic threads evolve?" Song Shuhang shook his head. Senior White too said, "After all that time, you only added your finishing touch? What's the point of keeping you here? Away you go." The finishing touch is a major event in a person's life. Song Shuhang's primordial soul was picked up by a disposable flying sword and instantly brought into the air, quickly disappearing from their sight. When Song Shuhang's figure disappeared, a wave of evil energy surged up in the ancient nether, with a spatial gate opening in an attempt to intercept Song Shuhang. It was the Ancient Nether Chaos Will. However, Song Shuhang wasn't using an ordinary spatial passage. Instead, he was utilizing the special space-traversing ability of the giant turtles of disaster. The Ancient Nether Chaos Will failed to intercept Song Shuhang, and so the evil energy returned to tranquility. Senior White too softly said, "This guy still hasn't given up on Song Shuhang." Senior White responded, "Let's plant more wards in the rest of the Ancient Nether first. After that, we can try looking for her and talk to her. As long as it's just a misunderstanding, then it's something that can be cleared up." "You have a point." Senior White too clenched his fists lightly. There were indeed many ways to resolve misunderstandings. Senior White too said, "In addition, that figure who used a demonic god pillar and attempted to plunder the authority of the ruler of the Ancient Nether," Senior White said, "that guy should be the immortal demonic cultivator who planted some of the pillars, right? That guy was someone who had failed to become the wielder of the Heaven's Will but managed to stay alive, avoiding the retaliation of the wielder of the will by escaping into the Ancient Nether." The two Senior Whites had seen pillars similar to the demonic god pillar planted in the Ancient Nether while they'd been inserting their own. Senior White too said, "The matters of the Ancient Nether have nothing to do with us. Generally speaking, we should not intervene in things like this." Senior White responded, If they don't involve us in their matters, I have no interest in intervening either. My interest only lies in these nodes that we can plant in the Ancient Nether." Senior White too said, "I completely agree with you." The two Seniors Whites smiled slightly. It was a picturesque scene. Song Shuhang's primordial soul soon returned to the Scarlet Dragon Cave. Senior White used his clone as the coordinates, sending him back here with only a few centimeters of deviation. As soon as Song Shuhang's primordial soul appeared, he saw Senior White's clone looking up at the sky with an expression that seemed to say, "Life has no meaning," on his face. Senior White's clone was still covered by the sheet and floating in the air. He had a huge black lotus beneath his head while being in a very fitting sleeping posture. However, right below him to his right, Fairy Creation could be seen sneaking glances at the black lotus from time to time. There were several orderly gaps on the black lotus, and these gaps seemed to match Fairy Creation's teeth very well. Song Shuhang. Without anyone having to explain to him, he could already picture the scene of Fairy Creation prowling like a cheetah in the dark, waiting for Senior White's clone to fall asleep before taking a bite out of the black lotus, getting immediately sent flying by him right after. At this moment, it appeared as if Senior White's clone was unable to deal with Fairy Creation at once. Was it that he was simply too lazy to seal her up? On the other hand, Fairy Creation had yet to give up on eating the black lotus. From the several bite marks evident on the lotus, it could be discerned that she had succeeded several times. Due to her constant staring, Senior White's clone's whole body felt uncomfortable, and he found himself unable to fall asleep. Currently, Senior White's clone was floating in the air, and struggling to decide between two things. Should he climb out of the warm sheet and deal with Fairy Creation? Or should he just stay in bed, and let Fairy Creation gnaw on the black lotus? Getting up and dealing with the other party felt like it'd be extremely tiring. However, if Fairy Creation were not dealt with, then he definitely wouldn't be able to keep his black lotus. Was there anything that he could do to kill two birds with one stone? Not good. I feel tired just from thinking so much. At that moment, Song Shuhang appeared. Senior White's clone's eyes were filled with joy and stared at him. Ahem. Song Shuhang looked down, and said, "Fairy Creation, can you stop going for Senior White's black lotus? If you want, I can make a white lotus or even several black lotuses for you." Fairy Creation heard this, and made a big circle with her hands. "Same day, same face, same me right in front of you," Song Shuhang replied, "Understood. I can guarantee that it'll be the same size." Fairy Creation nodded in satisfaction. Song Shuhang started making lotus flowers for Fairy Creation. At the same time, he saw that he and Fairy Creation were also connected by a karmic thread. Although they had a golden karmic thread, it was only a pale gold. I can still see the karmic threads. Song Shuhang turned his head, and looked at Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword. There was a karmic thread between him and Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword as well, and it was dark golden. My relationship with Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword is that much better than with fairy creation? After Song Shuhang thought for a while, he thought of a possibility. Scarlet Heaven Sword found itself being stared at intently by Song Shuhang. Why are you staring at me like that? Song Shuhang chuckled, and as his primordial soul returned to his body, he gave Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword 2 rounds of the saber nurturing technique. So comfortable. The effect has improved. Did you light up another golden core? Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said with satisfaction. Song Shuhang replied, yes, Senior, I've also lit up my second small golden core. Sure enough, as the 2 rounds of the saber nurturing technique took effect, the karmic thread between him and Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword slightly deepened in color. The golden, karmic thread truly was the karma between fellow Taoists. Then, what were the 3 special 7-colored lines for? Song Shuhang began to study these 3 7-colored lines carefully. The end of the first 7-colored line was also someone who had a pink line connected to them. Song Shuhang had an impression of this line. This should be the karmic thread between him and Lady Onion. The second line. Song Shuhang tried following this karmic thread. In the end, a giant whale the size of an island appeared in Song Shuhang's eyes. Sage Monarch Melon Eater? This was completely beyond Song Shuhang's expectations. He didn't expect that a 7-colored line connected him to Senior Melon Eater. So, what did Senior Melon Eater and Lady Onion have in common? Chapter 1695. Lie down and wait for the golden core composition to be completed on its own. Song Shuhang thought about it for a long time. If there really was any similarity between the two, then it was that he had eaten both. Song Foodie Shuhang. When it came to Lady Onion, who knew how many times he had pinched off her onion sprouts? As for Sage Monarch Melon Eater, did it even have to be said? If this was the fate for those with the 7-colored karmic thread, then, who was the third one? Song Shuhang could easily recall having consumed Lady Onion's onion sprouts and Sage Monarch Melon Eater's body. Besides that, he had swallowed the demonic hamster alive, but he had not consumed it, so that shouldn't count. That being said, who else had been eaten by him and hadn't died, because if the other party had died, then their karmic thread should have been broken. Song Shuhang tried following this 7-colored karmic thread to see whom it was connected to. After a while, he reached the other end of the line. As soon as he reached the end, Song Shuhang's eyes widened, and he quickly cut off the connection. This was because the other party was the fat ball. When Song Shuhang followed the third 7-colored karmic thread, what he found at the other end was the Netherworld realm's liquid metal ball. When he saw the fat ball, the other party was in the middle of digging a hole in the Netherworld. He could not discern what exactly it was trying to do, though. When Song Shuhang sensed the fat ball also sensed Song Shuhang. For existences at this level, just thinking of their name or nickname while one was in the Netherworld would alert them, let alone when Song Shuhang followed along a karmic thread and went right to them. The fat ball directly locked onto Song Shuhang's coordinates, ready to kill the other party in a single breath from afar. However, just when it locked onto Song Shuhang's coordinates, the coordinates suddenly changed. Just as the liquid metal ball was preparing to launch a long-range attack at Song Shuhang, it suddenly discovered that Song Shuhang's coordinates were actually in a 9th-stage heavenly tribulation realm. The fat ball. F***CK. It almost ran straight into the heavenly tribulation realm. It was a trap. It was a despicable and shameless trap designed to have its energy drawn over to the heavenly tribulation realm in order to pit it against the power of the heavenly tribulation. There was only one person in the entire universe who would do something so despicable. The liquid metal ball roared, "White, a bastard like you should be buried in holy light." You actually set up such a despicable trap. With its anger, the entire netherworld realm boiled, the evil energy rolled, and some low-level creatures of the netherworld even found themselves trembling. The evil energy of the netherworld erupted like volcanoes time and again. Its roar echoed throughout the entire netherworld realm. Senior White 2's main body in the netherworld had a baffled expression on his face. He stretched out his hand, and scratched his head. What did I do? When did I set up a trap for the fat ball? And for it to even be a trap that it calls despicable? I've been very busy recently, and I haven't had the time to arrange any traps. The liquid metal ball roared, I'll definitely beat you up, just you wait. As soon as Senior White 2 heard this, he immediately got excited. Ha ha ha, come here and beat me up. If you're angered by my trap, then come at me. Provoking the fat ball made him feel the happiest. As long as it was a trap that could provoke the fat ball, even if it wasn't him who had set it up, he was willing to take the blame for it. He voluntarily took this blame as he liked seeing the fat ball jumping in anger. The liquid metal ball roared, when I've completed my big plan, you'll definitely die without a grave. Senior White 2 happily said, alright, hurry up and finish that 111th plan of yours. There's no need to be polite with me, use everything you've got. If you don't use 100% of your skills, you're my grandson. The fat ball's big plans were already in the hundreds. Ever since the fat ball had taken office, it had constantly been trying to kill or seal Senior White 2. But to this point, all of the fat ball's ingenious plans had failed midway. Instead, Senior White 2 had managed to carry out counterattacks against the fat ball, and succeeded many times. Eating the best delicacies, sleeping soundly, and provoking the fat ball, Senior White 2 felt that life was simply great. At the Scarlet Dragon Cave, Song Shuhang's body was covered in a cold sweat. He thought that the fat ball would immediately conduct a counterattack, but unexpectedly, it didn't do anything. Did the fat ball disdain to even attack him? Or was it too busy at the moment to bother with him? Was digging that hole in the netherworld really that important? More important than fighting me? However, why is the third seven-colored karmic thread connected to the fat ball? Song Shuhang began to wonder if he had guessed wrong. He had never eaten the fat ball, and even if he did want to eat the other party, he didn't have a strong enough digestive system to do so. Perhaps the seven-colored karmic thread did not pertain to his eating of Lady Onion and Sage Monarch Melon Eater? Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword asked, Shuhang, what did you do just now? Why do I feel like you just went and did something very dangerous? I almost died just now. Fear still lingered in Song Shuhang's heart. But it's not that big of a problem, I'm just a clone. The clone could still be recondensed even if it died, just that it would be quite troublesome pulling his clone out from the 9th stage heavenly tribulation realm again. I was looking at my karmic threads, Song Shuhang replied. I chanced upon the opportunity to see the karmic threads connected to me today. And so, when I followed one of the karmic threads, it brought me to the netherworld's fat ball. When the other party sensed me, it launched a long-range attack at me, giving me a fright. Scarlet Heaven Sword. We're so far from the netherworld, yet you still manage to provoke the ruler of the netherworld? Can you not sleep if you don't provoke others? Song Dead, Fairy Creation raised her head, and bit on a lotus flower. Fairy, don't curse me, Song Shuhang said. I'm going to close up and stabilize my state. Tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, I will go to Scarlet Pupil. It's almost time for the Sage's Eye to light up as well. Song Shuhang's intuition was telling him that the Sage's Eye should be the last hurdle he had to overcome to complete his golden core compositions. This was because he felt that as long as he concentrated on it a bit, he would be able to add the finishing touch to the crystal clear water pavilion golden core composition. He was mysteriously confident about this. With this being the case, as long as the Sage's Eye finishing touch was added, the 7 small golden core compositions would all be completed. After that came the last and most important step, the golden core composition of his life-bound whale core. Regarding the composition of the life-bound whale core, Song Shuhang had many ideas in his mind. He hadn't used that ancient heavenly city composition yet. As long as he wanted to, he could combine the ancient heavenly city composition with the 9 provinces number 1 group, and create his own version of the heavenly city composition. However, Song Shuhang suddenly didn't want to paint the golden core composition. Lie down and wait for the golden core composition to be completed on its own. Making golden core compositions one after the other was very tiring. So, for the life-bound whale core's composition, couldn't he make it such that it would automatically change according to his will? Song Shuhang felt that this thought that emerged in his mind was simply wonderful, but he decided to abandon it in the end. He regretfully said, "What a pity. If I didn't have to ascend to the 6th stage within 30 days, then it would really be nice to just lie back, and let my golden core composition compose itself. It's less than 30 days. After all, you've been closed up for a few days already," Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword reminded him. Song Shuhang responded, "That's why I said it's a pity." After saying that, he slid his hand over Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, and used the saber nurturing technique on it. "I'll have to trouble Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword to accompany me to meet that little guy Scarlet Pupil tomorrow." When Song Shuhang said this, Scarlet Heaven Sword was filled with satisfaction. "Sure, no problem." The color of the karmic thread between it and Song Shuhang had deepened once more. If this continued, as long as Song Shuhang had enough time, would the color of the karmic thread between him and Scarlet Heaven Sword turn into lustrous gold? That would be great. But he should just forget about it. After all, Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword's first owner, was still alive. Tui, I've been influenced by fairy at #%times. Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven isn't its first owner, it's its only owner. Song Shuhang returned to where he had been meditating, and sat down cross-legged. Fairy Creation hugged a batch of lotus flowers, and obediently returned to Song Shuhang's side. As long as she was provided with enough lotus flowers, she was more than happy to act as a human enlightenment stone for Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang's eyes narrowed slightly as he reached out to wave his hand in the air. At this moment, the karmic threads before his eyes slowly began disappearing. The first to disappear were the white karmic threads, followed by the karmic threads of other colors. Song Shuhang's eyes searched among the many karmic threads. In addition to the white, blue, gold, black, blood red, and 7-colored karmic threads, there should theoretically be another color of karmic threads. The pink karmic threads. They represented those with whom he shared a feeling that was beyond friendship. Song Shuhang felt that he should have this kind of karmic threads. After all, he was a very normal man. In the air, after the countless white karmic threads that covered his sight disappeared, only the lines of various colors remained. Song Shuhang searched for a long time, but couldn't find any of the pink karmic threads he was looking for. Is there really none? Song Shuhang became nervous. Your eyes might deceive you and let you see hallucinations, your ears might also deceive you and let you mishear. However, karmic threads would never deceive you. They pointed at the very truth of matters. How could a normal man not have even a single pink karmic thread? Unless I'm not a normal man. Tui, impossible. When I see a beautiful girl, I appreciate her very much, and the thoughts in my mind are no different from those of normal men. What's wrong with you? Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword looked at Song Shuhang. You aren't remotely provoking some peerless expert, are you? Don't tell me that you've become addicted to provoking big shots. Song Shuhang said, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, do you think I am slightly abnormal? Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword stared at Song Shuhang, and said, yes, you are very abnormal. Speak, which big shot did you provoke this time? If the boss is only launching a long-range attack, then fellow Taoist White and I might be able to block it. Song Shuhang said, no, that's not what I'm talking about. I found that I don't have any pink karmic threads when even Lady Onion has one. Scarlet Heaven Sword. Senior White's clone. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword asked, what do you think the pink karmic thread is meant for? Song Shuhang replied, lovers? No, it's for dual cultivators. I've heard about this type of karmic thread from Scarlet Heaven in the past, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said. It's not the ones that are just nominal, but for those that Tao companions who have already dual cultivated. So, do you have this kind of Tao companion? Song Shuhang. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword cheerfully said, you don't have to answer that. I can already tell the answer just from the look on your face. Song Shuhang looked up at the sky. However, Shuhang has indeed reached that age when you start to want children. Senior White turned over, and lazily said, in the past, 18-year-old men would have already married and have several children, right? Shuhang, you should plan how many children you want already. Senior White, the times have changed. Nowadays, it isn't even legal for those who are 18 to marry anymore. Song Shuhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was alright to fall in love, but having children was a bit much. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword reminded, but we cultivators are different from ordinary people. Anyway, if you do plan on having children in the future, then you'd better prepare yourself early. Song Shuhang. Scarlet Heaven Sword said, as your cultivation level gets higher and higher, the chances of having a child decrease. The stronger the person is, the harder it is for them to have offspring. And at the speed at which you've been ascending realms. If you don't prepare early, there might be no hope of having a little Shuhang in the future. Song Shuhang retorted, Senior Spirit Butterfly has cultivated to the 7th stage, didn't he still get to father Soft Feather? Also, Senior Tyrant Flood Dragon is still preparing to give birth to a football team. Ha ha ha. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword laughed without saying a word. Can't you see your own cultivation speed? You're averaging 1 month per realm. You're indeed taking a bit longer to ascend to the 6th stage from the 5th stage this time, but it still isn't that much longer. If you continue to ascend like this, you'll soon be the wielder of the heaven's will. After you become the wielder of the will, don't even think about having a child. Wielders of the will are eternal. Although, theoretically speaking, wielders of the heavens should still be able to dual cultivate, it's absolutely impossible for them to produce a little wielder of the will. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword suddenly said, let's not talk about this anymore. Stop wasting time. Enter your seclusion mode, then cooperate with me to enter the one with the sword state. Song Shuhang. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, since you've just made contact with karmic threads, we should strike the iron while it's hot, and try learning the Karmic Saber technique. Song Shuhang asked, the Karmic Saber technique? Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, you've already converted it? Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, I've made a prototype which you can try out. I will discuss the finer details with fellow Taoist White later. Song Shuhang nodded, placed Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword on his knees, and then used the saber nurturing technique to establish a connection. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, very good, that's it. Come on, I'll cooperate with you, one with the sword. At the same time, Song Shuhang softly said, alright, one with the saber. Scarlet Heaven Sword. Saber your sister. After that, Song Shuhang and Scarlet Heaven Sword smoothly entered the one with the Swaber state. The consciousnesses of Song Shuhang and Scarlet Heaven Sword linked up, creating a shared consciousness space. Scarlet Heaven Sword said, very well. Hold me, and then use one with the use one with the sword state to feel out and comprehend the Karmic Saber technique. What's this thing on your back? Scarlet Heaven Sword suddenly found that Song Shuhang was carrying a half-broken spear on his back. Heavens, isn't that the Karmic Spear? Scarlet Heaven Sword was certain that this spear was the same one that the female incarnation of the Ancient Nether Chaos Will had been holding previously. "Why is this thing with Song Shuhang?" Scarlet Heaven Sword asked. "When did you go and provoke the Ancient Nether Chaos Will? Can you seriously not go 1 second without provoking a big shot?" This time, it really wasn't me who went to provoke her. Just now, when my primordial soul went to meet Senior White and Senior White 2, the Ancient Nether Chaos Will came over to me, wishing to merge with me. However, I didn't agree, so she threw the karmic spear at me. At that time, Senior White 2 was by my side, and dealt with the karmic spear in my stead. That's how I ended up with this half of the karmic spear. Song Shuhang held the karmic spear in his hand, and lightly waved it around. Scarlet Heaven Sword. It honestly didn't know what to say anymore. But this thing feels quite useless, so I'm planning on using it to make a spear for Scarlet Pupil. Song Shuhang waved the spear around. If it looked like a saber, then maybe I could have used it. According to the information he got from the secret appraisal technique, as long as it was used correctly, this fragment of the spear could display the power of karma once. That, on its own, was actually rather heaven-defying. As soon as Song Shuhang said this, the half-spear in his hand began to change. The half-spear melted, turned into molten iron, and began evolving. It became shorter, and then expanded. In the blink of an eye, it had transformed into a ghost-handle saber. Song Shuhang. Scarlet Heaven Sword laughed. Ha ha ha. It became a saber just as he desired. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword remarked, "This saber is rather overbearing. It fits your style." Song Shuhang said, "Senior, please don't mock me. I'll give you at least 3 instances of the saber nurturing technique after a while." Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword heard this, and immediately changed its tone. "Let's stop wasting time, and start learning the Karmic Saber, immediately. Wasting time is wasting life." After saying that, it started to introduce Song Shuhang to the Karmic Saber. Unlike the Karmic Spear, I've changed the Karmic Saber's method of attack to a slash. This slash slashes apart karma with an unstoppable force. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "Relax your body. With the one with the sword state, I'll guide you in performing the Karmic Saber. By the way, if you carry the Ghost Handle Saber on your back, it should improve your efficiency and comprehension in learning the Karmic Saber. After all, it is a transformed form of a genuine Karmic Spear, and carries its own power of karma." Song Shuhang carried the Ghost Handle Saber on his back. Afterward, he completely relaxed and held Scarlet Heaven Sword in his right hand. With the one with the Swaber state, Scarlet Heaven Sword guided Song Shuhang's body, slowly cutting forward. Because it was in teaching mode, it decreased its speed, making it more convenient for Song Shuhang to learn and master the technique. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "With you having just left the state of seeing karmic threads and having this karmic spear, you're in the most suitable state for learning the Karmic Saber." After the movement, its sword body paused slightly, just as if it had cut an invisible object. Afterward, it switched to a slash, and slashed down. At the same time as the sword slashed down, the spiritual energy in Song Shuhang's body voluntarily followed a certain path, faintly affecting karma. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword asked, "How about it? Have you learned it?" Song Shuhang looked dumbfounded. "Senior, I didn't see any karma being slashed apart." Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "There are no enemies in this consciousness space. What karma is there to cut? For now, you should master this saber technique. After you learn it, go out and use it on some enemy." Song Shuhang. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "Once again, there is a limit to the time we can remain in the one with the sword state, so it'll be better for you to understand this move quickly." Then, under its guidance, Song Shuhang's body began to slowly wield the sword again, practicing the Karmic Saber move. "This is wonderful. I don't even need to practice the saber technique by myself. It's as if I'm cheating and increasing my skill proficiency without doing anything. I only need to lie back and relax while my skill proficiency continues to rise on its own. This is so cool. Song Shuhang suddenly had such a thought in his mind. Recently, Song Shuhang had become increasingly obsessed with cultivating while relaxing. Wait, I am now in the one with the saber state with Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword. Can it sense my thoughts? Theoretically speaking, when in the one with the Swaber state, he and Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword were one. Did that mean that their thoughts were also shared? Not good. Will it become angry in this case? Song Shuhang quietly observed Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, who was in his hands. It continued to guide him in practicing the Karmic Saber very seriously, and it didn't seem to be angry. Song Shuhang secretly let out a breath of relief. Then, he tried his best to suppress his thoughts and comprehend the Karmic Saber wholeheartedly. At this time, in the 9 provinces number 1 group. 5th stage Great Monster Daudu, at Tyrannical Song, Shuhang, are you online today? Northern River's Loose Cultivator, it seems that even today Shuhang is not online. Daudu, why not try pinging Senior White and seeing if they have left that small world yet? 5th stage Great Monster Daudu, at Senior White. Still no response. King Meow, Shuhang and Senior White have been in that small world for quite some time now, right? Just what kind of small world did they enter for it to be so attractive that they haven't left until now? Daudu said with a stifled heart. Young Master Phoenix Slayer, Daudu, you stupid dog, go eat sheet. I'm that little white crane at the edge of the earth's end. Did Senior White and Song Shuhang go to that small world together? 5th stage Great Monster Daudu, yes. True Monarch White Crane, who was far in the west, felt its hands on the keyboard stiffen slightly. Fairy Lychee, Daudu, your monster core is still giving you problems? Yeah, that's why I've come online. It was to know what in the world Song Shuhang is doing recently. Daudu said with a stifled heart. In the past few days, the mark of friendship on its monster core had been boiling. This made it such that its abdomen felt hot all day, and it couldn't sleep a wink. In addition, the warm sensation in its abdomen would remind it of an unbearable memory from the past from time to time. Very elegant song, soft feather, I've finally got some time to go online. In the past few days, she had been receiving insights and spiritual energy from her ghost spirit, causing her realm to shoot up. Because of this, she had to close up, and it was only today that she found some time to come online. Daudu asked, Soft Feather, your Taoist name has changed again. Has Venerable Spirit Butterfly left his seclusion? Very elegant song, Soft Feather, relying on others can't compare to relying on oneself. I came up with this new Taoist name on my own. By the way, I just went through some of the chat history. I might know why the mark on your monster core has been heating up. It should be because Senior Song Steel Manifestation was captured and taken away by the Heavenly Emperor. Daudu. Anxiety suddenly surged in Daudu's heart. Very elegant song, Soft Feather, Daudu, the mark of friendship on your monster core should be linked to Senior Song Steel Manifestation. I believe that Senior Song Steel Manifestation having been taken away should have something to do with your monster core heating up. After all, the Heavenly Emperor was likely experimenting with Senior Song Steel Manifestation. Northern River's Loose Cultivator curiously asked, Soft Feather, where did you get this news? Soft Feather replied, it's due to my realm having suddenly skyrocketed during the past few days. When I left my seclusion today, I'd already condensed my 8th immortal bone. When the bright moon appears, what does that have to do with how you got the news? Northern River's Loose Cultivator, wait, Soft Feather. You've already condensed 8 immortal bones? In order to condense a golden core, one had to first condense 9 immortal bones. That being said, Soft Feather had already condensed her 8th bone. Soft Feather replied, "Yup. I've got a feeling that in about 3 more days, should be able to condense my 9th immortal bone." Thrice reckless Mad Saber, "I see, Soft Feather. By any chance, is your surname Song? Is your full name Song Soft Feather? Soft Feather? Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire. Soft Feather, is there something wrong with your state right now? Normally speaking, a cultivator's realm should increase rather steadily." Soft Feather had ascended to the 4th stage not that long ago, yet she was soon going to condense her final immortal bone. This speed was a bit abnormal. Mama Yellow Mountain began to get worried again. Soft Feather replied, "Senior Yellow Mountain, don't worry. I feel completely fine." Cave Lord Snow Wolf asked, "By the way, Soft Feather, does your cultivation speed have anything to do with how you got the news?" Why do I feel like this question has been asked by another fellow Daoist just now? Didn't I mention it before in the group? Soft Feather said. Some time ago, my ghost spirit was forcibly taken away by the Heavenly Emperor. Because of that, these days, I've been receiving a constant stream of insights and spiritual energy from them. That's why when I closed up these past few days, my realm skyrocketed like this. In addition, Soft Feather had stored a lot of energy in her body from attending the immortal feast. When her immortal bones were condensed, this energy in her body helped with their creation. Thrice reckless Mad Saber, Soft Feather, your surname really is Song, isn't it? The way you're raising your cultivation is just like little friend Shuhang's. Northern River's loose cultivator, Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire. Soft Feather, are you on Spirit Butterfly Island right now? Soft Feather said, "Yeah. I made an agreement with my dad to stay on the island until I stabilize my realm. In addition, there isn't anywhere for me to go lately. Senior Song and the others didn't take me with them when they went to that small world. Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire. I'll come over. I feel somewhat worried for some reason." The relationship between Venerable Spirit Butterfly and Yellow Mountain was very good. Soft Feather's abnormal advancement speed reminded Venerable Yellow Mountain of Song Shuhang, who exploded just a few days ago. He was slightly worried about Soft Feather's current state. Soft Feather happily said, "Okay, I'll wait for Senior Yellow Mountain on the island. Also, I have just made a new batch of spirit green tea. Senior Yellow Mountain, please come and check on my proficiency in preparing tea. Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire. Sure, I'll be there by tomorrow morning at the latest." 5th stage Great Monster Daudu, stupid Yellow Mountain, I want to go too. Senior Yellow Mountain replied, "Stay in the cage obediently. I said that I was going to confine you for a month, and this time I won't relent." Daudu, it appeared that stupid Yellow Mountain was truly determined to confine it this time. In that case, it planned on quietly asking at Fairy Lychee to help release it after stupid Yellow Mountain went out. Fairy Elegant Song, Soft Feather, by the way, when Senior Song was online last time, he gave me a QR code, saying that you could add him as a friend by scanning it with your mental energy. With that, you'll be able to remotely communicate with him. I tried it out, but nothing happened for me. Daudu, do you want to give it a try? Maybe you'll be able to directly connect with Senior Song. Soft Feather suddenly remembered this. Then, she sent a photo of the QR code Golden Core composition that Song Shuhang had sent to her to the 9 Provinces #1 group. After a while. Thrice reckless Mad Saber, I just scanned it with my phone, and my phone black screened. I had to switch over to my computer to go online. Soft Feather, are you sure this isn't a virus? Soft Feather said, don't scan it with your phone. You have to use your mental energy. Daudu curiously asked, what is this? Soft Feather, Senior Song said that this is one of his small golden core compositions. After scanning it with your mental energy, you might be able to add him as a friend. However, not everyone can add him as a friend, and even I failed. Can the seniors in the group give it a try? Northern River's Loose Cultivator, a QR code golden core composition? That's very much in line with the way of thinking of modern youths. Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman said. Perhaps this is a good way to make golden core compositions. I'll include it in my research projects. Dowdu, hehe, I'll try scanning it first. It first enlarged the QR code picture. Then, it scanned the picture with its mental energy. After a while, Dowdu said, nothing popped up. It didn't do anything. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, I tried it again, and it didn't do anything either. Medicine Master, failed. Great Master Profound Principle, shaking head emoji. Young Master Phoenix Slayer, failed +1. Fairy Lychee, the fairy's reply was different from the rest. Dharma King Creation, Fairy Lychee, did you get a prompt? Fairy Lychee, she was also curious just now, and tried scanning the QR code with her mental energy. When she did so, a beep sounded in her ear. Afterward, a prompt box appeared right before her. Do you want to add Song Shuhang as a #friend #relative? Yes/no. Why was friend crossed out? And what did it mean by relative? Fairy Lychee, did it work for you? Northern River's Loose Cultivator asked curiously. He had scanned it just now, and nothing happened for him. Fairy Lychee sighed, and sent a message in the group. A prompt box popped up, asking if I want to add Song Shuhang as my friend. Dowdu's eyes lit up. Then, Fairy Lychee, can you add him and ask that fool when he's going to leave that small world? Fairy Lychee looked up at the sky. After a long while, she finally stretched out her hand and tapped on the yes option. Inside the 9 Provinces #1 group. Besides Fairy Lychee, everyone else tried scanning the QR code, but nothing happened for them. Soft Feather, strange, why was it only Fairy Lychee that succeeded? Is there some difference between us and Fairy Lychee? Why couldn't she participate in something fun like this? Thrice Reckless Mad Saber asked, does it have something to do with our realm? Or gender? Northern River's Loose Cultivator calmly said, if it had something to do with our realm, then there are a lot of us in the group who are in the 6th stage realm like Fairy Lychee. Gender definitely isn't the problem either. There should be some hidden conditions. Fairy Lychee, since you were able to add little friend Shuhang as a friend, then can you ask him how he's doing? Fairy Lychee said, I already chose the option to add him as a friend, but Song Shuhang hasn't responded yet. While she said that, another prompt popped up in front of Fairy Lychee's eyes. Song Shuhang has added you as a friend. A message was attached, heavens, Big Sister Lychee, how did you add me? Fairy Lychee tapped on the prompt box again. How was she supposed to reply to Song Shuhang? Where was the reply function? Song Shuhang, who was in the faraway Scarlet Dragon Cave, was practicing the Karmic Saber with Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword. Just now, when he swung Scarlet Heaven Sword, he felt something in his heart. He vaguely felt as if Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword was entangled by a strand of karma. Immediately afterward, Fairy Lychee's prompt of adding him as a friend popped up. Song Shuhang was surprised. He hadn't contacted Fairy Lychee, so how did this happen? Anyway, the two parties had added each other as friends, but Song Shuhang did not know how to send long-distance messages yet. As such, he could only resort to sending back a thought along with the confirmation of the friend request. He remembered that when he was in the Heavenly Tribulation realm, the Dragon Network's Will, who called itself Fat Ball, used a sort of attach message function when communicating with him. It appeared that the QR code golden core composition needed to be upgraded before things like long-distance calls could be done. Just as Song Shuhang was thinking about this, another prompt popped up. Fairy Qinglin has added you as the heir to the throne through the friend clone function. Song Shuhang. Chapter 1699. The body can keep up. At this time, Song Shuhang immediately remembered the famous saying of a certain mother surnamed Zhang. The more beautiful a woman was, the more deceitful she was, while saying that she was already dead, and even saying that he'd inherited the Taoist name Qinglin, she would reappear every now and then. If I still believed that you're really dead, then I'm truly a stupid salted fish. Moreover, what the hell is a friend clone function? And what does heir to the throne mean? Fairy Qinglin still had something like a throne? Although she was indeed the Jade Lake Empress, the ancient heavenly city had long since collapsed. Currently, the Jade Lake secret realm had fallen into the possession of Senior White, so where exactly was this throne of hers? It was a pity that his QR code golden core composition didn't have a text message function yet, otherwise, he would have definitely sent an 80,000-word rant to Fairy Qinglin. When I'm free, I have to figure out how to enable the text message function. While Song Shuhang was in thought, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword's voice rang in his ear. Shuhang. What did you do just now? Song Shuhang. Senior, I didn't do anything. I'm cooperating with you in practicing the sword, I mean the Karmic Saber. Though, I may have slightly dazed off there. Could Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword have been angered since I was dazing off while we're practicing the saber? Song Shuhang sincerely apologized. I'm sorry, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword. I got distracted just now. Scarlet Heaven Sword said, it isn't just something as simple as getting distracted, is it? Could you have remotely provoked another big shot? Definitely not. Song Shuhang said, he really hadn't provoked any big shot just now. Scarlet Heaven Sword said, then whose karmic thread were you just entangled with? When you used the Karmic Saber just now, I could clearly sense that I made contact with a karmic thread. If it weren't for me stopping myself in time, you would have cut it apart. Song Shuhang's eyes lit up when he heard this. Could it be? Scarlet Heaven Sword asked, did you really provoke someone? Can you not just sit still and avoid provoking big shots for 1 second? Song Shuhang explained, no, that's not it. Just now, I also felt that I was entangled with karma. At the same moment, Fairy Lychee suddenly added me as a friend, the kind through the QR code golden core composition. However, Fairy Lychee has not joined either the Dragon Network or the Virtuous Network, so how was she able to add me as a friend? I was distracted because I was thinking about this issue. Could it be that he had simply happened to chance upon Fairy Lychee's karma, which caused her to add him as a friend? Or could it be that Fairy Lychee is like the 2 Senior Whites, and she possesses a special line? If she did possess a special line, then even without the Dragon Network or the Virtuous Network, as long as I switched over to that line, she should be able to add me as a friend. However, there was another problem here. He had not sent the QR code golden core composition to Fairy Lychee. At this time, if there had been a message or call function, he would have surely tried contacting Fairy Lychee and Fairy Qinglin. Song Shuhang suddenly said, right, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword. Why don't we try something? Scarlet Heaven Sword asked, try what? Song Shuhang chuckled, and said, I will project the QR code golden core composition, and then you scan it with your mental energy. Scarlet Heaven Sword said, didn't I already scan it before? Song Shuhang continued, I'm not done talking yet. When you scan it, I'll use the Karmic Saber to entangle the karma between us, and see if I can successfully add Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword as a friend. Scarlet Heaven Sword replied, alright, this happens to work in favor of your practice of the Karmic Saber anyway. Song Shuhang first projected the QR code golden core composition. Afterward, he held Scarlet Heaven Sword and used the Karmic Saber. Because he was in the one with the saber state, he was able to easily find the karma that tied them together when he used the Karmic Saber. Scarlet Heaven Sword reminded, make sure to only entangle the karma, and not cut it apart. Song Shuhang assured, "Don't worry, senior. You can trust my talent in saber techniques. If it were a sword technique or a spear technique, then there was nothing to believe in. But when it came to saber techniques, he could learn them especially fast, and when he performed them, it felt no different from an extension of his arm for him." Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "I've already begun scanning it." At the same time, Song Shuhang swung the sword, and performed the Karmic Saber technique. Saber force condensed, and with great control, Song Shuhang was able to use Scarlet Heaven Sword's body to gently entangle with the karma between them. Song Shuhang said, "Now, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword." Scarlet Heaven Sword's mental energy once again covered Song Shuhang's QR code golden core composition. Beep, unable to add Song Shuhang as a friend, please upgrade. Scarlet Heaven Sword. But then, the system prompt changed suddenly. Changing lines, switching over to the Karmic Network. Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "Karmic Network? In addition to the Dragon Network and the Virtuous Network, there is also a Karmic Network?" Song Shuhang said, "It seems that I guessed right. Alright, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, choose to switch lines." Something similar happened for Senior White, and after switching lines, we were able to add each other as friends. Scarlet Heaven Sword replied, "There is no option, it just directly started switching." After a while, another new prompt appeared in front of Scarlet Heaven Sword. Successfully switched to the Karmic Network, trying to add Song Shuhang as a friend. Failed to add, please enter the Karmic Network or upgrade. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword angrily said, "Bah, upgrade again?" Song Shuhang asked, "Senior, it failed again. It told me to either enter the Karmic Network or upgrade." Scarlet Heaven Sword retracted its mental energy, and sensed that the fate between itself and Song Shuhang ended here. Song Shuhang said, "Enter the Karmic Network?" In other words, although the Karmic Network is working and we're connected to it, an account is needed and an operating fee must be paid? Scarlet Heaven Sword. Although your translation does feel like it makes the whole situation clearer, something feels wrong with it. Song Shuhang thought, and said, "In that case, Big Sister Lychee truly isn't simple. She might be a VIP user of the Karmic Network." Scarlet Heaven Sword. Sure enough, everyone has followed the trend of joining all kinds of networks. Should I ask Scarlet Heaven to register a VIP account for me later? Song Shuhang said, "Forget it, let's put this aside first. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, should we continue practicing the Karmic Saber?" Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "We won't be able to stay in the one with the sword state for much longer. It would be better for us to leave this state, and let you rest for a while." Song Shuhang nodded slightly and cancelled the one with the saber state. Meanwhile, in the 9 provinces number 1 group. Since Fairy Lychee was able to successfully add Song Shuhang as a friend, the members of the group became interested, and began to study this QR code golden core composition. Since someone had succeeded in adding him as a friend, it meant that the QR code golden core composition was working. Next, they just had to copy Fairy Lychee's actions, and they should be able to connect with Song Shuhang and add him as a friend. There were several fellow Taoists in the 9 provinces number 1 group who were very interested in researching this novelty. Time passed especially quickly when one was closed up and practicing. 2 days had passed, and it was already the 7th day of the seclusion. Song Shuhang's clone opened his eyes slowly. The newly completed 3 lustrous golden cores plus the previous 2 lustrous golden cores had all stabilized. It took him 2 days to consolidate his realm. Of course, during this period, he and Scarlet Heaven Sword had also been entering the one with the saber state to practice the Karmic Saber technique. Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "There are only 23 days left, you need to hurry up." Song Shuhang nodded. "It's almost time. Let's go and see Scarlet Pupil." It would be great if I could get a hint on the finishing touch for the sage composition from him. If that doesn't work, then I'll have to look for another method. There was simply too little time, so he couldn't bet everything on Scarlet Pupil. As the saying went, don't put all your eggs in one basket. Then, Song Shuhang's primordial soul exited his body. Scarlet Heaven Sword Spirit emerged, protecting Song Shuhang's primordial soul. At this time, Fairy Creation suddenly stood up behind him and followed them, preparing to accompany Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang curiously asked, Fairy Creation, you're coming too? Fairy Creation responded, I'm bored, I'm tired. Song Shuhang's primordial soul laughed, and said, okay, I understand. You can come with us, just don't get left behind. A primordial soul, a sword spirit, and a fairy maiden left the Scarlet Dragon Cave, heading toward the Dragon Blood Clan Castle where Scarlet Pupil resided. Today, there was a lot of fog outside the Black Dragon world. When Song Shuhang's primordial soul was flying, his sight was met with a vast expanse of white. Had it not been for Song Shuhang locking onto the coordinates of Scarlet Pupil, this vast expanse of white fog might have caused him to lose his way. Song Shuhang asked, by the way, when there was no navigation system, would fourth stage cultivators get lost when flying across long distances in the air? After all, the mental energy of fourth stage cultivators had yet to condense into divine sense, making it unable to cover too much ground. Under normal circumstances, in the past, fourth stage cultivators would set the coordinates beforehand whenever they rode flying swords over long distances. They would set the coordinates like how you would for documents delivering flying swords. In addition, before modern navigation technology came into existence, the world of cultivation had magical treasures such as the simplified mountain river chart which worked in a similar manner. Of course, there were some cultivators who had a good sense of direction that wouldn't get lost when wandering high in the sky even without the help of auxiliary magical treasures, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword replied. After a short while, Song Shuhang, Fairy Creation, and Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword stopped in the sky above a familiar castle lawn. On the lawn, Scarlet Pupil was practicing the basic fist technique of the steel hands technique. Senior White's learning God system seemed to be rather effective. The movements of Scarlet Pupil's fist technique were already very smooth, and it no longer gave off a disconnected feeling like it did previously. This young man had a firm and tenacious will, and his diligence in cultivation could make people's hearts ache. Song Shuhang nodded in satisfaction, feeling very pleased. After Scarlet Pupil finished the routine, he paused, took out what should be magical liquid, and drank it in one gulp. It was a medicine that enhanced one's vitality, and its effect was similar to that of the body-tempering liquid and the chi and blood pill from the main world. Then, Scarlet Pupil began performing the fist technique again. At the same time, he recited the fist technique chant in Chinese. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth was drawn over, and wrapped around Scarlet Pupil's fists. Scarlet Pupil took a deep breath, and began to perform the fist technique. After 2 moves, he suddenly stopped and spewed blood out of his mouth. Song Shuhang. What happened? Senior Scarlet Heaven said, his body can't keep up. His body can't keep up. Song Shuhang looked at the magical medicine that Scarlet Pupil had drunk. After spewing blood, Scarlet Pupil sat on the ground with a pale face. He stretched out his hand, slowly took out a handkerchief, and began to wipe the blood off of his mouth. With how smooth his actions are, this kid must have already spewed blood many times, right? Song Shuhang couldn't help but picture the cyclical scene of Scarlet Pupil practicing and spewing blood. This kid, his level of diligence truly makes people's hearts ache. Song Shuhang sighed lightly, slowly descending from the air to Scarlet Pupil's side. He didn't show himself right away, but reached out and held the bottle of the magic medicine, and cast the secret appraisal technique on the medicine inside. Song Shuhang's clone far away in the Scarlet Dragon Cave trembled slightly, paying the price of blood for the appraisal. Magical medicine of the Black Dragon World's Dragon Blood Clan, Dragon Beast Medicine. It enhances the user's physique, calms their emotions, and has the effect of stimulating their dragon blood. It was medicine similar to the body-tempering liquid and the chi and blood pills. Moreover, it even had the effect of stimulating the bloodline power of those from the Dragon Blood Clan. Reasonably speaking, even if it couldn't replace the body-tempering liquid or chi and blood pills, it shouldn't cause Scarlet Pupil to spew blood out from practicing, right? Why can't his body keep up? Song Shuhang looked at the weak Scarlet Pupil curiously. I'm not too sure. I was simply looking at the boy's posture when he was spewing blood, and came to the conclusion that his body can't keep up. He's forcing himself to practice the basic fist technique, and that's causing him physical harm, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword replied. There's a chance it could be because he can't absorb the magical medicine. Let's heal him first. Song Shuhang's figure took form, and appeared beside Scarlet Pupil. Mister, you're here. Scarlet Pupil smiled happily when he saw Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang smiled and nodded, and then said to Fairy Creation, I will be troubling you. He was currently in the primordial soul state. Without the 33 divine beasts combined magical treasure, he wasn't able to use any healing techniques. Fairy Creation appeared, then reached out, and laid her hand on Scarlet Pupil's body to use a standard healing technique of the scholarly faction. Some color slowly returned to Scarlet Pupil's pale face, but that was it. The healing technique performed by Fairy Creation wasn't that effective. Upon seeing this, Song Shuhang stretched out his hand, and laid it on Scarlet Pupil, using the secret appraisal technique. Scarlet Pupil, 9 years old, a hybrid between a member of the Dragon Blood Clan and a human. Because of his special physique, the efficiency of his absorption of magical medicine is very poor. Due to physical reasons, his reception of healing techniques is extremely poor. Song Shuhang. As Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword described, his absorption of the magical medicine was poor, and so was his reception of healing techniques. Was this a start at nightmare-level difficulty? How were you even supposed to play? Scarlet Pupil, in the next few days, you should slow down with your practice, Song Shuhang said after thinking about it. Scarlet Pupil's face changed greatly when he heard this. Mister. I'm fine. Although I sometimes vomit blood, I feel that I'm becoming stronger. After practicing these 2 days, I've already mastered the first move of the basic fist technique. I will definitely be able to complete the whole set of fist techniques. He thought that Song Shuhang had given up on him, and panicked. No, I wasn't giving up on you, Song Shuhang said softly. Your body's absorption of magical medicine is very poor, and the same goes for healing techniques. If you continue to practice like this, your body won't be able to handle it, and will collapse. Therefore, you should slow down in your practice until I find a way to solve this problem. When Scarlet Pupil heard this, he felt relieved. He said, but mister, every time I vomit blood, I just need to sit and rest for a while, and I will recover. That's why I don't feel that there's much of a problem. Also, every time he vomited blood, he felt an inexplicable sensation, as if he was facing death. The feeling that one step forward would lead him to his death felt very addicting, and he couldn't stop himself from wanting to experience it. While they were speaking, Song Shuhang sensed that the weakness in Scarlet Pupil's body had faded, and his body quickly recovered. In the blink of an eye, it was back to how it originally was. Scarlet Pupil stood up and jumped twice on the spot. Look, mister. I'm back to normal. What special constitution is this? Scarlet Heaven Sword asked in surprise. Song Shuhang said, I have appraised him several times, but I haven't noticed him having any special constitution. Scarlet Pupil happily asked, Mister, I want to take this opportunity to practice the basic fist technique again. You can watch and see my progress from these past 2 days, how's that? Song Shuhang thought for a while, and then said, "Okay. But be careful, and don't push yourself too hard." "Yes, Mr. Scarlet Pupil responded. Afterward, he reassumed the opening stance and recited the chant to the basic fist technique. His thin body began to perform the basic fist technique. Along with the fist chant, the spiritual energy between heaven and the earth was drawn, wrapping around his fists. The first move, the second move, the third move. When he was halfway through the third move, Scarlet Pupil couldn't hold on any longer, and spewed blood, his body weakly falling to the ground. He skillfully took out his handkerchief, and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Then, he turned his head expectantly and looked at Song Shuhang. He seemed to want to be praised. Or did he want an evaluation of his performance? Song Shuhang. Which would be better to say? Clap clap. At this moment, there was a sound of applause behind Song Shuhang. Fairy Creation's voice sounded. "Little guy, not bad." Song Shuhang turned his head in surprise, looking at Fairy Creation. She hadn't spoken in a singing manner just now. Could this be Fairy Creation's persona B? Fairy Creation had two different personas. Her persona A was her normal state, when she appeared like a scholarly beauty who couldn't speak complete sentences or communicate normally. If she had anything to say, she could only do so by singing. Fairy Creation in persona B was like a sharp sword out of its sheath, filled with aggressiveness. Besides that, her persona B was how she was during the days of the scholarly faction. In this state, she was knowledgeable and had her complete memories, and was possibly an expert at the Tribulation Transcender realm. The memories of her two personas were not shared. Fairy Creation in persona B could not retrieve the memories of her other persona. Song Shuhang looked behind him, and sure enough, Fairy Creation's eyebrows were filled with heroic spirit, and her eyes were as sharp as swords. When she spoke, her words were clear. "It really was Fairy Creation B?" Song Shuhang asked. "Eh? Fairy Creation, how did this personality of yours come out?" "It was stimulated by the outside world," Fairy Creation replied. Song Shuhang responded, "Stimulated by Scarlet Pupil?" Fairy Creation nodded slightly. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword thought, Fairy Creation in her persona B isn't cute at all. Fairy Creation in persona A who only sings "Ah Song Stupid" is a lot cuter. Also, she can even act out a performance with fairy times in that state. Fairy Creation then whispered, "He looks like an old friend of my teacher." "An old friend of the sage?" Song Shuhang looked at Scarlet Pupil. This thin, black-skinned boy was similar to an old friend of the sage? Fairy Creation explained, "Not in appearance, but in aura, and a certain special talent. In that regard, they're very similar." "Aura and special talent?" Scarlet Heaven Sword asked. "The scholarly sage also had friends who liked eating whole buckets of chicken wings?" Fairy Creation. None of her teacher's friends liked eating wing buckets. The one who liked such a thing was her. Could his talent be in seeking death? Could it be Senior Skylark? Song Shuhang's eyes suddenly shone brightly. He thought of the beautiful fairy maiden with long blue hair. The person who liked to seek death the most in the 9 provinces #1 group. In the entire universe at present, the most death-seeking existence was probably no other than Xian Nu Sect's Senior Skylark. According to the current clues, Senior Skylark was probably the first love of the scholarly sage, as well as his guide and teacher on the path of cultivation. She was a hidden expert in the 9 provinces #1 group. Fairy Creation softly said, "Yes." Not only in his desire for death, but also his extraordinary talent in self-recovery. They all resemble teacher's old friend, that senior with long blue hair. Song Shuhang heard this, and his heart thumped. The golden core composition, the once absolute voice of the sage of ancient times had guided my primordial soul to come here and encounter Scarlet Pupil. I initially thought that it had something to do with my karma with Black Pupil 13, but it seems that it's possible that it has something to do with the scholarly sage. If this matter truly was related to the scholarly sage, then the opportunity to light up the sage's eye might lie in Scarlet Pupil. Fairy Creation softly said, however, although similar, he is ultimately not Teacher's old friend. No matter how similar they were, nobody could replace Skylark. As she spoke, she had already arrived in front of Scarlet Pupil. Fairy Creation asked, "Little guy, do you have something you desire?" "I want to be stronger and look for my big brother Black Pupil," Scarlet Pupil said. After speaking, he thought about it, and added, in addition, after thinking about it over several days, "I still desire to die at least once." Although Mr.'s illusion at the time gave me an immersive feeling, it was not my own death. Song Shuhang. This child was hopeless. Fairy Creation said, "As you wish, little guy. Don't regret it." After saying that, a long sword condensed in her hand. Right after, the sharp sword, which was condensed purely from spiritual energy, pierced straight through Scarlet Pupil's chest. Song Shuhang. Scarlet Heaven Sword exclaimed, F***CK. The two of them had completely not expected this. Moreover, Fairy Creation was too decisive in taking action, and did not give them the time to react at all. She took action as soon as she said she would, without any hesitation. Scarlet Pupil let out a scream. Fresh blood gushed out from his mouth, as well as from the wound on his chest. Blood poured out from him like it was being pumped out. Fairy Creation calmly withdrew her sword. "Your wish has been fulfilled." Scarlet Pupil could not even speak, and could only let out a cry of pain. His eyes dimmed. On this day, he really experienced death. I'm dying. Today, Scarlet Pupil got to witness his own death, probably to make him die faster. When Fairy Creation pulled her sword out, she did so forcefully. His blood was all over the place. At this time, Scarlet Pupil's soul silently floated above his physical body, watching himself die. "Is this how death feels?" Scarlet Pupil's soul whispered. The pain from the sword piercing his chest was still clear in his mind. This was completely different from the deadly experiences in Mr.'s illusions. Sure enough, death really did need one to personally experience it in order to realize just how terrifying and frightening it was. However, this extreme horror brought him inexplicable pleasure. "Fairy Creation, why did you stab Scarlet Pupil?" Song Shuhang said anxiously. He was in his primordial soul state at the moment, so he did not have any resurrection gold coins on him. In addition, the Black Dragon world blocked his connection with his inner world, so he had no way of transferring anything through his inner world to help. Without a resurrection magical treasure, Scarlet Pupil would die for real. Fairy Creation tilted her head. Didn't he ask for death himself? But I don't have any resurrection magical treasures on me. Scarlet Pupil will really die at this pace, Song Shuhang said, and smiled wryly. It appeared that there was quite the generation gap between Fairy Creation B's thinking and his. This generation gap was so big that he felt like he couldn't communicate with her at all. Scarlet Pupil softly said, "Yes, I really will die at this pace. I don't have any of Mr.'s means of resurrection, after a while. Mister, can you write my will for me?" Scarlet Pupil said, his voice trembling as he spoke. At this moment, he seemed to be slightly scared. The despair of death, as Song Shuhang called it, was shrouding his heart. Is it because I'm too stupid that my reaction time is so slow? Scarlet Pupil silently said in his mind. Fairy Creation said, "Do you finally know the horror of death?" Scarlet Pupil replied, Just thinking about dying leads me to think about how I will never see my parents, never see Big Brother Black Pupil again, and never be able to eat wing buckets anymore. A horrifying fear eats at my heart. However, this kind of despair. It's wonderful." Fairy Creation tilted her head. I can't follow your thinking at all. Sure enough, there is a big generation gap between you and me. Yes, and this super large generation gap is at least tens of millions of years wide. Song Shuhang sighed. He had sensed that Scarlet Pupil's parents and the mages of the Dragon Blood clan were quickly heading their way. This was becoming rather troublesome. Little friend Shuhang, the age of a woman is a forbidden topic that must not be mentioned. Fairy Creation turned her head, and said to Song Shuhang, if you talk about age again, I won't be able to stop myself from stabbing you. Song Shuhang responded, I didn't mention anything like that, though. Wasn't she jumping topics a bit too much? You mentioned words vaguely related to my age. Women are very sensitive to things like this, Fairy Creation said seriously. And it's especially so for a woman like me who is a little older, and has yet to marry. Song Shuhang. The generation gap was indeed too big. He didn't know how to connect with the topics Fairy Creation was talking about. Fairy Creation turned her head, and looked at Scarlet Pupil's soul. Well, now that you've experienced death. Are you satisfied? Yes, I'm satisfied. Scarlet Pupil's soul nodded, and said, it's just that I've still got a lot of regrets in my life. There are a lot of things I've yet to finish, and I'm somewhat unwilling to leave just yet. These regrets, they're for you to resolve on your own in the future. Fairy Creation clapped her hands gently, and the skirt on her body glowed with a brilliant white light, stretching out into a gorgeous white dress. The dress she wore was one of those solemn ceremonial robes. Fairy Creation said, little friend Shuhang, go stand in the eye of the Big Dipper formation. Fellow Daoist Scarlet Heaven Sword, please move around the border formation. I plan on using a giant one. Song Shuhang. Fairy Creation said softly, this young man is just an ordinary person. He hasn't even reached the first stage foundation establishment realm yet. Even if he did die, as long as not that much time has passed, we will be able to save him with relative ease. Resurrecting an ordinary person and resurrecting a cultivator were two completely different concepts. Given the right circumstances, it didn't cost too much to bring an ordinary person back to life. The secret elixirs of many ancient forces had the effect of bringing ordinary people back from the dead. Legends about such elixirs, which were said to be able to save someone as long as they had a breath left in them, were the result of numerous kinds of treasures in the world of cultivation. Scarlet Pupil's eyes widened when he heard this. It turned out that he could survive, just like Mr. It would be great if he could survive. After all, he still had a lot of regrets. Moreover, it was only by living that he would be able to get the chance to enjoy the pleasure of death again in the future. So you actually had a means of resurrection for him. Song Shuhang let out a breath of relief. Then, he asked another question. Fairy, where's the eye of the Big Dipper formation? Fairy Creation. Well, I haven't ever learned about the Big Dipper formation, Song Shuhang said in embarrassment. Fairy Creation said, if my eyes aren't failing me, your realm is, Song Shuhang replied, I'm a 5th stage realm cultivator with 8 golden cores. Fairy Creation got agitated. You're in the 5th stage realm, and you have never learned the Big Dipper formation? How exactly did you cultivate? Did your teacher not impart you with any basic knowledge? For there to be such an irresponsible teacher in this world, how irritating. Song Shuhang said, actually, I am a loose cultivator, so I don't have a teacher. In addition, I've only been cultivating for 6 months. Song Shuhang did not say this line. Fairy Creation. I keep on feeling that there's something wrong with this. If this guy had never learned the Big Dipper formation, just how did he transcend those tribulations and rise to the realm he's at today? Fairy Creation said weakly, forget it, I will guide you on where to stand. I will draw a circle around the formation eye, and you just have to stand there. Song Shuhang remarked, you should have kept it simple from the start. No matter what, you're a dignified 5th stage spiritual emperor. You should at least take the time to learn these basic pieces of knowledge. Fairy Creation sighed. Song Shuhang embarrassedly said, I'm trying my best. Actually, it's mainly because there are so many things I need to learn lately: the ancient language, the lightning drawing technique of the Heavenly Masters, basic lightning techniques, basic illusory techniques, and basic formation knowledge. Fairy Creation. Did I hear wrong just now? Besides the ancient language, did the rest of the things this guy mentioned contain the word basic in them? At the side, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, who was floating in the air, didn't say a word. Fairy Creation, you should stop talking about this heartrending topic. If you inquire any further, your heart will be viciously rent. Fairy Creation did not continue asking questions because of the urgent matter at hand. She slightly stretched out her hand, and circled the eye of the Big Dipper formation. Stand in there and don't move. A galaxy brain level move. Song Shuhang said quickly. Due to fairy times and Fairy Creation snatching his lines every day recently, he instinctively went and snatched a line today. Fairy Creation. What in the world are you saying? Is the generation gap between myself and modern young men really so big? Fairy Creation said, time is limited, so don't move. Fellow Taoist Scarlet Heaven Sword, I'll leave the rest to you. The sooner we perform this magical technique for resurrecting ordinary people, the better its effect will be. Scarlet Heaven Sword replied, no problem. It then began to walk along the Big Dipper formation. Fairy Creation began to recite long chants in the ancient language. Following her chants, scholarly runes floated out and spun around her. The gorgeous white dress and radiant scholarly runes made Fairy Creation even more beautiful. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. At this moment, Scarlet Pupil's body let out a series of screams, and then he slowly opened his eyes, stretching out his hand to clutch his chest. This pain that acts on my body and soul at the same time simply doubles the feeling. Fairy Creation, your magical technique is too powerful, Song Shuhang said in surprise. The magical technique had just begun to be performed, yet Scarlet Pupil had already come back to life. It was truly worthy of being a magical technique of the scholarly faction. Not only was it magnificent to see, but its effect was also heaven-defying. It's a pity that I have no fate with the scholarly faction. Fairy Creation. Her fingers froze in the air, just about to press on the scholarly runes. Her magical technique had just begun, and it hadn't even taken effect yet. In other words, Scarlet Pupil's resurrection had nothing to do with her. She fixed her gaze on Scarlet Pupil's body, golden light flickered in her eyes, and she locked on to Scarlet Pupil with her consciousness, observing every change in his body. The boy was clutching his chest where blood had long been drained from, but at this time, new life emerged from his body, filling his entire being. Soon enough, his wounds began to heal. Where the sword wound was, vitality transformed into silk threads that sutured the wound. At the same time, his heart, which had been pierced clean through, began to recover. It was as if he had an immortal body. After his heart recovered, it began beating again. It thumped powerfully, and with every beat, new blood was born out of thin air, and sent to all parts of Scarlet Pupil's body. His pale face began to turn rosy. Moreover, his complexion had changed entirely, from his original black skin to white. This was why his face changed from pale to rosy. With the continuous creation of blood, his cold body also regained its temperature. Besides that, his hair grew unceasingly, and in the blink of an eye, his short hair grew to reach his legs. His black hair was long and dense like a cloak, hanging behind him. Besides the facial features still belonging to the original Scarlet Pupil, at this time, he seemed to be a completely different person. Song Shuhang asked, "Senior Skylark?" For an instant, Scarlet Pupil gave him the feeling that he was Skylark, to be precise, the dark-haired Skylark who had come back from the dead. The Skylark at that time, just like Scarlet Pupil now, had a head full of black hair. What kind of relationship was there between Black Pupil and Skylark? Wait, no, it's Scarlet Pupil. Black Pupil is already dead. What was the relationship between Scarlet Pupil and Xian Nu Sec Skylark? The way they revived looked so similar. If someone claimed that the two had nothing to do with each other, Song Shuhang wouldn't believe it. Fairy Creation said, "Just to inform you, my magical technique hasn't even begun doing anything yet. His resurrection has nothing to do with me." Song Shuhang said, "Could it be that there's a bone of eternity hidden inside Scarlet Pupil's body?" However, Scarlet Pupil's body did not possess an aura of eternity. After all, Song Shuhang had come into contact with things related to eternity several times in the past. Senior Skylark's bone of eternity, which the fat ball had forcibly taken away, the pseudo-eternity mode, which Senior White had activated, and his smoky form all had something to do with eternity. Song Shuhang's primordial soul moved forward, and went to Scarlet Pupil's side. He then stretched out his hand to use the secret appraisal technique on him. Scarlet Pupil, new 9 years old, a hybrid born from a member of the Dragon Blood clan and a human. The account has been re-registered successfully. Hidden talent has been activated, talent cooldown time, 10 years. Song Shuhang. It really referred to deleting the account and re-registering by getting stabbed to death and reviving? In addition, he knew that this was the effect of Scarlet Pupil awakening a hidden talent, and not a bone of eternity. "Mister, it feels so good to be alive." The white-skinned Scarlet Pupil rubbed his head against Song Shuhang's palm, then grinned. While death is scary and fills one with despair, the moment when one revives is filled with hope and magnificence. I quite like the feeling of revival. The current Scarlet Pupil was no longer the black and thin boy. Now, his skin was white as snow, like a hard-boiled egg that had just been peeled. Besides the change in his skin color, he now also had long black hair that stretched all the way to his legs. Hair this long would definitely prove to be quite a headache when excreting waste. In the world of cultivation, it was said that the expert who had researched the fasting technique was a fairy maiden who had long hair that reached her waist. Anyway, after Scarlet Pupil became white, he no longer looked thin and weak. While Song Shuhang was in thought, approaching footsteps could be heard in the distance. Scarlet Pupil's parents and experts of the Dragon Blood clan had come. Song Shuhang smiled slightly and patted Scarlet Pupil. "From today onward, you will be a brand new Scarlet Pupil." Scarlet Pupil was dumbfounded. Song Shuhang looked around him. After doing so, he took a circular copper plate from a table near them. His primordial soul held the copper plate tightly, and he rubbed it firmly in his hands while using spiritual energy. In the blink of an eye, the copper plate was rubbed into a copper ring. Song Shuhang willed it, and the Tyrannical Song Sage Seal appeared in his hands. He then willed for the Sage Seal to shrink in size. He grabbed it and stamped a seal on the copper ring. Afterward, he handed the copper ring to Scarlet Pupil. "Wear it. I will come to see you again in a few days." "Okay, mister." Scarlet Pupil took the copper ring solemnly, and put it on. "Mister, when can you tell me how to head to the main world that Big Brother Black Pupil went to?" "I'll tell you when you finish your foundation establishment." Song Shuhang smiled slightly. In the distance, the figure of Scarlet Pupil's father, Black Pupil 12, emerged, rushing where Scarlet Pupil was. At the same time as he appeared, Song Shuhang, Scarlet Heaven Sword, and Fairy Creation all disappeared. While in their primordial soul state, as long as they didn't want to be seen by others, ordinary people wouldn't be able to see them. Scarlet Pupil? When Black Pupil 12 saw his son, his jaw looked like it was going to fall off. How did my stupid son, who was black and thin, become white and robust? And what's with this hair? And what's with the blood all over the place? If it weren't for him still being able to sense through their bloodline connection that the boy in front of him was Scarlet Pupil, he would have wondered if his stupid son had been switched. "Dad, from today onwards, I am a brand new Scarlet Pupil." Scarlet Pupil gave his father a thumbs up. That was what Mr. told him. Although he didn't quite understand what it meant, it sounded very cool to him. Black Pupil 12 said, "Could it be a blood awakening?" His stupid son was a precious hybrid, but he had always been stupid and caused others' hearts to ache. But now, perhaps his son had awakened. And along with that, perhaps his entire being had undergone earth-shattering changes. Song Shuhang, Fairy Creation, and Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword floated in the air, and did not leave immediately. At this time, in Song Shuhang's small dantian, the virtuous diamond ball's golden core composition, the once absolute voice of the sage of ancient times, began to heat up. Waves of insights and inspiration unceasingly flooded Song Shuhang's mind. This was what he needed to add the finishing touch to the virtuous diamond ball's golden core composition. On the small golden core, the sage's hollow right eye flashed repeatedly, tempting Song Shuhang to fill it in right away. "TSK, previously, when I wanted to fill in your right eye, you'd repeatedly avoid me. But now, look at you trying to tempt me to add the finishing touch and fill your right eye. Do you think I'm so cheap as to do whatever you want whenever you want me to?" Song Shuhang thought to himself. Even though he was thinking this, he still sent his consciousness into the virtuous diamond ball, and into the golden core composition space. The inspiration for a finishing touch would sometimes come only once in a lifetime. If it was missed, it might take years or even centuries for another opportunity to present itself. This was not the time to vent his frustrations. The once absolute voice of the sage of ancient times was as peaceful as ever. The sage sat high above and delivered a speech, while all the intelligent creatures in the universe below listened to him. Everyone was equal before knowledge. Song Shuhang stretched his hand out towards the right eye of the sage. "By the way, what is the effect of the sage's right eye?" Song Shuhang wondered when he was adding the finishing touch to the eye. The sage's left eye had the impregnating gaze, so did his right eye have a matching eye technique? This time, the sage in the composition did not evade him. The right eye was successfully painted on. With that, the virtuous diamond ball transformed into a lustrous golden core. Consequently, the strength of Song Shuhang's body once again upgraded to a new level. In the right eye of the sage, there was no magical technique, but there was an illusory figure looming in his pupil. The figure had long blue hair, which was long and thick. She wore a small white hat, standing in the distance like a blue flower in an icy world. Song Shuhang suddenly said, "Sometimes, men really have to thicken their skin so that they can get a wife. Just look at the sage." He had cultivated to the point where he could suppress the entire universe, earning everyone's respect. He managed to beat everyone who came at him, leaving nobody unsatisfied. Everyone was convinced, and admitted that he was the most qualified person to inherit the position of wielder of the Heaven's Will. With the status and strength of the sage at that time, it would not be difficult for him to find Skylark. However, he was so thin-skinned that he couldn't bring himself to look for her, thinking that he was not the person Skylark was looking for, so he gave up. "Beep, the Heavenly Emperor has added you as a buddy and attached a message. Senior Song, your words are so true. How can one find a wife without being thick-skinned?" Chapter 1703 Why does she have access to so many functions? F***ck, when Song Shuhang sensed the friend prompt, he jumped in fright. This degree of fright was second only to that of the fat ball has added you as a friend prompt he got previously. The Heavenly Emperor was among the top 3 enemies that Song Shuhang least wanted to encounter. Song Shuhang didn't want to get involved with the other party at all. He wanted to avoid her at all costs. If the other party could just forget about him, then that would be for the best. But now, through some unknown means, the Heavenly Emperor had added him as a friend. Also, what's with the term buddy? Is it referring to the more superficial type where you share your blessings, but get kicked away when you're down on your luck? What's the point of getting such a friend? I'd rather not. Unfriend, I wanna unfriend. But sadly, he found that his QR code golden core composition was still imperfect, and it was lacking some functions. For example, he had no way to put people on a blacklist, or even just temporarily delete them from his friend list. These functions should slowly get unlocked as he increased his realm. Ding, the Heavenly Emperor has remotely transferred you 10 seconds worth of strength. The cost of this transfer is 90% of this energy. Please check the transaction carefully. Song Shuhang. What kind of function was this? After adding friends, it seemed that there was now a function for remotely transferring strength to others, just like the Sage Seal. Previously, the Will of the Dragon Network, who had changed its name to Fat Ball, did something similar. However, if you wanted to impart your strength to others, you would first have to satisfy the requirements to do so. At least Song Shuhang still had yet to unlock the option to transfer strength to others. Song Shuhang suspected that it might be necessary to reach the immortal realm before being able to do something like this through the friend function. Ding, the Heavenly Emperor has remotely transferred you 10 seconds worth of strength, along with a message, "Hello, I've finally found a way to talk to you." Senior Song, your steel manifestation is very interesting. Through this steel manifestation of yours, I found your QR code golden core composition. I must say that it's quite innovative. In order to add you as a friend, I had to study it for quite a bit of time. I was only recently able to add you as a friend through the Time Network. Song Shuhang. Besides the Dragon Network, the Virtuous Network, and the Karmic Network, there's also a Time Network? Is everybody trying to run a network for business nowadays? Song Shuhang remembered the scenes of various telecommunication companies in China vying for market share for some reason. Ding, the Heavenly Emperor has remotely transferred you 10 seconds worth of strength once again, along with an additional message. Through your steel manifestation, during the rare times when the connection is good, I'm able to receive scenes related to you. It's like watching a movie. It's very interesting, but unfortunately, it's all fragmented. There are times when the signal is lost, and I have to fill in a lot of the plot with my own brain at first. I was planning on returning the steel manifestation to you after studying the Sun ship. But now, I've decided otherwise. This steel manifestation of yours shall forever be mine. Song Shuhang. He looked up at the sky with a bitter and stifled heart, unable to say anything. Ding, the Heavenly Emperor has remotely transferred you 10 seconds worth of strength once again, along with an additional message. Lastly, when I'm done with the tribulation, let's set up an appointment to meet up. For certain reasons, I'm preparing to rebuild the heavenly city. When this sovereign descends to the world once more, I'll grant you a prosperous life. Previously, when I said I'd be open to taking you as my tyrannical imperial concubine, I was not joking. Anyway, will you return the heavenly city fragments you have on you to me? After all that talk, it turns out that you're simply after the heavenly city fragments I have? Song Shuhang. Also, no disrespect, but I feel that your love is a bit too deep. I can't bear to accept it. Beep. At this time, the familiar sound from a friend being added rang out. Spirit Butterfly Island's soft feather added you as a senior, along with an additional message. Ha ha ha, Senior Song, I felt that everything was in place just now and successfully added you as a friend. I'm so witty. Also, Senior Song, when I woke up early this morning, I discovered that I had condensed my 9th immortal bone. I'm now getting ready for my ascension to the 5th stage. Fortunately, Senior Yellow Mountain came over to Spirit Butterfly Island as a guest a few days ago. Currently, he is assisting me in arranging the formation for transcending the 5th stage heavenly tribulation. Mama Yellow Mountain is so good. He is one of the seniors I respect the most. In addition, I'm finally about to catch up with you. Senior Song, you have to wait for me, don't leave me behind right away. A smile emerged on Song Shuhang's face. Soft Feather was still so lively. Song Shuhang smiled, and said, if you want to catch up with my realm, then you'll have to hurry up. Unfortunately, the QR code golden core composition had no chat function yet, so he couldn't reply to Soft Feather. Despite being the owner of the QR code golden core composition, he didn't know how to use the strength impartation function, so he had no way to send messages to Soft Feather like how the Heavenly Emperor did with him. Soft Feather suddenly having been able to add him as a friend should have something to do with the Heavenly Emperor. After all, the Heavenly Emperor occupied Soft Feather's ghost spirit, and that ghost spirit and Soft Feather were one. Song Shuhang's consciousness withdrew from the golden core composition space. After going back in a while, I'll try connecting to the virtuous network and send 16 a photo of the QR code. Since the white dragon is a form of light of virtue, perhaps she can add me as a friend through the virtuous network? Song Shuhang thought to himself. While he was in thought, Scarlet Heaven Sword's voice sounded. Shuhang, are you done with the finishing touch? Song Shuhang nodded, and said, next, I only need to add the finishing touch to the crystal clear water pavilion. I'll definitely be able to do this. Scarlet Heaven Sword worriedly asked, what happened to you when you were adding your finishing touch? Why did I feel that from time to time, there was strength being imparted to you from far away? Although it was very weak, the quality of the power was very high. Song Shuhang looked up at the sky. It was the Heavenly Emperor. Did you provoke her again? Scarlet Heaven Sword almost went mad. Song loves provoking big shots. Shuhang. Can you really not sit still, and not provoke big shots for 1 second? Do you not cherish your own life since you go and provoke big shots left and right? The period when a cultivator adds their finishing touch is one of the most important points in their life, yet even during that time, you can't stop yourself from provoking big shots. No, I didn't do anything to her this time. Song Shuhang showed a constipated look on his face. Actually, I kinda wish she'd hate me, a lot. Scarlet Heaven Sword. This child is hopeless. In the sky, Song Shuhang lowered his gaze, and looked at Scarlet Pupil. There was a bronze ring with a sage seal on his finger which could be used as coordinates. Song Shuhang said, let's return for now. I'll continue with my seclusion and try to add the finishing touch to the crystal clear water pavilion. Calculating the time, the 2 senior whites should almost be back. Later, I will bring them to see Scarlet Pupil. Inside the Scarlet Dragon Cave. Song Shuhang's primordial soul returned to his clone. Song Shuhang thought, the finishing touch for the crystal clear water pavilion composition and its related opportunity. Should I go back to the main world first? After returning to the main world, he could connect to the inner world, and ask Pavilion Master Chu for help. Either that, or he could contact the Netherworld Realm's Pavilion Master Chu to look for that opportunity. Beep, Fairy Qinglin has recommended you to her friend Pavilion Master Chu through the friend recommendation function. Song Shuhang, Sigma, degree winky face. Why does Qinglin have access to so many functions? Immediately afterward, Song Shuhang received another message. Pavilion Master Chu added you as an ally and remarked, you owe me a head. Why does even Pavilion Master Chu have access to more functions than I do? Even she can send her friends remarks, yet I, the owner of the QR code golden core composition, don't have any authority. Am I really the owner of this QR code golden core composition? Doubts arose in Song Shuhang's mind. In addition, Pavilion Master Chu's remark made Song Shuhang feel a little flustered. Didn't I already give Pavilion Master Chu a head? Why do I still owe her a head? Could it be that she's still interested in my head? One more thing. The group in which Pavilion Master Chu was put was the same one as that of the Will of the Dragon Network, who'd changed its name to Fat Ball. What were the rules behind these groupings? Ding Pavilion Master Chu 2 has remotely transferred 0.0001 seconds worth of strength to you. Please check the transaction carefully. As the prompt sounded, Song Shuhang felt a pure, directly absorbable spiritual energy enter his body. Pavilion Master Chu 2 was in the immortal realm, so she dared not send too much strength at a time for fear of Song Shuhang being unable to handle it. When he saw Pavilion Master Chu 2 transfer strength over to him, Song Shuhang could already guess what she was planning to do. And sure enough, Pavilion Master Chu 2, just like the Heavenly Emperor, had access to the functions of imparting strength, plus attaching a message. In the next moment, Pavilion Master Chu 2 sent him another short burst of strength, along with the message, "Is Lord still safe? Song Shuhang." The wording of this message was extremely strange. What happened to Pavilion Master Chu 2? Did her mind get corrupted by the evil energy while she was in the netherworld? Ding, Pavilion Master Chu 2 sent Song Shuhang a small bit of strength, along with a message, "Ignore the last message." Song Shuhang. Ding, Pavilion Master Chu 2 has sent another message, "I got a message from her. You're about to add the finishing touch to your golden core composition, right? Then, let me ask you a question." Ding, Pavilion Master Chu 2, the question is very simple. If you were there when it happened, the day when the crystal clear water pavilion was destroyed, would you be willing to move to save the crystal clear water pavilion? Song Shuhang looked up at the sky. "Senior Chu, I am different from you. I don't have the option to remotely transfer strength, and I don't have any way to send you any messages. Each of you has access to more functions than me. This really makes me feel quite down." While he was in thought. Beep, Pavilion Master Chu 2 has sent you a request for strength transfer, requesting you to remotely transfer strength to assist her? Yes/no. Something like this is also possible? Song Shuhang raised his head and looked up at the sky. This action helped him exercise his neck, and it is recommended that fellow Taoists who sit in front of their computer for long periods of time every day do this as well. With a thought, he stretched out his hand and chose the "yes" option. Then, he sent 1 second's worth of strength to reply with the message, "Yes." Without adding any meaningless nonsense, he felt that what Pavilion Master Chu 2 wanted was a concise answer. This word was filled with his greatest sincerity. Ding, Pavilion Master Chu has remotely transferred strength, along with a message. "I feel like your message has no sincerity at all. Your reply is too short. I feel that you need to expound on your reply." Song Shuhang. My dear elder sister. I've discovered that I really can't figure out what's going on in any of your minds. Song Shuhang gritted his teeth, and said, "It looks like it's time to show off my amazing composition skills. No matter what, I'm someone who scored full marks on a composition exam. Just wait for me to write my elaborate and profound 800-word essay filled with emotion and magnificence to show you just how sincere I am." Ding, at this time, Pavilion Master Chu transferred her strength over again, along with a message. "However, this is enough. Don't forget what you said just now." After she sent that, Song Shuhang felt a wave of spatial fluctuations right by him. A large, palm-sized spatial passage appeared beside Song Shuhang. It was a spatial passage that Pavilion Master Chu 2 had directly opened. Is she coming over to assist me with my finishing touch? Just as Song Shuhang was thinking this, the spatial passage suddenly let out a cracking sound. In the next moment, under the special rules of the Black Dragon world, the space passage opened by Pavilion Master Chu 2 was forcibly closed and collapsed. The Black Dragon world was cut off from the main world, and even a spatial passage created by an immortal would be regarded as trespassing. And with that being the case, the Black Dragon world opted to directly destroy the spatial passage. The space passage collapsed, and Pavilion Master Chu 2 wasn't able to come over. However, a drop-shaped gem did fall out of the spatial channel, falling right beside Song Shuhang. Is this treasure sent by Pavilion Master Chu Tu supposed to help me with my finishing touch? Song Shuhang picked up the gem. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, who was lying on Song Shuhang's knees, lazily said, "Which big shot did you provoke this time?" When Song Shuhang was in seclusion just now, Scarlet Heaven Sword sensed the aura of an immortal flashing from time to time. This time it was Pavilion Master Chu Tu, Song Shuhang said after picking up the gem. "I feel that she's still interested in taking my head. When I encounter her in the future, I need to be extra careful." Scarlet Heaven Sword. "Boy, can't you properly go into seclusion for a period of time?" After Song Shuhang picked up the gem, he looked it all over, and couldn't see what was special about it. Scarlet Heaven Sword asked, "Was this gem sent to you by Pavilion Master Chu Tu?" Song Shuhang replied, "It should have something to do with the opportunity for my last small golden core's finishing touch. However, I can't seem to find what's special about this gem." Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "I can't tell either. Why not ask Fairy Creation?" Fairy Creation blinked. Song stupid, well, it looked like Fairy Creation was back to her day-to-day personality, so he shouldn't place his hopes on her being able to help him. Sure enough, I'll have to use the secret appraisal technique again. Song Shuhang took off his glove, and entered his smoky mode, stretching out his hand and laying it on the gem. This is a gem born from extreme sadness. While the object remains, the person is no more. Tears are first shed before words can be shared. Song Shuhang. Did the secret appraisal technique make a mistake today? This is a tear that comes from slow-witted Song. It is one of the 8 special tears among the 100 that he shed across his life. The other 92 tears were tears he shed after having been beaten up. Only 8 of his 100 tears were shed because of his own emotions, making them the most precious. In the end, this precious tear was given to Pavilion Master Chu as a gift by slow-witted Song. Song Shuhang. No wonder I felt that there was something wrong with the secret appraisal technique. It turns out that the problem lay in the thing that was being appraised. Chapter 1705 I'll be leaving my sorrow to you over his entire life. Slow-witted Song only shed 8 tears due to strong emotions. Song Shuhang lifted the gem, and placed it in front of him to have a good look at it. He suddenly said, "It's truly amazing." Scarlet Heaven Sword. Song Shuhang said, "When I was a child, I heard that the tears of a mermaid could become pearls. I've always had this thought in mind that if there really were mermaids, then you'd be able to make a good amount of money if you were to sell their tears. And now I found out that slow-witted Song's tears could actually turn into gems. They should be able to go for a lot of money, right?" Scarlet Heaven Sword. It really wanted to cut apart Song Shuhang's brain to get a look at how it was wired. Song Shuhang added, "In addition, seeing the result of the secret appraisal technique, and knowing that slow-witted Song was beaten to tears 92 times, makes my heart feel good. Even though this isn't the first time I've seen such news, seeing it makes me quite happy." Scarlet Heaven Sword asked, "Do you have a grudge against slow-witted Song?" Song Shuhang replied, "Not really. But because of him, I've been beaten up by a number of big shots in the past. As such, I'm very fond of hearing news of him having been beaten to tears." He looked at the gem from all angles. Song Shuhang curiously said, "This tear of slow-witted Song should be the opportunity for my finishing touch. But, how do I use it?" The secret appraisal technique had not told him how to activate this gem. Song Shuhang thought for a while, then said, "Should I swallow it?" After learning the 33 Divine Beasts technique, he could even eat Spirit Beast Crystal as snacks with the whale swallowing technique. Because of that, Song Shuhang had started seeing gem-like objects as snacks. Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "Are you not afraid of indigestion?" Song Shuhang said, "With the whale swallowing technique, digestion has basically stopped being a problem. But when I think about how this is slow-witted Song's tear, I feel like I should forget about it." How about I crush it? No, no. This is something from Pavilion Master Chu too. She has lent it to me, so if I destroy it, she might come to hunt me down. It seems like I'll have to appraise it again, and see if I missed anything. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand again, and placed it on the tear. Appraise. This time, I need a clue on how to use this tear. Song Shuhang said in his mind. The secret appraisal technique was activated again, and his smoky state lost some blood as waves of pain surged in his mind. Success, there really are more clues for me to get. Beep, hello, the number of times you have used the Dark Nighttime Ring this month has reached the limit. Please wait until next month for the reset of usage instances, or recharge to get more usage instances. Song Shuhang. He could feel the deep malice coming from his secret appraisal technique. F***CKU. Look at my mouth, F***CKYOU. Song Shuhang cancelled the smoky mode, put his gloves back on, then held the tear and studied it. He couldn't crush it, nor could he swallow it. So what should he do? After thinking for a while, an idea came to his mind. He decided to pour some spiritual energy into the tear as it was a custom for cultivators. No matter what treasure it was, if you couldn't figure out what its effect was, you could try injecting some spiritual energy into it and see what happens. Spiritual energy was capable of all kinds of things. And so, Song Shuhang held the tear gem, and circulated the 33 Divine Beasts technique to send a strand of spiritual energy into it. The tear gem was like a sponge, absorbing Song Shuhang's spiritual energy and mental energy. Afterward, a sadness that could not be described with words surged in Song Shuhang's heart. Song Shuhang's nose burned as tears began to stream down his face involuntarily. Drip drip, tears kept on falling on Scarlet Heaven Sword. What's wrong with you? Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword was baffled. In addition, the huge teardrops falling on its body were making it feel very uncomfortable. I'm sad. I suddenly want to cry. It feels like I've lost control of my tears, and I just feel like crying, Song Shuhang said while pearl-like tears continued falling. While he was speaking, he suddenly burst into even more tears. He wailed bitterly and loudly, speaking with a voice filled with sorrow. Fairy Creation turned her head, and looked at Song Shuhang in confusion. After a while, she tried to reach out and pat his head. Song Shuhang said, Don't pat me woo. There were times when people who were in grief would end up crying even more when others comforted them. The more Fairy Creation patted Song Shuhang, the more sorrow there was in his cries. His tears burst out, and he couldn't stop them from coming out. Song Shuhang said, Fairy, don't pat me woo, I can't stop crying if you continue patting me. Upon hearing this, Fairy Creation's little hand paused slightly. After a while, she couldn't help but reach out and stroke Song Shuhang's head. Song don't cry, while comforting Song Shuhang, there was a happy expression on her face. The more she comforted him, the more sadly he would cry, and this made her even happier. With that, she began comforting Song Shuhang in a different way. If he didn't want to be patted, then she simply had to switch to stroking. Scarlet Heaven Sword. When an adult man cried like this, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword felt that it couldn't bear it. It raised itself and prepared to leave Song Shuhang to avoid being wet by his tears. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, don't go woo, don't go. Song Shuhang cried bitterly. He reached out, firmly grasped Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, and used the saber nurturing technique on it. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword. After a while, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, 10 instances of saber nurturing technique, then turn your head to the side. Don't drop your tears on me. What if I get rusty? Woo, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, how could you possibly get rusty? Song Shuhang said, but he still turned his head and faced the other way. At the same time, he used the saber nurturing technique on Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword was satisfied, and continued to lay on Song Shuhang's lap. When Song Shuhang turned his head away and cried, he ended up facing Senior White's clone. Senior White's clone was sleeping soundly, but was awakened by Song Shuhang's loud crying. He opened his eyes in discomfort, and looked at Song Shuhang. Then, he saw Song Shuhang looking like he was in great pain. At the same time, Fairy Creation was comforting him with a happy smile on her face, while Scarlet Heaven Sword lay on his lap, and enjoyed the instances of the saber nurturing technique being sent its way. Senior White's clone. What in the world did I wake up to? Did I open my eyes the wrong way today? Song Shuhang said, Senior White, you're awake, woo, Senior White's clone. Am I having a nightmare? If it's a nightmare, then I simply have to close my eyes and change dreams. And so, Senior White's clone closed his eyes. Senior White, woo, is there any way to stop my crying? Song Shuhang implored the almighty Senior White for help. Senior White's clone sighed. I've really got no choice here, huh? I can't sleep if you're crying like this. He took off his blanket, and tossed the black lotus away. Then, he leaped slightly, and descended to Song Shuhang's side. Senior White's clone said, First, tell me what happened. Song Shuhang sobbed, telling Senior White what had happened. Senior White's clone took the tear gem in Song Shuhang's hand, and tried to send a trace of spiritual energy into it. The tear gem shone slightly, but it didn't have any effect on him. Senior White returned the gem to Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang sobbed with even more sorrow. Senior White's clone guessed, it seems that you resonated with this tear gem. This gem is a teardrop that its owner shed when he was extremely sad. After you resonated with it, it was equivalent to experiencing the sadness the owner felt when he had cried back then. Song Shuhang cried, and asked, How do I end this? Senior White said, Generally speaking, you only need to cry it out for a while, until the resonance ends. Otherwise, if your consciousness is able to further resonate with this gem, you might be able to end it sooner after you thoroughly understand the grief of its owner. Fairy Creation reached out and gently wiped Song Shuhang's tears for him. Don't cry, it's okay, Song Shuhang cried with even more sorrow. When he cried, he didn't forget to use the saber nurturing technique on Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword. Senior White's clone felt that these three were utterly hopeless. I'll give it a try. Song Shuhang gathered his mental energy, and allowed his divine sense to resonate with the gem. The crystal clear water pavilion was destroyed. I was too late. I was not there when she needed me the most. One thought after another was transmitted from the gem to Song Shuhang's mind. Along with the sorrow, there was also a terrible hatred. This was the only time in slow-witted Song's life when he cried from grief. It was the pain he felt when he learned that the crystal clear water pavilion was destroyed. The more one laughed merrily and without a care while seeking death, the worse it would be when their emotions truly burst out, with them losing all control over their emotions. If he was given a chance, even if he had had to crawl a distance of hundreds of millions of miles to get to the crystal clear water pavilion to stop the disaster from befalling it, he would have done so. As this sorrow was shared, Song Shuhang's heart was instantly flooded with insights. Insights related to the finishing touch. Song Shuhang's consciousness automatically appeared before the golden core composition, the limitless crystal clear water pavilion. He reached out, and touched the last dot. This dot perfectly embodied the concept of limitless. It was infinite and with no limits. No matter how many times it was enlarged, the crystal clear water pavilion, at this dot, would loop indefinitely. The finishing touch was added with one stroke. With that, the golden core transformed into a lustrous golden core, shining with lustrous color. With the addition of the finishing touch to this small golden core, Song Shuhang's 7 small golden cores were now all lustrous golden cores. The 7 small golden cores lit up one by one, connected with each other, and began to resonate. Song Shuhang's consciousness withdrew from the golden core composition space. Before he knew it, he had stopped crying. The tears had dried, leaving only tear marks on his face. "I'll be leaving my sorrow to you, I hope you like it." Song 1. The last message conveyed from the tear gem instantly crushed the emotion in Song Shuhang's heart. Originally, Song Shuhang had been immersed in the grief and sorrow that slow-witted Song had felt when the crystal-clear water pavilion was destroyed, with it filling his mind with many thoughts. Thoughts such as if he had enough power, he would absolutely not let any harm come to those he regarded precious to him. Or that he should strive to live a fulfilling life, with no feelings of regret similar to slow-witted Song's. Those and many other thoughts flashed through his mind. But in the end, the emotions he had been relishing in, as well as the thoughts which filled his mind, were all crushed instantly. If he got the chance to ever meet slow-witted Song in the future, he would definitely send him a group of alpacas. 1. Send slow-witted Song tens of thousands of alpacas wildly running day and night. Fairy Creation tilted her head, and asked, "Song no longer cry?" Song Shuhang wiped the tears from his face, and replied, "Thank you, Fairy and Senior White. The sorrow has finally stopped." Fairy Creation retracted her little hand regretfully. Senior White's clone said, "Your 7 small golden cores have all already become lustrous, right?" It appeared that it was about time for Song Shuhang to draw the composition for his life-bound whale core. Song Shuhang nodded. "It seems that I've still got quite some time. For the next 2-3 days, I'll be focusing on consolidating my realm. After that, I'll start on making the whale core composition." For the composition of his whale core composition, he planned on integrating the Heavenly City composition, the 9 provinces number 1 group, and all his valued seniors and fellow Taoists into it. After consolidating his realm, he planned on spending a few more days to finalize the details of the composition. After that, he would attempt to complete his whale core composition. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword reminded, "After today, you have 22 days left." "That's fine. I feel that's plenty," Song Shuhang said. "Along with my experience of finishing 7 golden core compositions, and with the experience from when the Heavenly Emperor drew his golden core composition, I'll definitely be able to do well with the composition for my life-bound whale core." This wasn't him planting a flag for himself, this was his confidence in his abilities. Scarlet Heaven Sword, who was lying on Song Shuhang's lap, said, "Start to close up properly, and stop doing reckless things." "Of course," Song Shuhang said. Subsequently, the Scarlet Dragon Cave went back to how it was previously. Song Shuhang sat cross-legged, Scarlet Heaven Sword lay on his lap, Fairy Creation sat with her back against his, and Senior White's clone found a comfortable sleeping position and fell asleep. Peace and harmony had returned to the Scarlet Dragon Cave. Night fell. The old tribal chief of the Dragon Blood tribe once again strolled in front of the Scarlet Dragon Cave. There was nothing that could be done about it, he was simply too idle. In the past few days, apart from hosting Lady Kuna and occasionally holding a lecture on magical techniques, the Dragon Blood tribe did not need his assistance for any of the tasks around the tribe. The old tribal chief felt somewhat like a mascot. "Perhaps it's about time for me to consider retiring," the old tribal chief silently thought to himself. Whether he retired or not, it looked like there wouldn't be a difference either way. After strolling in front of the Scarlet Dragon Cave, he was able to sense that Mr. Song Shuhang's, Mr. White's, and Lady Creation's aura were all still there. After checking on them, the old tribal chief walked away at ease. "Mr. Shuhang's cultivation system is really amazing. He can survive several days without eating or defecating," the old tribal chief said in admiration. He thought that he would be able to catch Mr. Shuhang being unable to endure and sneaking out to eat or play around, but looking at it now, it seemed that Shuhang could really go on for an entire month without eating or drinking. The next day, the sky of the Black Dragon world had lit up slightly. Unfortunately, the little sun that everyone was looking forward to seeing remained nowhere to be seen, and perhaps it would never reappear in the future. In the Scarlet Dragon Cave, Song Shuhang's 7 small golden cores were constantly adjusting their frequencies in order to resonate with one another. It seemed like they were searching for a resonance frequency that was suitable for all of them. Finally, the frequency of the 7 small golden cores stabilized as they found one that allowed them to resonate with each other. Afterward, the 7 small golden cores began to let out sounds. Holy City, impregnable, the first small golden core said to Song Shuhang. From the small golden core, a karmic thread stretched out, the other end of the line was connected to Senior White's main body. Song Shuhang saw the karmic thread again. But unlike previously, he could only see the karmic thread that extended out from his small golden core. Holy Sword, world-ending, the colorful monster core then uttered. It had a karmic thread that extended from it, pierced the void, and connected to the Senior White too. On the virtuous diamond ball, the sage opened his mouth, and said, Holy Sage, universal education. Along with that, a karmic thread was produced. This karmic thread stretched out, and pierced the void. But halfway through, the karmic thread broke. Song Shuhang. A broken karmic thread meant that the party at the other end was dead. Was this karmic thread supposed to link to the scholarly sage? Was that why this karmic thread was broken? Holy blood, limitless curses, the royal blood demon core said in a deep voice with endless sadness and frightful hatred. This sadness and hatred were the exact same as those of slow-witted songs back then. Similarly, from the limitless crystal-clear water pavilion, composition of the blood demon core, a karmic thread stretched out. This karmic thread was also rather strange, because halfway, it split. The karmic thread split, half penetrating the void and connecting to Pavilion Master Chu Tu, while the other half turned back around and pierced Song Shuhang to connect to Pavilion Master Chu, who was in Song Shuhang's inner world. Holy Core, Star of Destruction. The mechanical core reactor also spoke. The voice that came from it was that of Song Shuhang's steel manifestation, Tyrannical Tyrant. Subsequently, from the foregrid comic Star of Creation and Destruction, a karmic thread also extended out. Is the karmic thread of the core reactor connected to Daodu? Or is it the blonde girl? Or maybe the mysterious princess of the Star Nation? Song Shuhang thought to himself. While he was in thought, a half-black, half-golden karmic thread stretched out. This karmic thread looked like a combination of 2 spirally wound lines. Song Shuhang's heart suddenly had a bad premonition. Black karmic threads represented enemies, while gold karmic threads represented fellow Taoists who had good relationships with him. Since this was half-black, half-golden. A false friend? Someone that would backstab him? The karmic thread eventually connected to the Heavenly Emperor. Song Shuhang. This was the result he least wanted. Could it be because the small sun is in her possession that the karmic thread linked up to her? What are the reasons behind this karmic thread? Just as Song Shuhang was thinking about it, the karmic thread that connected with the Heavenly Emperor changed again. After the karmic thread passed through the Heavenly Emperor, it stretched out and pierced into the void. However, Song Shuhang couldn't sense who was on the other end. Was it the Star Nation princess? 1. Alpaca is written the same as F***CKU in Chinese. Song Shuhang tried to focus his mental energy on following the karmic thread to see who was on the other end. However, he didn't manage to gain anything from it. The Heavenly Emperor was firmly in his path, and any thoughts of exploration clashed against her body, stopping. Moreover, when Song Shuhang's consciousness followed the karmic thread, it seemed that the Heavenly Emperor sensed it. As such, Song Shuhang quickly cut off any ideas on continuing to explore. The Heavenly Emperor was someone he couldn't afford to offend at the moment. Since he couldn't afford to offend the other party, he could only retreat. Holy Altar, the Universe. At this moment, a voice sounded from the ancient divine witch blood golden core, and the QR code golden core composition flashed in tandem. From it, there were many karmic threads that extended out. The number corresponded exactly to the number of friends Song Shuhang had added recently. Song Shuhang wondered, the universe? Is it really telling me to go around the universe adding everyone I come across as a friend so that I can eventually run around freely and unhindered by relying on my friends all across the universe? The number of karmic threads that extended from the first few small golden cores was mostly just one, and would at most split or link multiple people with one line. But the QR code did not follow the same pattern, with it directly extending out multiple karmic threads. These scattered karmic threads had just drilled out of Song Shuhang's body, and were about to spread when a pair of invisible hands seemed to suddenly come out of nowhere, grabbing all the threads. After getting hold of them, it twisted and tied all the scattered karmic threads into one. Song Shuhang. What kind of weird change was this? After the karmic threads were twisted into a single thick rope, they extended in one singular direction. In the end, the karmic threads connected to a single target in a dark world. There, an empress wearing loose robes with her hands propped on her chin was sitting cross-legged. At this moment, she was pierced by the karmic thread. Who poked me?" the empress cried. She immediately sat up straight, assuming a majestic posture. But for some reason, the crown on her head tilted down crookedly. Although he couldn't see her appearance clearly, Song Shuhang could already guess her identity. It was Fairy Qinglin, who insisted that she was dead. "Let's see how you talk yourself out of this time." "Sigh, can't people rest in peace after dying?" Fairy Qinglin asked. Staring down at the karmic thread in her body, she grabbed it. She could see the karmic thread, and she could even touch it. "Screw off!" Fairy Qinglin shouted. Then, she grabbed the karmic thread, and threw it vigorously. Song Shuhang. It was an action that left him breathless. "Fairy, what are you doing? Are you throwing away the bond between us? Are you ending our friendship?" Just as Song Shuhang was thinking this, the thick karmic rope twisted like a snake, and flew in another direction. The karmic rope pierced into the void. After a long while, it stabbed out of the void, and plunged into another big shot. There was a huge pillar in the sky. On the pillar, there was a huge true dragon wrapped around it. However, unlike ordinary true dragons, it only had one leg. It's Striped Dragon 2. "Ah, who poked me?" Striped Dragon 2's reaction was the same as Fairy Qinglin's. After a long while, it looked down at the karmic rope in its body. Striped Dragon 2 said, "Oh, it's you. Little friend Song Shuhang, the one whose face isn't beautiful enough." Song Shuhang. So my impression in Striped Dragon 2's mind was actually of someone whose face isn't beautiful enough? Striped Dragon 2 continued, "Did you find Qinglin? Tell her to come home early when she's free and stop wandering outside." Song Shuhang. In fact, the karmic rope was thrown to you by Fairy Qinglin. And it looked like she had no thoughts of going home. Besides that, she also said that she was dead. Striped Dragon 2 said, "Isn't she always in a state of constant death? The next time you see her, tell her to come looking for me. There really is something wrong, and it's quite unsettling." After saying that, the picture of Striped Dragon 2 dimmed. Fairy Qinglin has always been in a state of death. Finally, the seventh small golden core Tyrannical dragon lit up. Holy Dragon, Dragon Network Summon. The golden core composition on the Ancient Nether Dragon Soul, the connected world, lit up. The virtuous network seemed to connect to the Dragon Network through the Ancient Nether Dragon Soul. The lines that each of the 7 small golden cores spoke were neat and orderly, and it was very pleasing to the ear. So, whom will the karmic thread of this Ancient Nether Dragon Soul connect to? Song Shuhang was a little curious. Senior Melon Eater? Or the founder of the Virtuous Network? Or, could it be the Dragon Network? The answer was the last one. A golden karmic thread soon stretched out, and it connected to Lady Kuna, but Lady Kuna was not the end. It was similar to what happened with the Heavenly Emperor. The karmic thread passed through Lady Kuna, and extended to the existence behind her. In an area filled with countless Dragon Network nodes, a black-skinned, dragon-eyed Lady Kuna was quietly sitting by a Dragon Network node. The karmic thread connected to the dragon-eyed Kuna. "I'm not dragon-eyed Kuna," the will of the Dragon Network prompted. "Call me Fat Ball." Song Shuhang. The 7 small golden cores had connected to Senior White 2, the scholarly sage who appeared to be dead, Pavilion Master Chu plus Pavilion Master Chu 2, Heavenly Emperor plus an unknown being, Chenglin and Striped Dragon 2, and the will of the Dragon Network named Fat Ball. Almost all the thighs that Song Shuhang liked to grab were mentioned. In addition to the ones above, the other friends of Song Shuhang in the Immortal Realm were the Great Northern Emperor, Elder Sister White Dragon, Senior Scarlet Heaven, and more or less Senior Skylark. The changes occurring to the 7 lustrous golden cores had concluded. They still maintained a certain frequency of resonance with each other, but there were no further changes. Song Shuhang kept meditating, and entered the state of inner sight, staring firmly at his 7 small golden cores. He was looking forward to finding out whether the 7 small golden cores would learn how to paint, and then take his place in creating a composition on his life-bound whale core. But after staring at them for 10 minutes, Song Shuhang gave up on this thought. The small golden cores did not have such a function. Moreover, after gathering the 7 small golden cores, he failed to summon Shenlong. Song Shuhang opened his eyes slightly. Scarlet Heaven Sword asked, "What's wrong?" "The changes to my lustrous golden cores have concluded. I was expecting them to experience further changes, but nothing happened." Song Shuhang then asked, "Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, how long have I been in seclusion this time?" Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "It's noon on the 9th day of your seclusion. It's barely been a day and a night." That's it? I felt as if it had been a very long time. Song Shuhang scratched his head, and said, "But I guess for me, a whole day is already considered to be a relatively long time for a seclusion." Scarlet Heaven Sword. A day and night is not called seclusion at all. This is just normal daily practice, okay? What does the word seclusion even mean to you? There are still 21 days left. Song Shuhang did some stretches, and said, "I'll continue to adjust my state, and then tomorrow I will start with my whale core comp." Scarlet Heaven Sword asked, "What's wrong?" Song Shuhang said, "My 6th stage heavenly tribulation seems to be coming." But the problem was that he hadn't even started his whale core composition yet. Chapter 1708 Yo, I am back. Although these small golden cores were also golden cores, and could theoretically push one toward the heavenly tribulation after they became lustrous golden cores, his life-bound whale core was still blank. After he transcended the tribulation, what would happen to his life-bound whale core? Was it going to evolve? Without a composition, it shouldn't be able to evolve into a spirit lake after he transcended the tribulation. At that time, what stage would Song Shuhang's realm reach? More importantly, if the life-bound whale core got a golden core composition in the future, after it evolved into a lustrous golden core, would Song Shuhang have to transcend the tribulation again? Restrain your aura, and suppress the fluctuations of spiritual energy in your body for now. Then, delay the heavenly tribulation, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said. It would be best to wait until your life-bound whale core has become a lustrous golden core before transcending your tribulation. Song Shuhang said, "How do I delay it?" Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword replied, "Transfer your strength. Didn't you take that Scarlet Pupil boy as your disciple? Transmit him some of your strength for a while. Actually, transferring strength isn't that bad, especially for those who are at the 1st stage realm. That's actually the realm most suitable for receiving the strength of others. Anyway, there isn't a second stage heavenly tribulation, so imparting your strength to him is completely safe. In addition, you should be able to bring him all the way to the second stage in one breath. As long as you pay attention to his mindset in the future, he won't have any trouble stabilizing his foundation. In the end, I still have to embark on the path of no return of Song Horizon Shuhang. Behind him, fairy creation patted Song Shuhang lightly. Song, don't cry. I'm not crying, fairy, Song Shuhang said. Why do I keep on feeling like you want to see me cry? In the air, Senior White's clone rubbed his eyes and woke up. After seeing Song Shuhang's state, he rolled over and touched him with his hand, suppressing the spiritual energy that was raging in his body. I just slept for a short while, and you're already about to transcend your tribulation? Senior White's clone said in distress. Song Shuhang said, Senior White, it was an accident. My life-bound whale core's composition hasn't been completed yet. Senior White's clone asked, so, what are you going to do? I'm going to contact Lady Kuna. Song Shuhang thought for a while, and then said, if I can, I still prefer pulling my main body out of the 9th stage heavenly tribulation first. Little Inju was still in the heavenly tribulation realm, and there was also the demonic hamster. The longer the two stayed there, the more danger they were in. Moreover, their being in the heavenly tribulation realm was also affecting Sage Monarch Melon Eater. As such, he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to pull his main body, Little Inju, and hamster out. Song Shuhang wasn't afraid of the 6th stage heavenly tribulation, as long as it didn't mutate. Pa! Senior White, bless me with your luck. So, it's time to end my seclusion. Song Shuhang sighed. Adding it all up together, I've been in seclusion for 9 days. This is a record for me. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword shook involuntarily. It suddenly felt an urge to fly out and strike Song Shuhang's waist. Ding, your ally Lady Kuna has gone offline. Ding, your ally Fat Ball is online. Beep, your ally Fat Ball has remotely transferred you 2 seconds worth of strength. Please check the transaction carefully. P.S. Mr. Shuhang, from the fluctuations on your side, I gather that you're about to transcend your 6th stage heavenly tribulation, right? Song Shuhang responded, yes. But as he did not have the option to reply, he couldn't reply to Dragon-Eyed Kuna. At this time, the will of the Dragon Network, named Fat Ball, sent another bit of strength to Song Shuhang. P.S. I will come over right now. Please open the defensive formation of where you've closed up. A moment later, the dragon-eyed Lady Kuna was outside the Scarlet Dragon Cave. Senior White's clone opened the defensive formation, and allowed her in. After the dragon-eyed Lady Kuna entered the room, Senior White's clone looked over lazily. He looked at the other party curiously. His eyes were filled with interest. The dragon-eyed Lady Kuna said, Mr. Shuhang, are you ready? I'll be switching your main body and your clone. Song Shuhang asked, what do I need to do? The dragon-eyed Lady Kuna said, your main body is still in the 9th stage heavenly tribulation realm, in its metal giant mode. In a while, I will be giving you some of the Dragon Network's authority. Through this permission, the consciousnesses of your main body and clone can be synchronized. At that time, your main body and others who are with it should be ready to be taken out from the heavenly tribulation realm. Then, your clone can enter the tribulation transcending process. When that happens, I will pull your main body from the 9th stage heavenly tribulation realm, and put your clone back in again. We'll have a very small window, so you will have to cooperate with me well. Song Shuhang nodded. I understand. It seemed his clone would have to suffer once again. When the main body, Little Inju, and Hamster were pulled out of the heavenly tribulation realm, the clone would take their place. Senior White's clone curiously asked, the Dragon Network's authority can affect even the heavenly tribulation realm? The dragon-eyed Lady Kuna replied, it can, to a certain extent. Although the dragon network is insignificant compared to your heaven's will, it does have some authority. Song Shuhang asked, where do I transcend my tribulation? The dragon-eyed Lady Kuna said, it would be best for you to choose somewhere inside the black dragon world. That way, I would be able to exert some of my authority to assist you when the time comes. Led by Lady Kuna, Song Shuhang and his party came to a wide grassland on the edge of the Dadamar forest. Senior White's clone asked, this place should do. Also, Shuhang, have your resurrection gold coins come off their cooldown? Song Shuhang nodded. Adding the time he was in the 9th stage heavenly tribulation realm to the time he'd spent in seclusion, more than enough time had passed for the resurrection gold coins to come off their cooldown. Senior White's clone nodded, and said, that's good. If you encounter any problems when you transcend your 6th stage heavenly tribulation, I can preemptively make a move and kill you before the tribulation does. Song Shuhang became worried. Since Senior White said so, there might be trouble when his 6th stage heavenly tribulation came. The dragon-eyed Lady Kuna asked, are you ready? Song Shuhang replied, ready, Lady Kuna. Please call me Fat Ball. The dragon-eyed Lady Kuna stretched out her hand to Song Shuhang. And hold my hand. Song Shuhang's big hand held Lady Kuna's small hand. A portion of the dragon network's authority has become available. In an instant, Song Shuhang felt his consciousness stretch out infinitely, covering the entire black dragon world. However, in this huge dragon network, there were 2 black holes that Song Shuhang's consciousness could not touch. One of them faintly leaked the aura of the dragon-eyed Lady Kuna. In the other black hole, the aura was very strange, not like the power of the black dragon world cultivation system. On the contrary, it was somewhat like the power of a cultivator. Lady Kuna said, please draw your heavenly tribulation, the window we have is very small. Song Shuhang's clone did as she said, and the spiritual energy of his 7 small golden cores burst out. Scarlet Heaven Sword, Fairy Creation, and Senior White's clone all retreated far away from Song Shuhang so as not to be dragged into the 9th stage heavenly tribulation realm. In the sky, tribulation clouds began to condense, these belonging to Song Shuhang's tribulation. Lady Kuna said, now. Song Shuhang said, ready. In the next moment, he felt his whole body heat up, and his consciousness faintly connected with his main body in the heavenly tribulation realm. It was coming, he could feel it. Whoosh! After a while, a figure appeared behind Song Shuhang. However, it wasn't his main body. Yo, Shuhang, we're back. Senior White's gentle voice sounded behind Song Shuhang. Shuhang, are you willing to believe in me? Song Shuhang turned his head abruptly, and saw the handsome Senior White come out of a spatial passage with a smile on his face. Heavens, Senior White, why are you here? Hurry, get away from me. Song Shuhang shouted. He was a clone, and the clone was soon going to face the 9th stage heavenly tribulation. By appearing next to him at this moment, there was a small chance that, if they weren't careful, Senior White could also be sent to the 9th stage heavenly tribulation realm and be done for. This is strange. With Senior White's luck, he would always run into good things, and even be able to avoid any disasters from befalling him. So how did he end up appearing beside my clone today? Senior White curiously asked, Huh? Are you about to transcend your tribulation? While they were talking, Song Shuhang's clone and Senior White were enveloped by an invisible force. Then, the bodies of the 2 seemed to get sucked in by a black hole. They were gone in an instant. Fairy Creation said, Song over, main body. The eyes of Senior White's clone went wide open. Wasn't this a bit too unexpected? Scarlet Heaven Sword turned and looked towards Lady Kuna. Lady Kuna, fellow Taoist White seems to have been thrown into the 9th stage heavenly tribulation realm together with Song Shuhang's clone. Is there a way to get him out? Call me Fat Ball, thank you, dragon-eyed Lady Kuna said calmly. Without the necessary authority, there's no way to get him out. Senior White's clone. He looked up at the sky. Perhaps, my main body getting involved in the 9th stage heavenly tribulation is something to be happy about? Senior White's clone thought to itself. Meanwhile, inside the 9th stage heavenly tribulation realm, Song Shuhang's main body said goodbye to Senior Melon Eater. Senior Melon Eater, I will really be leaving this time. On the other side, Sage Monarch Melon Eater had created a huge, virtuous network, easily resisting waves of the 9th stage heavenly tribulation. As long as it didn't mutate, the ordinary 9th stage heavenly tribulation was not too difficult for Sage Monarch Melon Eater to handle. After hearing Song Shuhang's farewell, Sage Monarch Melon Eater felt slightly worried, and said, "Little friend Tyrannical Song, nothing wrong is going to happen this time, right? Actually, I feel like I've gotten used to the intensity of the heavenly tribulation. As long as I grit my teeth and endure, should be able to handle even double the power, so maybe you should just stay here with me? When you can't resist, maybe I can resist the heavenly tribulation for you?" Sage Monarch Melon Eater felt that its little friend, Tyrannical Song, was being pointlessly reckless. With them being good friends, it worried about Tyrannical Song making a mistake and losing his life in the process. It was better to push for a win through stability. Song Shuhang said, "I have to leave. If I don't, it will be more troublesome later. My clone has already drawn the 6th stage heavenly tribulation outside. If I don't switch out, the clone will end up in the heavenly tribulation realm as well. I'm afraid that, at that time, the power of the heavenly tribulation will increase once again. In addition, Hamster and Little Inju are a bit too weak to continue staying here." Hamster was still in his stomach at the moment. He had maintained the smoky mode all along to prevent Hamster from being burned by the power of the heavenly tribulation. Little Inju's state was also rather strange. She had not regained consciousness, and was still hibernating. Her body was getting weaker and weaker. Although the 33 divine beasts' combined magical treasure, which had transformed into the all-destroying giant, was protecting her, there were bits of the 9th stage heavenly tribulation that would get past it and cause her, who was at the 4th stage realm, harm. Then, "I wish you success," Sage Monarch Melon Eater said. It said this while wishing that no accidents befell its friend Tyrannical Song. Song Shuhang said, "Senior Melon Eater, see you in 985 days." When he said that, through the authority of the Dragon Network, his main body, Hamster, Little Inju, the combined magical treasure, and the virtuous Lamia were all enveloped by a layer of invisible force. "This is it. It feels right this time." A smile appeared on Song Shuhang's face. Afterward, he felt his body get stretched as if he were noodles, and he was pulled out from the 9th stage heavenly tribulation realm. In his place, his clone was pulled in. The main body and the clone were stretched like noodles, and then they passed through where the 9th stage heavenly tribulation realm and the Black Dragon world intersected. "Thank you, clone." When passing by, Song Shuhang silently conveyed a thought to his clone. Due to the separation of the heavenly tribulation realm, Song Shuhang's main body and his clone could not maintain their sensory sharing. To some extent, it was as if they had become two separate individuals. At the same time, the clone also conveyed a thought to him. "Ah, main body, this is bad. Senior White got pulled in with me." Song Shuhang's main body, Sigma, degree winky face Song Shuhang hurriedly shouted, "Senior White." Senior White's transmitted his thoughts. "Huh, what? I got pulled and I guess I'll see you later." In the next moment, Song Shuhang and his clone completed the switch, and the distance between the two became farther and farther. After another moment, Song Shuhang's main body drove the all-destroying giant out of the spatial channel, and appeared in the Black Dragon world. Boom! The all-destroying giant landed, squatted, and then lowered its hands. Song Shuhang yelled, "Not good." Senior White got involved in the 9th stage heavenly tribulation. Scarlet Heaven Sword said, we all saw it. Fairy Creation responded, "Song, don't cry." Senior White's clone said, "Don't bother yourself with my main body." It might simply be that he subconsciously wanted to go and take a look at the 9th stage heavenly tribulation. You should focus on your own heavenly tribulation and try to stay alive. Senior White's clone spoke so calmly. For some reason, Song Shuhang felt that all of Senior White's clones had the hobby of throwing their main body under the bus. Muffled thunder boomed. In the sky, the tribulation clouds for the 6th stage heavenly tribulation gathered, and the power of the heavenly tribulation continued to increase. This was because there were 3 people transcending the tribulation: Song Shuhang, Hamster, and Li Yinzhu. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand, and took Hamster out of his smoky body before restoring it to its original shape. Song Shuhang confidently said, "With only the 3 of us, the power of the heavenly tribulation should only increase to the 7th stage at most, and that's something that can easily be dealt with." He was a man who had survived about 15 days in the 9th stage heavenly tribulation, though he did make use of some external cheats during that time. Hamster's body shook. How unfortunate for my master's plan. Senior White too had wanted to send Hamster into the demonic tribulation realm, so that it could condense its own demon seal when it reached the 5th stage. However, it now appeared that this plan was going to fall through. You shouldn't be worrying about some useless stuff at a time like this. Song Shuhang raised his head, and looked at the heavenly tribulation. Getting through this heavenly tribulation is our main priority. After finally getting out of the 9th stage heavenly tribulation realm, Song Shuhang felt as if he'd been reborn. "It's here," the dragon-eyed Lady Kuna said softly. Boom! In the sky, thunder roared loudly, and with that, the probing, first wave of the heavenly tribulation descended. Its power was much weaker than what Song Shuhang had expected. The Black Dragon world did not have this kind of heavenly tribulation. The tribulations of the Black Dragon world were all mental energy-focused tribulations. As such, Song Shuhang's 6th stage heavenly tribulation was directly coming from the main world. But to get to him, it first had to get into the Black Dragon world. The 6th stage heavenly tribulation was having a cross-world battle at this time. As such, consumption was inevitable, and its power would inevitably decrease. "It's time," the dragon-eyed Lady Kuna said calmly. She stretched out her 2 index fingers, and waved them lightly like a conductor conducting a piece of music. When she waved her hands, the power of the Dragon Network was mobilized. The main world, Black Dragon World, and the Heavenly Tribulation Realm, 3 different worlds, were connected together with Song Shuhang as the center. Subsequently, there were 2 kinds of heavenly tribulations that locked on to Song Shuhang. One was the 6th stage heavenly tribulation. The other was the power of the heavenly tribulation inside the 9th stage heavenly tribulation realm, seemingly ready to come out at any moment. Whoosh! Sword light flashed, and Scarlet Heaven Sword appeared at Lady Kuna's neck. "What are you doing?" Fairy Creation followed right after. She stretched out her hand and wielded a scholarly scripture, with a scholarly rune emerging on the scripture. This was a scholarly scripture personally written by the sage, which caused it to possess unfathomable might. Fairy Creation flashed behind the dragon-eyed Lady Kuna, and the scholarly scripture in her hand transformed into a large golden brush, locking on to her target. Senior White's clone did not make any move, and his eyes remained fixed on Song Shuhang. Once an accident occurred, he would take action as soon as possible, beheading Song Shuhang at the first moment to let him enter the resurrection state, effectively dragging him out of the heavenly tribulation. "I have no malice," the dragon-eyed Lady Kuna said calmly. "I won't harm Mr. Shuhang. We're allies, so don't worry." As her voice fell, some energy from the 9th stage heavenly tribulation was drawn out of the heavenly tribulation realm. After being drawn out of the heavenly tribulation realm, the power of the tribulation directly merged with that of the sixth stage heavenly tribulation above Song Shuhang's head. Because they were both aimed at Song Shuhang, the two heavenly tribulations had essentially the same source. "What are you doing?" "Answer me," Scarlet Heaven Sword said. On its body, a cold saber intent surfaced. Boom! Thunder sounded. The ninth stage heavenly tribulation merged with the sixth stage heavenly tribulation, and the tribulation clouds formed a giant hand whose palm area covered more than 10 small dragon-scale worlds. With the Datamar forest as the center, over 10 small dragon-scale worlds were completely covered by tribulation clouds, turning the skies of these worlds dark as night. The aura of the ninth stage heavenly tribulation caused people under the fifth level in the worlds below to faint. Those above the fifth level and below the seventh level couldn't move. Their entire bodies went soft, and they could only watch this terrifying doomsday scene as it took place right before their eyes. In the giant hand, countless runes appeared. Every rune contained a terrifying magical technique. The giant tribulation hand opened wide, lightning expanded, and an enhanced lightning palm emerged. A normal lightning palm would usually have a small ball of lightning in its center. But this lightning palm was much bigger than an ordinary one, and it felt as if it was holding a basketball. And this did not yet take into account that the open palm in this scenario was one that now covered nearly 50 small dragon-scale worlds. Once it fell, these 50 small dragon-scale worlds and a large number of small worlds in their vicinity would all be wiped out. Everyone looked at this doomsday scene in the sky in horror. The dragon-eyed Kuna asked, "Mr. Shuhang, are you willing to believe in me?" Song Shuhang felt complex emotions well up inside him. He currently felt very much like he was in the scene of a drama, one where character A was holding a huge chopper to character B's neck, and yelled, "Do you trust me? Are you willing to believe in me?" Song Shuhang felt like he was character B at this time. If I say that I'm unwilling, would this extremely enhanced version of the lightning palm explode right on my forehead? Lady Kuna. You've already led things to this point, can I still not believe in you? And so, Song Shuhang seriously asked, do you believe in money? Scarlet Heaven Sword. WTF. When I get back, I definitely have to cut apart Song Shuhang's brain to see just how exactly that death-seeking brain of his is wired. The dragon-eyed Kuna earnestly replied, not really. Then I believe in you a little bit, Song Shuhang said and nodded. I don't believe in money, either. I'm always short of it. In addition, Song Shuhang just thought of another thing. Senior White had the attribute of seeking good fortune and avoiding misfortune, and when he came out just now, he immediately ran into the ninth stage heavenly tribulation realm together with his clone. Did that mean that Senior White was actually seeking good fortune this time as well? And he was avoiding misfortune? If it was to seek good fortune, then there wasn't much of a problem on their side, but if it was to avoid misfortune, then Song Shuhang felt that he was in danger of dying. The dragon-eyed Kuna said, thank you. Beep Fatball has granted you higher Dragon Network authority. Song Shuhang's consciousness once again covered the entire Dragon Network world. This time, he had a clearer view of things. Song Shuhang could even vaguely sense all of the specific things that the Dragon Network was touching. This feeling, to paraphrase a line in myths, was akin to God's eyes are everywhere. Last time, when the dragon-eyed Kuna granted him some Dragon Network authority, Song Shuhang sensed two huge black holes in the Dragon Network. One had the aura of Lady Kuna, while the other black hole faintly leaked the aura of a cultivator. And currently, the black hole belonging to Lady Kuna was now cleared for Song Shuhang to see. Song Shuhang could see that it was a Dragon Network node. Similar to what seemed like the finishing touch of the virtuous network, the black hole where Lady Kuna's node was the core of the entire Dragon Network. If this is the core of the Dragon Network, what is at the other black hole? Song Shuhang looked at the other black hole curiously, but it remained blurry, and he couldn't sense what was within. The dragon-eyed Lady Kuna said, "It's an indescribable existence. You can't mention it. When you mention its name, it will feel it. Mr. Shuhang, please believe in me more." Song Shuhang asked, "No problem, I can believe in you more. What do I have to do?" "You just have to believe in me." "Thank you, Mr. Shuhang." Lady Dragon-Eyed Kuna waved her hands vigorously. Scarlet Heaven Sword and Fairy Creation were still locked on to her. If she really were to play any tricks, Scarlet Heaven Sword and Fairy Creation would join forces to deal her a vicious blow. Boom! In the void, the giant, heavenly tribulation lightning palm came bearing down. In the small dragon scale worlds covered by the heavenly tribulation, all the creatures fell into despair, so much so that they couldn't even bring themselves to scream. The practitioners above the 5th level all had a look of hopelessness on their faces. Compared to them, ordinary people were happier. After passing out, they had no idea what was taking place. But for those who were conscious, they could only watch as this disaster descended. Their bodies couldn't move, nor could they resist. And even if they could resist, it would be in vain. Compared to the disaster in the sky, their power was simply nothing. They were feeling true despair. In the castle of the Dragon Blood clan, Scarlet Pupil stopped practicing his fist technique, and looked up at the sky. The castle was also under the heavenly tribulation. At this time, most of the Dragon Blood clan members in the castle had fallen unconscious. The bronze ring on Scarlet Pupil's wrist was shining, and the imprint on it was burning hot. The Sage Seal was protecting him, preventing him from losing the ability to move under the aura of the heavenly tribulation. In addition, his current physique was also somewhat different from others. Coupled with Song Shuhang's Sage Seal, he was still alive and kicking in the face of the aura of the 9th stage heavenly tribulation. Looking at the heavenly tribulation that was suddenly descending from the sky, Scarlet Pupil pondered for a while, and then continued to practice the basic steel hands technique. He was not fearless. In fact, he, who had experienced death, knew the horror and despair of death much better than others. When faced with death once more, his heartbeat sped up wildly, and he could hardly breathe because of the despair-inducing feeling of powerlessness that filled his heart. Scarlet Pupil solemnly said, "It is at the instant when a person is on the border between life and death that they can burst with huge potential." He frantically unleashed the basic fist technique, one punch followed by another, roaring out the mantra of the fist technique at the same time. His long black hair hung behind him as he continuously sent fists flying out. His white skin gave off a strange beauty under the flashes of lightning. As he continued sending out one punch after the other, it was as if his heart had suddenly jumped. At the last moment, Scarlet Pupil felt like a living spring had been dug up in his chest, and a kind of chi and blood energy began pouring out of his chest. His heart aperture had opened. The dragon-eyed Kuna called out, "Mr. Shuhang." Song Shuhang responded, "I already believe in you greatly. I feel like my faith in you has already reached its limit." The dragon-eyed Kuna said, "No, I was just feeling a bit nervous, so I called out to you." Song Shuhang. In the next moment, the heavenly tribulation's enhanced version of the lightning palm suddenly disappeared. Under the influence of Song Shuhang's Dragon Network authority, that huge lightning palm had been suddenly transferred to where the other black hole in the Dragon Network was located. Lady Kuna wants to use the heavenly tribulation lightning palm to destroy that other black hole in the Dragon Network? Song Shuhang instantly came to a realization. Boom! The enhanced lightning palm crashed into the other black hole in the Dragon Network. The dragon-eyed Kuna solemnly shouted, "Authority, cut off the energy." Following her order, the energy of the entire Dragon Network came to a halt in an instant, and remained in a static state. In this way, that black hole region could not be assisted by the energy of the Dragon Network. Boom! The enhanced lightning palm exploded, directly obliterating the outer cover of the black hole area. With this, Song Shuhang was finally able to see what was inside through his Dragon Network Authority. In that area, there was also a Dragon Network node, with a structure almost similar to Lady Kuna's central Dragon Network node. Inside this black hole node, demonic god pillars could be found. Each demonic god pillar was engraved with the image of a different demonic god. They were planted in that Dragon Network node, wildly absorbing the energy of the Dragon Network. This demonic god pillar looks so familiar. Song Shuhang frowned slightly. While he was in thought, he reached out and lightly touched his left eye. Right, it was from the scene of the big shots planting wards in the ancient nether that the scholarly sages I had shown him. Among them, there seemed to be a demonic sect elder who was an immortal, and had planted his own wards in the ancient nether. I remember that big shot was a terrifying existence who had escaped to the ancient nether after failing to obtain the position of wielder of the heaven's will. After failing in that battle, he had managed to survive. The strength of this immortal is among the highest tier. The demonic god pillar in this Dragon Network node was exactly the pillar of that demon immortal. In other words, am I currently cooperating with Lady Kuna in fighting against that big shot from a demonic sect? Song Shuhang. Song feels uncomfortable when not provoking a big shot every day, Shuhang. Sometimes, you can't just place your faith in those who don't want money. It's very much possible that they don't want money, but they don't want to live, either. Today, Song Shuhang had gained another life experience. And while he was busy summing up his life experience, the dragon-eyed Lady Kuna had already drawn the power of the 9th stage Heavenly Tribulation 9 times, and merged it with Song Shuhang's 6th stage Heavenly Tribulation. After doing so, she produced super-strengthened Heavenly Tribulation lightning palms, and then threw them to the Dragon Network node of the Demon Immortal. For some reason, Song Shuhang remembered the scene of himself and his friends using firecrackers to fry fish back when he was very young. This was the feeling this scene was giving off. This unexpected feeling is rather moving, Song Shuhang silently thought to himself. By this point, over 30 enhanced lightning palms had been thrown in, the constant ringing of explosions coming from the node. At the Dragon Network node of the Demon Immortal, most of the demonic god pillars had been blown off. This is the method you've chosen to go with? You've bided your time for so long just to draw over the 9th stage Heavenly Tribulation? A dull voice rang out from the Dragon Network node. The voice continued, what does a mere 9th stage Heavenly Tribulation account for when compared to me? I've gotten a taste of Heavenly Tribulations of this level back when I was still ascending to the 8th stage. You've disappointed me greatly. Your judgment, your methods, your plans, your abilities, none of them are worth mentioning. Because of this, I shall suppress you. His voice, which was swollen with inordinate arrogance, was a kind of demonic tune, good at destroying people's minds. When the demon immortal had become an immortal, as long as he spoke with a volume loud enough, he could make creatures with insufficient mental energy go mad. He was a moving disaster, a moving nightmare. Who is this arrogant guy? Scarlet Heaven Sword said. Not even Scarlet Heaven, who was one of its masters, was this arrogant. The dragon-eyed Lady Kuna stretched out her hands, opened them slightly, and flung them into the air. In the next moment, 3 enhanced Heavenly Tribulation lightning palms were thrown into the Demon Immortal's node. Along with them, there was also a seed. It was a transparent seed with the tiny figure of a woman curled up within. The seed split at the moment it was sent to the node. It was a strand of the Ancient Nether Chaos Will, which Song Shuhang had given to Lady Kuna. The seed split apart, and the aura of the Ancient Nether Chaos Will leaked out. In the next moment, a thunderous change happened to the enhanced lightning palms. The Heavenly Tribulation had turned into Heavenly Punishment. Under the Heavenly Tribulation, there was still a ray of hope to live. But under the Heavenly Punishment, there was only death. The Heavenly Punishment was the embodiment of destruction. Chapter 1711 The Dragon Network's agent with the highest authority. The heavenly punishment was something that even the ruler of the netherworld wouldn't want to mess with. Moreover, the heavenly punishment wouldn't rest until its target was dead. The three enhanced lightning palms entered heavenly punishment mode, and their murderous energy boomed towards the demon immortal. This series of events was quite unexpected. The dragon-eyed Lady Kuna said, "It worked." The aura of the Ancient Nether Chaos Will served as the catalyst, transforming the ninth stage heavenly tribulation into heavenly punishment. And under the power of the heavenly punishment, that black hole-like dragon network node constructed by the demon immortal would be completely uprooted and destroyed. Song Shuhang asked, "Is it over?" "Yes, it's over," the dragon-eyed Lady Kuna said. "This is the first time I did something like this. I wasn't sure if I would be able to do it, so I was a bit nervous. Fortunately, it worked out." Rumble, the heavenly punishment lightning palm crashed into the black hole, exploding into the most dazzling fireworks display. Under the constant attacks of the heavenly punishment, the area of the dragon network node constructed by the demon immortal constantly shrunk. In addition, the dragon-eyed Lady Kuna was on the sidelines to stop any of the dragon network's energy from being supplied to the demon immortal. The demon immortal fought alone, steadily losing ground, with his territory continuously getting smaller and smaller. The outcome was already clear. The dragon-eyed Lady Kuna slowly said, "For the dragon network, that person is like a malignant tumor. I can't remove him by myself, so I could only resort to making use of external forces. Fortunately, I am now able to remove him without too many problems." Scarlet Heaven Sword turned around, and said, "So you had this plan in mind from the very beginning?" From making contact with Song Shuhang, to becoming friends with him, borrowing the power of Song Shuhang's ninth stage heavenly tribulation, and turning it into heavenly punishment. If all of this were her designs since the very beginning, then this will of the dragon network was truly scheming. Scarlet Heaven Sword felt that it wasn't particularly proficient at dealing with people who had such deep schemes. It felt like if it were to stay together with such people, it might unknowingly end up getting sold by the other party, and yet still continue thinking of them as friends. It preferred people like Song Shuhang, honest and straightforward. "Mr. Scarlet Heaven Saber, you've misunderstood." The dragon-eyed Lady Kuna shook her head. "I don't have such a powerful scheming ability. In fact, most of the things that happened were simply coincidences." She had only made contact with Song Shuhang because they were invading human beings from outside the Black Dragon world. Therefore, as the will of the Dragon Network, it was natural for her to pay attention to them. But later on, as she continued to stay with Song Shuhang, he simply brought her too many surprises. The heavenly punishment brought about by the Bidengo's will, the seed with the Ancient Nether Chaos Will's aura that he gave her, and his unimaginably fast cultivation speed. All in all, her plan to draw the energy of the heavenly tribulation and transform it into heavenly punishment only came after the surprises that Song Shuhang brought her. In the beginning, she hadn't even contemplated the possibility of being able to draw the ninth stage heavenly tribulation thanks to Song Shuhang. "Mr. Shuhang truly is a man who brings many surprises," the dragon-eyed Lady Kuna said. "In return, I shall assist you as much as I can during your sixth stage heavenly tribulation," Song Shuhang remarked. "Isn't my sixth stage heavenly tribulation gone already?" He had been transcending his heavenly tribulation, but then his heavenly tribulation had ended up becoming a heavenly punishment, which then went on to blow up the demon immortal, leaving him, the man transcending his tribulation, not knowing what to do. The dragon-eyed Lady Kuna explained, "No, after the heavenly punishment ends, your heavenly tribulation will recondense so that you can transcend it again. Beep Fatball has granted you the highest authority to the Dragon Network. You now possess 90% of authority over the Dragon Network, second only to Fatball's administrative authority. This authority will last for 20 days. Congratulations on becoming the highest authorized agent of the Dragon Network. Song Shuhang. This is my compensation to Mr. Shuhang." When you go on to transcend your 6th stage heavenly tribulation, you will be able to utilize the energy of the dragon network to assist you. As long as you remain in the black dragon world, you won't have to worry about any problems with regard to your heavenly tribulation, the dragon-eyed Lady Kuna said. However, I can only grant you this authority for 20 days. If I were to grant you the authority for any longer, your body would be assimilated into the dragon network. At that time, you wouldn't be able to leave the dragon network. Although I really want Mr. Shuhang to stay with the dragon network, restricting your freedom wouldn't be a good thing. Song Shuhang said, so that's the case, then thank you. You're welcome. And truly, I should be the one saying thank you. The dragon-eyed Lady Kuna curtsied at Song Shuhang. Mr. Shuhang, you should first study how to use the dragon network. By doing so, when the time comes for you to transcend your tribulation, you will be able to proficiently utilize the dragon network to your advantage. Song Shuhang nodded. At this moment, Fairy Creation suddenly called out, Song careful? Song Shuhang. The virtuous Lamia instantly appeared, and protected Song Shuhang. The large golden brush in Fairy Creation's hand moved at the same time, and a string of scholarly runes formed a mirror in front of Song Shuhang. And in the same instant, Scarlet Heaven Sword flashed into Song Shuhang's hands. The combined magical treasure, which was no longer able to maintain its all-destroying giant form, split apart into 2 sets, and then moved to protect Li Yinzhu and the demonic hamster. Clang! A stick-sized demonic god pillar appeared out of thin air, crashing towards Song Shuhang's face, but it was blocked by the scholarly mirror. The demonic god pillar ricocheted to the ground, and plunged into it. The mirror constructed from scholarly runes shattered and dissipated. Song Shuhang asked, was it the demon immortal? Had the other party finally flown into a rage from humiliation, and chosen to personally come out and take back some face? But then why did the demon immortal target him the moment he came out? Wasn't the other party's real enemy the will of the dragon network next to him? You were actually able to block my blow. Despite being a mere bug, you made my fingers itch a bit when I tried to crush you. The deep voice of the demon immortal boomed. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword replied, Your fingers might not only itch, but they might also start to bleed. Song Shuhang said, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, by replying like that, aren't you accepting his claim of me being a mere bug? Song Bug, Fairy Creation sang. The virtuous Lamia immediately said, despite being a mere bug, you made my fingers itch a bit when I tried to crush you. Song Shuhang. Don't be afraid, Mr. Shuhang. I will deal with him. The dragon-eyed Kuna patted her chest, and said, although I am not good at fighting, this is my territory. The other party is at the immortal realm. How troublesome, Senior White's clone said weakly. He then struggled to rouse himself up. Shuhang, give me a sword. Meteor Sword had gone with his main body into the 9th stage heavenly tribulation realm, and as the enemy was in existence at the immortal realm, disposable flying swords would hardly be able to do much. Song Shuhang thought for a while, and then stretched out his hand towards Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, do you want to try cooperating with Senior White? Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword wanted to refuse. After all, although it was a sword, it excelled in saber intent. But in the face of the saber nurturing technique, it agreed to Song Shuhang's proposal. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword flashed and fell into Senior White's hands. Fellow Taoist White, we can try working together. But I'll say this first, I excel in saber intent. As such, if we can't cooperate perfectly, don't blame me. I feel like we'll be able to cooperate very well. Senior White's clone laid his hand on Scarlet Heaven Sword. Then, the light of the saber-nurturing technique shone. Ah, so refreshing. Fellow Taoist White knows how to use this magical technique as well? Scarlet Heaven Sword said in surprise. Senior White's clone replied, Shuhang has used it on me so many times. As long as you figure out the principles behind the magical technique, it isn't difficult to imitate it. When he was sleeping, Song Shuhang had been unable to stop himself from laying his hands on his body and using the saber-nurturing technique again and again. As such, Senior White's clone had managed to analyze the principles behind the technique. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword savored the feeling, and commented, as expected of fellow Daoist White. Your imitation of the saber-nurturing technique is very close to that of Shuhang. There are only a few subtle differences. These subtle differences did not greatly affect the effect that the saber-nurturing technique could dish out, so it didn't change the fact that the technique still made Scarlet Heaven Sword feel very refreshed. Senior White held it, and Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword fully cooperated. In the next moment, their minds linked. Perhaps after working together for some more, they would be able to enter the state of one with the sword. Song Shuhang stretched out his hands and raised them high. With that, 2 sets of the combined magical treasure appeared. The impregnable holy city protected the demonic hamster and little Inju while arming Song Shuhang with weapons. As for the holy sword of the end, it remained suspended above Song Shuhang's head. Song Shuhang's face was calm at this time. Even if he was facing the demon immortal, one of the strongest immortals, he held no fear. After all, his side was quite extravagant, and his main body possessed the strength to go head-to-head against even an immortal. Besides, he had started to regain his connection with the inner world. After acquiring a high authority in the Dragon Network, Song Shuhang's connection to his inner world began to be unblocked. As long as his inner world did not go into hiding, Song Shuhang wouldn't be afraid. Moreover, there were powerful allies which he could call for inside his inner world. And at this moment, Senior White too also contacted him. Is there something wrong on your side? I can sense the aura of the heavenly punishment. Senior White 2's voice sounded directly in Song Shuhang's mind. Song Shuhang quickly replied, Senior White, someone is attacking me. The other party is a powerhouse even amongst immortals. Senior White 2 curiously asked, did the main world's Senior White not return to you? Song Shuhang replied, Senior White has gotten involved in my 9th stage heavenly tribulation. Senior White 2 asked, do you need my help? Who is around you right now? Song Shuhang thought for a while, and replied, currently, the main world's Senior White's clone, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, Fairy Creation, and the Will of the Dragon Network are with me. In addition, my inner world has been unblocked, and Senior Turtle is inside. And I guess I could also ask Pavilion Master Chu's head for help if I really needed it? Senior White 2, is it even possible for your camp to lose? Senior White 2 replied, alright, I understand the situation. The Black Dragon world currently has the heavenly punishment ongoing inside it, so it isn't convenient for me to make a move there lest the heavenly punishment targets me. After all, I'm the ruler of the Netherworld. Nevertheless, if something goes wrong on your side, open a spatial gate and run to the ancient Netherworld. I'm currently making some rather interesting arrangements here in the ancient Netherworld. If that guy you're fighting dares to chase you to the ancient Nether, I guarantee you that I'll make him experience something he will never forget. Song Shuhang responded, got it, Senior White. Then, he calmly stared at the black hole in the Dragon Network node where the demon immortal was located. Come. Fight me. The demon immortal's deep voice sounded. He, a bug that I wasn't able to pinch to death the first time, I won't pinch it a second time. Therefore, you need not worry. For at least today, your life is spared. Fairy Creation sang, Song Bug survives another day. The virtuous Lamia remarked, for at least today, your life is spared. Song Shuhang. Anyway, seeing this heavenly punishment which you've drawn over in order to deal with me, I can no longer say I'm unimpressed. Honestly, your plan has slightly surpassed my expectations. Nonetheless, that's all there is to it. It merely slightly surpassed my expectations, and it is still insignificant, the demon immortal's voice continued. If this is everything you've got, then you are bound to be disappointed today. The pupils of the dragon-eyed Lady Kuna shrank slightly. Today truly is a good day. I have waited millions of years, and now the time is finally ripe. This heavenly punishment you drew over is outside of my expectations. But I'm very happy. Because it came at just the right time. The demon immortal laughed loudly. In the next moment, within the black hole, another 108 pillars rose up. These 108 pillars had been hidden in the depths of the black hole area all this time, swallowing and absorbing the energy of the dragon network for millions of years. The demon immortal said, "Now, I'll show you my means." After saying that, the 108 pillars merged together. They seemed to be one entire set of combined magical treasures. After they merged together, the 108 pillars turned into an abyss, connecting the dragon network world to another world. The ancient nether world. Boom! The heavenly punishment in the sky continued to strike down. The demon immortal smiled, stretched out his hand, and drew a figure out from his stomach. The figure rose into the sky, and took on its original appearance. At the same time, the figure jumped towards the ancient nether world. It carried the aura of the ancient nether will. The lightning of the heavenly punishment seemed to be dragged with the figure, chasing after it, and blasting into the ancient nether world. The dragon-eyed Lady Kuna frowned, wondering what the demon immortal wanted to do. Song Shuhang asked, "Shouldn't we go after him? I'm getting the feeling that if we let that guy succeed in what he's doing, the situation will become very troublesome." In Song Shuhang's mind, Senior White 2's voice sounded. F***ck, how did the heaven punishment fall into the ancient nether world? What did you do this time? Song Shuhang replied, "We didn't do anything. It's the demon immortal who was attacking me. He did something to lead the heavenly punishment to the ancient nether world. We have no idea what he's planning on doing." Senior White 2 angrily said, F***ck him. Shuhang, put him on the blacklist for me. Does that guy think I don't dare kill him? Quite clearly, the interesting arrangement he had made in the ancient nether world had been affected by the heavenly punishment. It might have even ended up being completely destroyed, causing Senior White 2 to fly into a rage. Song Shuhang chuckled, and said, "No problem, I will make a blacklist right away." Ha ha ha. In the distance, the demon immortal let out a hearty laugh. The heavenly punishment had really come at the right time. The time is ripe. Ancient Nether Chaos Will, today is the day you shall be completely crushed, the demon immortal thought to himself. He was planning to destroy the ancient Nether Chaos Will, and take over the ancient nether world. Then, he would go on to swallow the black dragon world and the dragon network in one breath. At that time, he would become the master of the black dragon world and the ancient nether world. While he was thinking about these things, Beat Profound Sage Tyrannical Song has blacklisted you. Demon Immortal. What's a blacklist? It sounded similar to the tome of targets that his demonic god sect had, and recorded within that magical treasure were the names of those the sect wanted dead. If any of the disciples of the sect could get the head of a person recorded in the tome of targets, they would merit a reward. This kind of tome was something most large forces had. Is being added to this blacklist similar to being added to a tome of targets? The demon immortal thought to himself. This profound sage tyrannical song is quite bold. Moreover, the blacklist he got added to even forcefully reached him through the dragon network, and he had no option to refuse. It was rather overbearing and quite similar to the way his demonic sect did things. But who is this tyrannical song? Why did he suddenly add me to his blacklist? While he was in thought, he swept over the guy he had regarded as a bug. Demon Immortal. This bug actually has a sage seal suspended right beside him, and it says, Profound Sage Tyrannical Song, on it, no less. This bug is only at the 5th stage, yet he possesses a sage seal? No wonder I wasn't able to casually pinch him to death. Just what exactly is the background of this guy? It seems that I've underestimated him. The demon immortal swept his gaze over Song Shuhang, and said in a deep voice, "Interesting, profound sage tyrannical song, you actually added me to your blacklist. It appears that I underestimated you." Song Shuhang. Beep added the blacklist function. Beep successfully added the demon immortal, demon emperor Haji, to the blacklist. No wonder the demon immortal was looking at me weirdly. I've been tricked. Which blacklist function would notify the other party when they were added to it? Does my QR code have a misunderstanding of what a blacklist function is supposed to be? Demon Emperor Haji solemnly said, "I withdraw what I said before. Since you've added me to your blacklist as a hunting target, then I shall repay the favor." Song Shuhang looked up at the sky. Does this guy also have a misunderstanding regarding what a blacklist is? Suddenly, Fairy at #%times, who was behind Song Shuhang, said, "Actually, I'm not profound sage tyrannical song, I'm demon sage tyrannical scholar." While she was speaking, Fairy at #times held up both of her hands, and showed the tyrannical scholar demon seal which was shining brightly. Demon Emperor Haji. That thing really does not look like a sage seal. So, he glanced at Song Shuhang again. This guy really isn't profound sage tyrannical song, but demon sage tyrannical scholar. Did I see wrongly just now? Song Shuhang. Song, nothing to say, Shuhang. At this moment, Senior White's clone said, "He is stalling for time. Don't talk nonsense with him." The dragon-eyed Lady Kuna asked, "Should we attack him?" Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "Fellow Taoist White, let's take the lead." Tired. Senior White's clone looked at the dragon-eyed Lady Kuna. Go. Furthermore, dealing with the demon immortal had little to do with them. Song Shuhang and they were just guests, and it was the dragon-eyed Lady Kuna who really had to be worried here. Then I'm on it. The dragon-eyed Lady Kuna obviously understood this. She waved her hands like a conductor. Afterward, a golden light condensed behind her. The dragon network was cooperating with her. With the power she possessed as the will of the dragon network, she condensed a golden light that had the power to split worlds. Unfortunately, she could only utilize the energy from the will aspect of the dragon network. She could not use even a drop of the energy belonging to the dragon network itself. Once she did so, it would be equivalent to lifting the ban on the demon immortal. At that time, the dragon network node of the demon immortal would once again be supported by a steady stream of energy, and it would be able to recover back to what it once was after a short period of time. As the light condensed, the ground under the dragon-eyed Lady Kuna's feet broke apart. The ground was unable to bear such a large force. Lady Kuna shouted, "This is the most I can call upon right now." After she condensed the light, it turned into a light cannon, blasting towards the demon immortal, and locking onto the 108 demonic god pillars. Wherever the light cannon's attack passed, everything was shattered and split apart. At the same time, the attacks of Senior White's clone and Scarlet Heaven Sword followed closely behind hers. Heaven burning, earth splitting. Sword. With a slight twist of his wrist, Senior White caused Scarlet Heaven Sword's body to burn with raging flames. At the same time, an earth-splitting sword intent and a heaven-burning saber intent merged together, creating a saber sword joint attack. Senior White used Scarlet Heaven Sword to successfully slash out with sword chi. Scarlet Heaven Sword almost burst into tears due to the excitement. Despite being a sword-type divine weapon, this was its first time sending out a genuine sword intent-filled attack. The saber intent that could burn the heavens and evaporate the seas was the energy transformed from the heaven-burning flaming saber technique which Scarlet Heaven had stored in its sword body. As for the earth-splitting sword intent, it came from Senior White, who was cooperating with it. The combination of saber and sword, which was supposed to be lacking in chemistry, displayed an overall effect greater than simple addition. Demon Emperor Haji said, "Ha ha ha, you think I'm stalling for time? I was just doing something more important, and ended up looking slightly distracted." After he said that, a demonic pattern flashed brightly on his left arm. A sharp phoenix cry rang from the demonic pattern. In the next moment, a dark phoenix burning with pitch-black flames emerged. The dark phoenix's body was huge, it was as large as a small city. It spread its wings and stood in front of the golden light Lady Kuna had shot out, protecting the 108 demonic god pillars. The light cannon attack formed from the golden light blasted the dark phoenix's body. In an instant, the world-splitting force within the attack was all released. The dark phoenix looked up to the sky and screeched. Around its body, a projection of the black flame world emerged, stubbornly resisting the bombardment of the light cannon. The dazzling light, the black flame, the mighty power that could split worlds, and a collapsed small world. After a short while, the light cannon's attack was extinguished, and the black flame world projected by the dark phoenix also disappeared. The dark phoenix's body had shrunk by a decent amount, but it was still alive and kicking. It raised its head proudly and screeched loudly, like a proud black rooster having come victorious in battle. When it screeched, the heaven-burning saber intent and the sharp sword intent, which were combined as one, quickly came flying right at it. The dark phoenix didn't evade. It couldn't. The speed of this attack was simply too high. It could feel the heaven-burning saber intent and the earth-splitting sword intent contained within the attack. However, it was immune to both. As a dark phoenix, flames were its food, and there was no flame under the heavens that could hurt it. At the same time, its body was connected to the black flame world, so the earth-splitting sword intent was also useless against it. Crack! There was a crisp cracking sound as the dark phoenix was struck by the slash of the sword-saber joint attack. Meanwhile, Song Shuhang also made his move. He stretched out his hand and took out a weird ghost-handle saber. At the same time, the sage's eye in his left eye socket also shone. Behind him, fairy creation looked serious. "I am Tyrannical Song, 18 years of age, please guide me. If I have offended you, you can come and fight me." She also stretched out her hands and raised them up, cooperating with Song Shuhang by bringing out the profound sage Tyrannical Song, Sage Seal. "That one is too aggravating," said Song Shuhang. Then, his left eye brightened, shooting an impregnating gaze at Demon Emperor Haji. The impregnating gaze was ineffective against genuine powerhouses, and Demon Emperor obviously belonged to this rank. He would definitely be able to withstand the expert's appraisal. Nevertheless, Song Shuhang did not hesitate to use the technique. After all, it was an attack launched from the scholarly sage's eye, an attack from the most amazing man of his times. Even if it was just a small magical technique, even if it would prove ineffective, it could still dish out a shock effect. Regardless of whether it worked or not, he wouldn't lose anything by sending one out. Fairy at #% loudly shouted, "What is filial piety?" Fairy creation began, "What is?" Before she could finish her line, Song Shuhang's impregnating gaze had already reached Demon Emperor Haji. Fairy creation stared at Song Shuhang, her eyes wide open. What was this about? She hadn't finished her line yet. "Do you know the greatness of maternal love?" Fairy at #% interfered, snatching another line. Fairy creation squatted silently behind Song Shuhang, holding her head in both hands. In the distance, Demon Emperor Haji was struck by the impregnating gaze. It didn't happen because he was indifferent, nor because he was looking down on Song Shuhang, whom he regarded as a bug earlier. The reason was that he couldn't move. The dark phoenix had been slain in a second. When the sword saber slash struck the dark phoenix, the latter had been snapped out of existence. Flames were obviously supposed to be ineffective against it, and even the sharp sword chi attack should have been rendered ineffective with the black flame world that it possessed. However, when the slash engulfed the Dark Phoenix, the latter was inexplicably beaten. Demon Emperor Heji still could not understand how his Dark Phoenix had fallen. What were the principles behind the sword saber attack? Why was it able to instantly slay the Dark Phoenix, to the point that it could not even activate its skill, Fiery Rebirth? It didn't make any sense to him. After the Dark Phoenix had been slain, the sword saber slash disappeared. When the Dark Phoenix died, the Demon Emperor suffered a backlash, and his body stiffened at that instant. At the same time, the attack from Tyrannical Song reached him. The aura attached to this attack shocked him. When Demon Emperor Heji sneaked into the ancient nether world to plant his wards, the scholarly sage had not yet been born. Therefore, he did not know of him. But, this kind of peak immortal aura was something he would absolutely never forget. This powerful aura was very similar to the aura of the person who made him taste defeat in the past. It was the aura of someone who was truly invincible in the world, the aura of someone who had suppressed the entire universe. The light fell on him. However, not only did the Demon Emperor not feel the slightest harm, he didn't sense any negative effects acting on him either. However, this is usually what's most troublesome. The Demon Emperor frowned. The unknown was the most terrifying thing. Back then, because he was hit by a seemingly ordinary and simple skill, one that neither hurt nor itched, he did not take it seriously, and continued fighting. But in the end, ignoring that seemingly pointless skill became the biggest regret of his life. Attacks of this level, even if they were small magical techniques, were not to be ignored. The Demon Emperor's consciousness began to scan his body. At this moment, there was suddenly a loud boom that came from the passage where the 108 demonic god pillars had formed behind him. The Demon Emperor. The sword saber joint attack that Senior White's clone had sent out, which had disappeared after slaying the Dark Phoenix, had reappeared. After reappearing, it slashed at the demonic god pillars. What just happened? There weren't any spatial fluctuations, yet that attack suddenly appeared again. This doesn't make any sense. In the distance, Senior White's clone's eyelids slightly drooped. Tired. The sword saber joint attack just now was infused with the space-time traversal ability of the giant turtles of disaster. After the slash destroyed the Dark Phoenix, it traversed time and space. When something was in this state, even the ruler of the netherworld wouldn't be able to sense it. It would disappear silently, and cause no spatial fluctuations when it reappeared. Soon after, an explosion took place on the 108 demonic god pillars. Fortunately, the Demon Emperor's demonic god pillars were sturdy enough, and were able to endure the attack. However, the Demon Emperor felt very tired. His gaze shifted over the handsome man with long hair that reached his back. What is the origin of this guy? The Demon Emperor had a feeling that this handsome man was his biggest problem. This existence was likely to ruin his plans. When he stared at the handsome man, the other party's sage name naturally emerged in his mind. Sage White. This feels like the effect of the "nobody under the heavens doesn't know of me." Don't tell me that this Sage White is a newly ascended 8th stage profound sage. If the main world's current 8th stage profound sages were so powerful, then what was the point of his millions of years of planning? His sixth sense was telling him that this Sage White had to be killed first. This feeling was extremely strong. People at his level rarely felt such strong intuition. Demon Emperor Heji made his move, and a spear appeared in his hand, locking on to Sage White. He threw the spear with great strength. At this moment, Senior White's clone suddenly said, "Energy, exhausted." Scarlet Heaven Sword. Senior White's clone said, "Can't anymore, tired, go back." After saying this, the clone disappeared. Scarlet Heaven Sword was left floating all alone in the air. The spear which Demon Emperor Heji had thrown with all his strength suddenly lost its target, freezing in mid-air. Afterward, the spear fiercely burst into movement again, blasting toward Song Shuhang and the others. Sage White had somehow disappeared, but Song Shuhang and the others were still there. As soon as his spear was shot out, it needed to shed blood before returning. The dragon-eyed Lady Kuna said, "Mr. Shuhang, let me take this spear. You just focus on attacking." She once again mobilized all of the energy that she could, and condensed a golden light. Scarlet Heaven Sword also shouted, "Shuhang, use the heaven-burning flaming saber technique." Karmic Saber Technique. Song Shuhang waved the karmic ghost handle saber, which was the half of the karmic spear that had transformed into a saber. He swung the saber with great force. As he slashed out with the karmic saber technique, Song Shuhang's 7 small golden cores all lit up. Karmic threads emerged from behind him one after the other. The first connected to Senior White. The second connected to Senior White 2. The third connected to an illusory image of the sage, which eventually evolved into the sage's eye. The fourth connected to Pavilion Master Chu 2 and Pavilion Master Chu's head. The fifth connected to the Heavenly Emperor, then went further, and connected to a mysterious existence. The sixth turned a corner, and connected to a striped dragon lying on a pillar. The seventh connected to the dragon-eyed Lady Kuna at the side. Song Shuhang had only started learning the karmic saber technique, so he could barely use this powerful saber technique. But at this moment, he was wielding the ghost handle saber, which was of no small origin. This saber was a transformed version of the karmic spear, a divine weapon condensed from laws by the Ancient Nether Chaos Will. As long as he used the correct method to guide it, he would be able to use the power of karma once. The karmic saber technique designed by Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword gave him the means to guide it properly. With that, Song Shuhang was able to successfully use the karmic power contained inside the ghost handle saber. And because of the 7 big shots who were linked to his 7 small golden cores through karma, this move was actually able to draw out their power. Song Shuhang himself was taken aback by the effect of this saber move. Is this move using the karmic threads which link me to my seniors to borrow some of their power? If that really were the case, this wouldn't be some karmic saber technique. Instead, this would be the, if you can't beat the other party, run to your parents for help, saber technique. When this saber slashes down, who would be able to block it? The only regretful thing is that, this ghost handle saber that came from the karmic spear can only be used once. It might be cool this time around, but there won't be a next time. Who knows what realm I'll have to be in order to dish out a saber move like this again. Anyway, since I'm already slashing out this move, I'll finish this move on a high note. As he thought to this point, the saber in Song Shuhang's hand suddenly slashed down. The 7 small golden cores resonated crazily with one another. The first small golden core, Tyrannical Saber, said, "Holy City, impregnable." The colorful monster core, Tyrannical Song, said, "Holy Sword, world-ending." The virtuous diamond ball, Tyrannical Scholar, said, "Holy Sage, universal education." The royal blood demon core, Tyrannical Demon, said, "Holy blood, limitless curses." The core reactor, Tyrannical Tyrant, said, "Holy core, star of destruction." The ancient divine witch blood, Tyrannical Witch, said, "Holy altar, the universe." The ancient nether dragon soul, Tyrannical Dragon, said, "Holy dragon, dragon network summon." Then he started accumulating power. Song Shuhang. And this phase happened to take quite a while. To put it simply, there was enough time for Song Shuhang's enemy to lop his head off dozens of times. Song Shuhang's image of him handsomely swinging his saber and causing the enemy's downfall had completely disappeared. Scarlet Heaven Sword. In its eyes, Song Shuhang's saber had stopped halfway, just as if it were stuck. Boom! In the distance, explosions boomed from the movement of the Demon Emperor's spear. Wherever the spear went, even space began to collapse. The dragon-eyed Lady Kuna crazily condensed golden light, and blasted it out at the spear. The spear seemed unstoppable, and the dragon-eyed Lady Kuna was barely able to suppress it despite the support of the Black Dragon World. At the same time, the Demon Emperor seemed to have some apprehension when faced with Lady Kuna. The power of the spear was restrained so that it wouldn't kill Lady Kuna. The two forces were at a stalemate, maintaining a delicate balance. Fairy Creation once again condensed a scholarly rune, but this time she did not use it to attack. Instead, she attached the scholarly rune to Lady Kuna's body to give her a boost so that she could last longer. The virtuous Lamia guarded Song Shuhang, propping up a virtuous palace projection, to prevent him from being disturbed while accumulating energy. Scarlet Heaven Sword walked beside Song Shuhang in case anything were to happen. Meanwhile, Song Shuhang's Karmic Saber technique, which had its first karmic thread linked to Senior White, took the lead in giving him some energy back. A ray of power was transferred back to him, and this added the space-time traversal effect to Song Shuhang's saber move. Senior White was currently in the 9th stage Heavenly Tribulation realm, but he still took the time to help Song Shuhang. Senior White too followed right after, an array of power containing the laws of destruction, ruin, and doom, integrated into Song Shuhang's saber move. These were the most violent energy types that the ruler of the Netherworld controlled. Along with the feedback of power from Senior White too, there was a message: beat him hard. In addition, pay attention to your own safety. The Ancient Nether Chaos Will seems to be rather unstable, and I'm guessing it might temporarily be shattered. The Demon Emperor had pushed the heavenly punishment into the Ancient Nether world in order to crush the Ancient Nether Chaos Will. However, the Ancient Nether Chaos Will wasn't something that could be wiped out. As long as the Ancient Nether world was still there, even if the Chaos Will was shattered, it would recondense after a period of time. From the broken karmic thread that connected to the sage, something was sent back as well. Song Shuhang thought that this karmic thread was useless, and that he couldn't get anything from it, but unexpectedly, it still worked. Song Shuhang's left eye burned hot as if it were about to explode. At the same time, the sage's eye gave Song Shuhang a lot of information. It locked onto the Demon Emperor in the distance, and sent back a large amount of information to Song Shuhang's mind. These data indicated to Song Shuhang where he should cut with the saber, and what posture would prove the most effective. The data even took Senior White's space-time traversal and Senior White 2's 3-in-1 violent laws into consideration. From this broken karmic thread, the precious combat experience of the sage had come to guide Song Shuhang. Then, something was transferred over from the two Pavilion Master Chus. The power he received from them was a bit beyond Song Shuhang's expectations. What they passed on was not the power of their path to immortality, and it had nothing to do with the crystal-clear water pavilion. The power of the two Pavilion Master Chus, one positive and one negative, one of life and one of death, condensed two trees which shot up to the sky behind Song Shuhang. However, the two trees were just a passage, and there was another power that came through the passage and descended on Song Shuhang's body, buffing the Karmic Saber technique. It was Saber Intent, extremely domineering Saber Intent. This Saber Intent was completely inconsistent with the personalities of the two Pavilion Master Chus. The next karmic thread was the one that belonged to the Heavenly Emperor. Beep, the Heavenly Emperor has remotely transferred 10 seconds worth of strength over, along with the message, Senior Song, it's really surprising that you would ask me for help. Here, receive my power, Senior Song. Song Shuhang. Honestly speaking, if he had the option, Song Shuhang would have been unwilling to contact the Heavenly Emperor for her power, and would have probably rejected her. The Heavenly Emperor lent her power to Song Shuhang, and she was quite generous. What she sent over was the power of time, her most fundamental power and the foundation of her path to immortality. The power of time was passed on to the Karmic Saber technique. It had become a saber that could make people old. Then, it was the turn of the striped dragon. The striped dragon was still wrapped around the pillar, acting as a relief sculpture. The striped dragon replied, borrowing strength from me? Ugly, rejected. While he said that, the karmic thread belonging to Cheng Lin in the bundle lit up slightly. Afterward, the countless powers that the striped dragon possessed went onto a large wheel, which soon began spinning. Finally, one of the powers was randomly selected, and went to buff Song Shuhang. The striped dragon. What else could it say at this time? Anyway, the power that belonged to the striped dragon fell on Song Shuhang's saber, eventually affecting Song Shuhang's body. This was a type of witchcraft called blood sacrifice, one of the many powers that the striped dragon had. Wielder of the wool-striped dragon, had mastered a large number of magical techniques, and he was very good at researching new things. The inner world, the 9 virtues phoenix sword, the wielder's small black room, the world of the golden lotus, the world of the black lotus, and many other things were his doing. Among the many topics he had touched upon was witchcraft. And this blood sacrifice technique was a type of short-duration witchcraft that blessed one with explosive physical power at the cost of their blood. Such a coincidence? When Song Shuhang sensed this power, his heart thumped. After all, when the QR code on his 6th small golden core, ancient divine witch blood, was scanned, the image of a man standing by an altar and dripping blood on it was what would appear. Anyway, the witchcraft blood sacrifice was activated. The power belonging to the striped dragon spurred Song Shuhang to guide the blood sacrifice technique. Song Shuhang's small golden core's composition seemed to resonate with it, accepting this blood sacrifice technique. Immediately afterward, Song Shuhang felt that more than half of the blood in his body was boiling and being sacrificed. After losing more than half of his blood in an instant, Song Shuhang's face became pale, but he did not become weak. On the contrary, a kind of terrifying power unceasingly burst out from within his body. It was the power of the striped dragon plus that of the golden core composition and the blood sacrifice technique. Song Shuhang's physical power was raised to the limit. On top of his head, a huge holy ape emerged, holding a scripture in its hand. This time, there was even a scholarly garment added to its body. And behind this huge holy ape, there were more than 2,000 smaller holy apes arranged in a square formation, neatly following the huge holy ape. They also wore scholarly garments, and held scriptures in their hands. The numerous holy apes above Song Shuhang's head chanted in the language of the ancient era, appearing as if they were reciting scriptures. However, as long as the person could understand the language of the ancient era, they would be able to understand that the holy apes were really just saying, Pog, Pog, Pog. The last karmic thread connected to the will of the dragon network, the dragon-eyed Lady Kuna. The will of the dragon network represented by Lady Kuna was unable to provide much help to Song Shuhang right now. She was using all her strength to deal with the spear. In addition, her source of energy, the dragon network, was currently blocked. Otherwise, she could have provided Song Shuhang with a steady stream of energy. The only thing she could provide Song Shuhang was her mental energy. She directly linked the mind of the dragon network to Song Shuhang. The temperature of Song Shuhang's scorching hot sage eye suddenly dropped. Song Shuhang was having trouble bearing the large amount of information that was being transferred over from the sage's eye. But with help of the dragon network's mental energy, the information suddenly became very clear to him. Great physical power, the dragon network's mind, the scholarly sage's eye's combat assistance, the heavenly emperor's power of time, the domineering saber intent provided by the 2 Pavilion Master Chus, Senior White 2's 3-in-1 violent laws, and Senior White spacetime traversal. The Karmic Saber technique was finally complete. This saber move was simply too terrifying. Under normal conditions, Song Shuhang would be unable to handle this saber. His body would not be able to withstand the power it held, and would collapse as a consequence. But now, with the strengthened physique from the over 2,000 holy apes, he could perform this saber move without problems. Demon Emperor Haji, take this. Song Shuhang held the ghost handle saber with both hands, and suppressed the urge to roar. I can't waste the space-time traversal effect added by Senior White. But just before Song Shuhang was finished accumulating his power, Demon Emperor Haji laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha, it's done, it's done. My plan has finally succeeded today. Inside the Ancient Nether. The incarnation of the Ancient Nether Chaos Will was crushed by the combined effort of the several clones of the Demon Emperor and the force of the heavenly punishment. One of Demon Emperor YesYes' clones possessed the power to restrain the Ancient Nether Chaos Will. The demonic god pillar in the hands of that clone could cause the Chaos Will to freeze in place for a few seconds. With the power of the heavenly punishment, the Ancient Nether Chaos Will was finally shattered. The heavenly punishment dissipated. Theoretically speaking, even if the Ancient Nether Chaos Will was destroyed, it could still revive and recondense after enough time. But Demon Emperor YesYes had long prepared for this. He had placed a special demonic god pillar in the Ancient Nether, which was then thrown into the sea of evil energy. This pillar would cooperate with his clone, and the Demon Emperor would take advantage of this moment when the Ancient Nether Chaos Will was destroyed to get his clone to briefly seize control of the Ancient Nether world. This control was temporary. When Ancient Nether Chaos Will recovered, the control would inevitably be taken back. However, this was exactly what the Demon Emperor had wanted. After gaining control of the Ancient Nether world, his main body in the Black Dragon world could finally do whatever it wanted. Demon Emperor YesYes said, "Dragon Network, starting today, you belong to me." The dragon-eyed Lady Kuna remarked, "You aren't my type." She gritted her teeth, and the golden light in her hand exploded, sending the spear flying back. At this moment, the figure of the Demon Emperor moved through space, appearing beside Lady Kuna. Afterward, he reached out and grabbed her. Lady Kuna wanted to evade, but the stick-shaped demonic god pillar on the back of the Demon Emperor flashed. Just like the Ancient Nether Chaos Will, Lady Kuna was stuck in place for an instant, unable to move. During the millions of years when the Demon Emperor had developed the demonic god pillar to restrain the Ancient Nether Chaos Will, he naturally did not forget to make another one to restrain the will of the Dragon Network. He grabbed Lady Kuna, and swallowed her in one bite. The body of the Demon Emperor was no longer in human form. His real body was 10 meters tall, looking like a true demonic god. The Demon Emperor was very happy today. After swallowing Lady Kuna, his will would reign over the Black Dragon world and the Ancient Nether world. Both worlds became his. At this moment, he had an opportunity to touch on the concept of immortality. Next, it was time for him to squeeze that annoying Tyrannical song to death. The Demon Emperor turned around, and looked at Tyrannical song. It just so happened that Song Shuhang was swinging his saber at this time. In the next moment, the Demon Emperor was struck by a bright saber on his back. The Demon Emperor. Who is so courageous to King stab me in the back? Is it that sage white again? The Demon Emperor said, "I now rule the Black Dragon world and the Ancient Nether world. The laws of two worlds are providing me with their but before he could finish what he was saying, he felt an intense pain coming from his back. A dazzling saber slashed at his most vulnerable spot, his defensive demonic god pillar, demonic god body, myriad demon armor, protective demon flame. All of his 600 kinds of defenses were split by a single saber. This saber knew his vulnerable spot better than he did. The brute force behind the blow was terrifying. It was as if it had the power of a world-destroying wild beast. Vaguely, he felt as if there were over 2,000 unparalleled ancient holy apes boosting the power of this single saber. A domineering saber intent came with it, completely tearing his flesh apart. In the domineering saber intent, there was an aura of authority. This saber intent came from an existence who believed themselves to be close to being invincible in the universe. The moment the saber chi entered his body, there was the power of time that began to erode him. The power of time, which was among the most mysterious powers in the universe, would allow one to become invincible in one's realm once mastered. And this power of time was extremely domineering. The immortal body of the Demon Emperor could not stop the erosion at all. The area where he had incurred a wound from the saber was aging at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, the most terrifying thing was not the power of time that came with the saber chi, but rather the powerful laws contained in the saber move. They were the violent laws of destruction, ruin, and doom. These three violent laws existed solely to obliterate things. Moreover, the level at which these laws were being displayed was inconceivably high, beyond what cultivators could grasp. These three laws were injected into his body along with the saber intent, wildly destroying his physical body, and causing the entire body structure to collapse. Moreover, these three laws directly cut into the void through his physical body, going for the Demon Emperor's life-bound star, which he had condensed in the void. They were determined to destroy him completely. The Demon Emperor's huge body crashed to the ground as he was no longer able to stand still. Demon blood spewed from his back and spilled to the ground. The ground was corroded by his blood, and turned into unhallowed ground. If this continued, this area where demon blood had fallen would eventually become a forbidden area for living beings. A single slash caused the Demon Emperor's physical body to fall into a quasi-death state. If this continued, even his immortal source would be damaged. The wound on his back was not big, but his body was constantly being ravaged by the power of time, the three violent laws, and the domineering saber intent. It was like a reamer inserted into a watermelon. Although only a small hole was made outside the watermelon, the reamer would keep on cutting apart the inside of the watermelon, turning it into juice. Intense pain assaulted the nerves of the Demon Emperor. He hadn't felt this kind of pain for a long, long time. As an immortal who had already forgotten the concept of death, he'd also forgotten what it was to feel pain. The Demon Emperor mobilized all of his power to suppress the power of time, as well as the three violent laws. The will of the Dragon Network had already been swallowed in his belly. Nevertheless, just like how it was with the will of the Ancient Nether, it would be reborn sometime in the future if he did not take proper measures. But at least for now, with the will of the Dragon Network having just entered his body, he ruled the Dragon Network and possessed all the authority. Give me all the magical power inside the Dragon Network. The Demon Emperor mobilized the power of the Dragon Network, trying to use its power to stabilize his injuries. At the same time, he was also mobilizing the power of the Ancient Nether. At this time, the Demon Emperor did not have the luxury to bother with the conflicts between the energy of the Ancient Nether and the Dragon Network, and he could only put all his focus on dealing with the injuries his body had received. Meanwhile, Song Shuhang fell back weakly after slashing out the most powerful saber move of his life. Above his head, the 2,000 holy apes disappeared, and the powerful force brought about by the blood sacrifice dissipated. The blood sacrifice had caused him to lose over half of his blood, and this portion of blood that had disappeared from the sacrifice could not be recovered through pills or magical techniques in a short time. In addition, the weak state that it left him in would linger for a considerable length of time. At the same time, the sage's eye in his left eye socket emitted a puff of white smoke, almost scorching his eye socket. Seeing that Song Shuhang was about to fall, Fairy at #times, who was behind him, gently supported him and took him into her arms. In Song Shuhang's hand, the ghost handle knife born from the karmic spear slowly dissipated into particles. How unfortunate. It was such a wonderful treasure, yet there was only one chance to use it. Song Shuhang weakly said, "Thank you, Fairy." This time, Fairy #times did not joke around. She continued to gently support Song Shuhang. Fairy creation came to Song Shuhang's side. At this time, she, too, was quite surprisingly not messing around. She stretched out her small hand, and placed it on Song Shuhang's eye socket, taking off the scorching red sage's eye and putting back Song Shuhang's original eye. Wait. Fairy creation, wait a minute. If you put my eye back right now. It's too late. Song Shuhang felt as if his eyeball had been put back into a boiling hot pot. He felt it burn, and when he tried seeing through his left eye, he could see nothing but darkness. My eyeball won't end up ruined, will it? At this moment, Scarlet Heaven Sword next to Song Shuhang had just come to its senses. F***CK. The power of the saber move just now was simply too terrifying. And this was not only in terms of destructive power, but even more so in terms of the terrifying laws that were infused into it. Song Shuhang weakly said, "Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, can Lady Kuna be taken out of the Demon Emperor's belly?" The dragon-eyed Lady Kuna had been swallowed by the Demon Emperor, but she shouldn't have died. Song Shuhang could sense that the karmic thread between him and her had not been severed. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "I'm going to take a look." Beep Demon Emperor Haji is using his authority to forcibly extract all the magical power of the Dragon Network. Administrator Tyrannical Song, would you like to stop the actions of Demon Emperor Haji? Yes/no. Song Shuhang responded, "Huh? There is such a feature." The Demon Emperor wasn't dead yet. As he was an immortal, it was incredibly difficult to kill him once for all. Song Shuhang said, "Be careful, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword. The Demon Emperor is extracting the power of the Dragon Network to recover. Don't go over there first, you should stay by my side for now." Afterward, he did not hesitate to choose the yes option. Of course he would choose to stop the Demon Emperor from extracting the magical power of the Dragon Network to recover. At this time, the Demon Emperor was frantically extracting magical power from the Dragon Network to heal his injuries. He felt joyous as he completely ruled the Dragon Network. He could draw its power and use it however he wanted. Beep Tyrannical Song has used his Super Administrator authority to restrict your forced extraction of power from the Dragon Network. Restrictions have begun to be placed. Demon Emperor. In an instant, 10,000 different swear words appeared in his mind, including curses in various languages, both ancient and modern. Every swear word was aimed at Tyrannical Song. The thing that the Demon Emperor regretted the most at this moment was that he didn't pinch Tyrannical Song to death earlier because of his lack of care for the other party. At that time, I shouldn't have said anything, and just pinched that guy to death. In addition, I am currently the ruler of the Dragon Network. Why can some super administrator's authority overrule mine? The Demon Emperor was very annoyed. Beep Tyrannical Song's attempt to restrict your authority has failed. Insufficient permissions. The Demon Emperor. Why did you even send the message if that was the case? For crying out loud, take back that guy's administrator authority. Over at Song Shuhang's side. Beep Super Administrator Tyrannical Song, attempt of restriction failed. You don't have sufficient authority to restrict the other party's forced extraction of power from the Dragon Network. Do you wish to change the command to slow down the circulation speed of the Dragon Network's magical power so as to allow for the normal operations of the Dragon Network to be maintained? Yes/no. Song Shuhang gritted his teeth, and said, yes, definitely yes. This is bad. Has the Demon Emperor already obtained the highest authority in the Dragon Network? Beep the Dragon Network's magical power circulation speed has been successfully slowed down. Please select the magical power circulation speed level, slowest, slow, normal, fast, extremely fast, slowest, slow it down as much as possible. Song Shuhang said, and added, only allow for the basic operations of the Dragon Network. Beep command has been issued. Magical power circulation speed has been set to slowest. Beep Demon Emperor Haji has attempted to take back Tyrannical Song's administrator authority. Beep attempt failed. Tyrannical Song's administrator authority has a set time limit of 20 days, and cannot be taken back before then. Wonderful. Song Shuhang was delighted. The Demon Emperor continued to combat the injuries of his body. Beep Tyrannical Song has used his administrator authority to set the Dragon Network's magic power circulation speed to slowest. This allows for only the normal operations of the Dragon Network. Beep failed to take back Tyrannical Song's administrator authority. Tyrannical Song's authority cannot be taken back for another 20 days. The Demon Emperor. *CK This useless thing. This Tyrannical Song really is a sheet stirrer. Although his authority isn't as good as mine, as long as he operates the Dragon Network, he can step in and *CK things up. Most importantly, his authority cannot be taken back for 20 days. When my injuries get better, I'll kill this guy. The Demon Emperor gnashed his teeth hatefully. Fortunately, in addition to the Dragon Network, he also had the Ancient Nether World, which could provide him with a steady stream of power to heal his injuries. Just as the Demon Emperor was preparing to increase his extraction of power from the Ancient Nether World, suddenly, the flow of the Ancient Nether World's power began to slow down as well. It seemed that another ruler had appeared in that place, and they had begun to do things to limit his absorption of power. The Demon Emperor. What's going on? The Dragon Network has Tyrannical Song, but who's in the Ancient Nether World? As he thought of this, the consciousness of the Demon Emperor descended straight into the Ancient Nether World. He was currently the ruler of the Ancient Nether, so he could easily see everything that was happening with just a thought. Soon, he found the other ruler, and it appeared that the other party had no intention of hiding. A handsome figure appeared in the consciousness of the Demon Emperor. The figure had long hair that reached his back, wore a fluttering robe, and sat on a throne. His eyes were as dazzling as stars, and there was a charm that could not be described with words radiating from his body. It was as if everything in the universe was eclipsed by his presence. At this time, the power of the entire Ancient Nether World was surrendering to him. Sage White? No, that isn't right. This isn't Sage White. Sage White doesn't have such terrifying power, and his temperament is slightly different. On the throne, the figure that looked exactly like Sage White raised his head, and glanced at him. With this glance, the Demon Emperor's consciousness received a great shock. The other party was the greatest evil in the world, the ultimate destruction, the root of slaughter, and the source of all wickedness. In addition, there was a terrifying mind attack that came with that glance. On the throne, Senior White too smiled slightly, an evil yet charming smile. He prepared this mind attack a long time ago, and he'd been waiting for the other party to come check on him. Senior White too softly said, "I did say that as long as you dared come to the Ancient Nether, I'd make the trip memorable." It was a pity that only the other party's consciousness had come over. If the other party's physical body was here instead, Senior White too would have had an even more memorable gift prepared for him. Senior White too loudly announced, "From now on, this Ancient Nether World is mine." It didn't matter if this place belonged to the Ancient Nether Chaos Will once. He was the ruler of the Netherworld, the source of all evil, so it was normal for him to rob someone else's territory. In the worst case, when the Ancient Nether Chaos Will recovered, he could simply confer her as a vassal. Regardless, this place was set to be his. But before taking this territory, he had to get rid of the pillar the Demon Emperor had inserted into the Ancient Nether World, as well as his hidden clone, so that the other party would not be able to bring him trouble. The Demon Emperor's consciousness received a direct hit from Senior White too. At the same time, the energy he was receiving from the Ancient Nether was being cut short, and the Dragon Network was slowed down by Shuhang. The badly injured Demon Emperor couldn't bear it anymore. With his consciousness, he summoned his clone in the Ancient Nether World to return and protect his main body. Immediately afterward, his main consciousness fell into a strange comatose state. Spatial fluctuations ensued, and the clone of the Demon Emperor traveled through space, carrying the seriously injured main body. The Demon Emperor's clone glanced at Shuhang and the others, and then disappeared with his main body. The Demon Emperor was gone, and Shuhang did not have the strength to stop him from leaving. At the same time, he received another message from the Dragon Network: "Beep, Demon Emperor Haji has fallen into sleep mode." While in this mode, the highest authority has temporarily been transferred. Shuhang obtained the highest authority to the Dragon Network, although it was only temporary, for 20 days. When he obtained the highest authority to the Dragon Network, a bold idea emerged in his mind. During this time, can I connect all the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group to the Dragon Network? And perhaps he could also add the other fellow Taoists who he had a decent relationship with, as well as his disciples and monster pet Lady Onion. This small matter should be easy to achieve with the Dragon Network. After the idea emerged, Song Shuhang supported his weak body and decided to make it come true. Bold ideas had to be put into practice in order to lead to success, otherwise, it would just stay as a fantasy. Song Shuhang was a person who very much put ideas into practice. Otherwise, he would never have boiled up that body-tempering liquid after accidentally seeing the formula for it in the 9 provinces number 1 group and receiving the medicinal materials from Soft Feather. After he joined the 9 provinces number 1 group, his desire to put ideas into practice had grown even stronger. As soon as the bold idea formed in his mind, he began acting on it. While he still possessed authority in the Dragon Network, he used his Ancient Nether Dragon Soul's Golden Core composition, the Connected World, as the connection point, allowing the Dragon Network to create an access port for the Virtuous Network. Through this access port, Song Shuhang could connect the Dragon Network and the Virtuous Network with one another. Now, I need to figure out how I'm going to bring in the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group, Song Shuhang thought to himself. How he was going to pull the seniors into the network was a problem. Most of the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group had never made contact with the Virtuous Network, and they were not currently in the Black Dragon world, so they had no way of accessing the Dragon Network. With that said, how was he supposed to add them with his Dragon Network authority? After Song Shuhang thought it over for some time, inspiration flashed. He shifted his gaze to the QR code Golden Core composition. This was going to be the key. I currently have the highest authority in the Dragon Network. As such, I simply need to find a way to combine the QR code Golden Core composition with the Dragon Network system, and create an invitation code for joining the Dragon Network. Then, I can just send it to the seniors in the group via phone. At that time, I can make use of my authority to add them to the Dragon Network. Song Shuhang squeezed his chin and pondered. This method seemed feasible. At the side, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, I feel that you're conceiving a very dangerous plan. Don't make trouble. Song Shuhang smiled, and said, it's nothing dangerous. I'm just thinking about how to use my Dragon Network authority to benefit everyone. The virtuous Lamia curled up her tail, picked up Song Shuhang, and placed him on her tail. After that, she switched to a voice nobody knew where she got from. At this time, I have a bold idea. Fairy Creation hurriedly followed, and sang, for your bold idea I have a childish suggestion. She couldn't let herself continue losing at things like snatching lines. Scarlet Heaven Sword said, Fairies, please don't make trouble. Fairy Creation tilted her head. Trouble blee bubble? Scarlet Heaven Sword. This isn't some word-matching game. Also, Fairy, you sang it wrong. I feel that you're focusing on the wrong thing. In the distance, Hamster finally found an opportunity to speak. Aren't we supposed to focus on the matter regarding the heavenly tribulation? The heavenly punishment has already disappeared. So, reasonably speaking, our heavenly tribulation should be coming, right? As soon as Hamster said that, tribulation clouds began to gather in the sky once again. I don't have any time to waste on you. Hamster jumped up, cupped its paws at Song Shuhang, and said, Farewell, I do not wish to be involved in your heavenly tribulation again. It still wished to transcend its own demonic tribulation. If Song Shuhang were to send it any assistance requesting prompts again, it would definitely reject him. If it were to get involved in Song Shuhang's heavenly tribulation again, it would truly be a stupid netherworld's mole cricket. After saying that, Hamster drew out his toothpick-sized sword, and got up to leave Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang did not stop it from leaving. After all, it was safer for Hamster to transcend its own tribulation. It was an evil demon of the netherworld, and the damage it would suffer from a heavenly tribulation was double of what it was supposed to be dealing with. If it crossed its own tribulation, it would be faced with the 5th stage demonic tribulation, and that was something it could deal with on its own. When you transcend your tribulation, do pay attention to your safety. We're still in the Black Dragon world, and I currently possess authority over the Dragon Network. At that time, I could provide you with assistance from the Dragon Network side. Song Shuhang prompted. Hamster had also joined the Dragon Network, so it could be provided with buffs from the Dragon Network when it transcended its tribulation. Hamster, who had been quickly heading away, turned its head to look at Song Shuhang, then nodded, and resumed flying away. Sure enough, Tyrannical Song in his uncle state was very gentle, and even his personality was different. Do changes in age and appearance also affect a person's personality? The demonic hamster fell deep in thought considering this. Hamster was able to leave the area smoothly. However, Li Yingzhu's heavenly tribulation could only be joined with Song Shuhang's. For some reason, little Yingzhu had still not woken up, and she was in a state of deep sleep. If she were to transcend her tribulation on her own, she would definitely die. It's just an additional 5th stage heavenly tribulation from Yingzhu, I should be able to easily handle it, Song Shuhang thought to himself. Are you sure you'll be able to transcend the tribulation without a problem in your current state? Scarlet Heaven Sword was a little worried. At this time, Song Shuhang had fallen into a weakened state due to having used blood sacrifice. Without Fairy at #time supporting him, he would have long fallen to the ground. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, don't worry. My resurrection gold coin has already been off the cooldown for several days at this point. Song Shuhang gave it a thumbs up. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword's hilt looked at the sky. It truly did not know how it was supposed to respond to Song Shuhang's words. Fairy Creation sang, "Song be careful," she and Song Shuhang were not one, and she couldn't join him in transcending his tribulation without having to deal with the repercussions. Song Shuhang calmly said, "Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, Fairy, you don't have to worry about me. Alright, the heavenly tribulation is coming, you should retreat to a safe area to avoid getting involved." Fairy Creation nodded, and she retreated away from the tribulation transcension area together with Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword. Amid the rumbling of thunder, Song Shuhang's 6th stage heavenly tribulation formed. The tribulation clouds rolled and thunder boomed. However, just like the previous heavenly tribulation, its overall power was weakened. This was due to the heavenly tribulation having to fight a cross-world battle. However, because Li Yingzhu was next to Song Shuhang, the power of this heavenly tribulation was stronger than the previous one. Overall, this 6th stage heavenly tribulation was only about 2/3 stronger than an ordinary 6th stage heavenly tribulation. It was completely within a range that Song Shuhang could handle. Song Shuhang said, "Wonderful, the Black Dragon world really is a great place to transcend the tribulation. Just its ability to weaken the heavenly tribulation is already extremely attractive. Next time, when a senior in the 9 provinces #1 group is planning on transcending a tribulation below the 8th stage, I could advise them to come here." Behind him, the 2 sets of 33 divine beasts combined magical treasure moved automatically. One set transformed into the impregnable holy city, and continued to defend Li Yingzhu while arming Song Shuhang. The other set transformed into the holy sword of the end, and remained beside Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang said, "Come on." At his side, the virtuous Lamia set up a virtuous palace projection to defend him. But without the buff provided by the flat imperial hat and sage monarch melon eater's power of virtue, and also due to Song Shuhang's own realm, the virtuous palace she could project at this time was only at the peak of the 6th stage in strength. Boom! The heavenly tribulation descended. The introductory first wave of the heavenly tribulation descended. The power of this wave was only equivalent to the 5th stage. This wave was easily blocked by the virtuous palace projection. Beep discovered a heavenly tribulation of the main world with intensity at the 6th+ level. Would you like to use your administrator authority to assimilate it into the Black Dragon world's heavenly tribulation? Yes/no. Assimilate it into the Black Dragon world's heavenly tribulation? I can do that. It seems that with authority, you can do whatever you want. Chapter 1718 Song, Pain Makes Me Stronger. Shuhang. The Dragon Network was currently Song Shuhang's territory. Turning the heavenly tribulation into a version belonging to the Black Dragon world would benefit him greatly. After all, Song Shuhang was very confident in his ability to endure pain, especially mental pain. When the backlash from using the secret appraisal technique hit him, the mental pain he suffered was over 10 times the physical pain. As such, Song Shuhang's tolerance for mental pain had long since become stronger than his tolerance for physical pain, and the Black Dragon world's heavenly tribulation focused on testing the mental endurance of its target. I choose, yes. Song Shuhang enunciated his choice without hesitation. Beep. The assimilation of the heavenly tribulation is complete. The intensity is that of an enhanced 6th-stage heavenly tribulation. Countdown to the descent of the heavenly tribulation. 3, 2, 1. Rumble. The tribulation in the air had been sending down explosions onto Song Shuhang's body. Nevertheless, the virtuous Lamia had only needed to prop up the virtuous palace projection, and the first 4 waves of the heavenly tribulation were easily defeated. It wasn't until the 5th wave of the heavenly tribulation when the virtuous palace projection finally couldn't bear it, and was blasted apart. The heavenly tribulation broke the virtuous palace, became sword-like, and then chopped at Song Shuhang. The virtuous Lamia spread her arms wide open, preparing to embrace and shield Song Shuhang from the 5th wave of the tribulation. Song Shuhang said, "Fairy waiting for a promise, I will handle this wave." Fairy at #% blinked, retreating slightly after a short while. Boom! The lightning sword of the 5th wave of the tribulation headed straight for Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand, coating himself with the variant steel hands technique and the body tempering techniques of the scholarly and beast systems to block the heavenly tribulation sword. The moment the lightning sword touched Song Shuhang's arm, it suddenly became illusory. It didn't hurt Song Shuhang physically. However, there was a form of mental pain that assaulted him. This pain came from the lightning sword that pierced his arm. Is this the result of the heavenly tribulation being assimilated by the Black Dragon world? Song Shuhang thought to himself. The heavenly tribulation had been turned illusory, and all its damage had been changed to mental damage. The pain level had been increased, but it would not harm the cultivator's physical body. Song Shuhang patted his left hand lightly. It's a bit numb. And also a little painful maybe? Song Shuhang was not too sure whether he had felt some pain just now. It might have been a little painful, but he hardly felt anything. Song Shuhang boldly said, "If the following waves of the heavenly tribulation are like this, I can endure them lying down." He was at the 5th stage realm but with strength at the 6th stage. Despite that, his pain tolerance level was probably above the 8th stage realm. After all, he had even managed to resist the aftermath of the 9th stage heavenly tribulation head-on. Pain could only make him stronger. In the distance, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword reminded him, "Transcend your tribulation properly, don't plant flags for yourself." It was afraid that while Song Shuhang was transcending his tribulation, something would suddenly come up to complicate things. It remembered very clearly that during the several months it had been with Song Shuhang, his heavenly tribulations had never been normal. Song Shuhang said, "Don't worry, Senior. I'm taking this very seriously." It wasn't common for him to encounter an ordinary, unmutated heavenly tribulation. He wanted to have himself a great experience today in bullying this heavenly tribulation. Scarlet Heaven Sword only became more worried when it heard Song Shuhang's reassurance. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "Fairy creation, in a while, when the final wave of this heavenly tribulation descends, make sure that you're ready to sing. I'm getting the feeling that Song Shuhang will encounter heart demons. Fairy Creation nodded. At this time, her eyes were fixed on Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword as she pondered something. Fairy, what are you thinking about? I feel like there's something wrong with the look in your eyes. Scarlet Heaven Sword suddenly felt a chill. Fairy Creation reached out, touched her throat and stomach, and then measured Scarlet Heaven Sword with her eyes. Soon after, she grabbed it, opened her small mouth slightly, raised her head, and stuffed Scarlet Heaven Sword into her mouth. Scarlet Heaven Sword. What do you think of me? I'm an immortal level divine weapon. Also, if I remember correctly, Fairy Creation is of scholarly origin, right? She isn't some performer. One should not mess around with their talent points, alright? Can't you just stay as a proper scholarly fairy? Although it was depressed, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword still tried its best to dull its blade and the sharpness of its body so as not to hurt Fairy Creation. Why did it feel like it had been spoiling these two little girls a bit too much recently? No, what little girls? One of them was the flower of the ancient heavenly city, and the other was a direct disciple of the scholarly sage. They were both several generations older than Scarlet Heaven. Scarlet Heaven, mind is tired, sword. At this moment, Fairy Creation, who was halfway through with the swallowing motion, suddenly stopped. Her beautiful eyes were wide open, and tears could be seen at the corners of her eyes. She couldn't continue swallowing it anymore. Although her body structure was very similar to that of Fairy at #times, she ultimately did not have a body of virtue. Therefore, it was impossible for her to swallow Scarlet Heaven Sword like Fairy at #times did. And so, she'd lost to her again. Fairy Creation squatted at the side in silence, and looked up at the sky with a sword in her mouth. Scarlet Heaven Sword asked, Fairy, can you place me down first? Fairy Creation stubbornly shook her head. Scarlet Heaven, feeling a bit embarrassed, soared. In the air, the sixth stage heavenly tribulation continued to send down explosions. This heavenly tribulation had a lot more tricks to it. In addition to modernized weapons, magical treasures, and magical techniques, it imitated some other inexplicable things. For example, Song Shuhang had seen some medical equipment being condensed within the tribulation clouds. What's this about? Is the heavenly tribulation going to perform an operation on me? The more tricks the heavenly tribulation had, the worse it was for the one who was transcending the tribulation. Song Shuhang asked, Fairy waiting for a promise, if the heavenly tribulation sends out something related to modern medicine, what do you think it's going to be? Email protected, #%times opened her mouth, and replied with the electronic female voice. Searching vocabulary related to medicine, injections, blood drawing, viruses, biohazard, surgery, ligation, cancer, various diseases, various operations, as well as kidney removal to buy a phone. Song Shuhang. Why the hell was kidney removal to buy a phone listed here? Everyone, please take care of your kidneys and drink plenty of water to avoid getting a kidney stone. Above, thunder was still booming. The heavenly tribulation had entered its most violent stage. Various types of tanks, heavy artillery, and machine guns swept at Song Shuhang. Sword intent and saber intent filled the air. Numerous lightning-type magical techniques that Song Shuhang didn't recognize condensed in the air, and a variety of sixth-stage magical treasures blasted down. Song Shuhang got the impression that he wasn't even transcending a tribulation, but rather that he was being besieged by experts of the science department, cultivation system, mage system, and blacksmiths. At this time, in the small dragon-scale world next door, the demonic hamster found a suitable place, and prepared to transcend its tribulation. But first, it prayed to its master, Netherworld's White. My lord, I am back, and I will transcend my tribulation soon. If you can hear me, please respond to me. If you don't hear me, I'll start transcending my tribulation. Hamster prayed sincerely. This time, Senior White too quickly answered its prayer. Wait a moment. I will drag you into the ancient nether and arrange a special place for you to transcend your tribulation. After Hamster heard its master's response, it was delighted. Lord, please hurry up. I won't be able to hold on for much longer. Senior White too said, I'm ready, come. Hamster's figure disappeared as it was directly dragged by Senior White too into the ancient nether world. Song Shuhang, who was transcending his tribulation, saw this scene clearly. He had been following Hamster through the dragon network. Since Senior White too had taken Hamster away, Shuhang no longer had to worry about its tribulation. Song Shuhang let out a breath of relief. He could now completely focus on his own heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation had already reached its peak, and would soon begin to decline. It looks like I'm about to enter the second half of the heavenly tribulation, Song Shuhang estimated. Until this point, he only needed to have the virtuous Lamia prop up the virtuous palace projection, to block out the various waves of the heavenly tribulation. Occasionally, the heavenly tribulation would break the projection and fall on Song Shuhang. Nonetheless, what reached him would have already had its power weakened, and it was impossible for it to bring Song Shuhang any real pain. He could really just lie down and do nothing. It was just that it was a little boring. Song Shuhang said, now, I just have to wait and see how powerful the last wave of this heavenly tribulation is, seeing if it would be able to bring me a surprise or not. The heavenly tribulation in the sky began to accumulate power for the last wave. Under normal circumstances, the last wave would also be the most powerful wave of the heavenly tribulation. Beep Administrator Tyrannical Song, your buddy, Heavenly Emperor has begun to transcend her tribulation, and your steel manifestation has been involved in her heavenly tribulation, please pay attention to your own safety. Song Shuhang. Because of his steel manifestation getting involved in the heavenly tribulation of the Heavenly Emperor, the power of the heavenly tribulation above Song Shuhang's head rose sharply, just as if it had received a shot of adrenaline. The heavenly tribulation, which had begun to decline, suddenly roared with power once again. Song Shuhang was submerged in artillery fire once more. In an instant, the virtuous palace projection was broken. 10 or so heavenly tribulation attacks fell on Song Shuhang, some of which were blocked by the virtuous Lamia, while the rest hit his body directly. However, because of the assimilation, when the attacks came into contact with Song Shuhang's body, they became illusory and transformed into pain. Hiss, I can feel it this time. Song Shuhang touched his arm. It felt like he got stabbed by a sword, beaten a few times, and shocked by a decent number of volts. But that was all. It was far from a level of pain that could make Song Shuhang cry. Beep, your steel friend Daodu has been involved in the heavenly tribulation of your junior soft feather. Song Shuhang. How did Daodu get to soft feather? And it even got involved in soft feather's heavenly tribulation? If Daodu was there, Senior Yellow Mountain should be there as well. If Senior Yellow Mountain were by its side watching, how could he allow for such a low-level mistake to happen? In addition, was that so-called steel friend referring to the marks that were left on Daodu's monster core and the steel manifestation's core reactor after they transcended their tribulation together previously? The consecutive prompts made Song Shuhang a little worried. He wasn't worried about the heavenly tribulation changing even more. Faced with Uncle Heavenly Tribulation, he basically had nothing to be afraid of. He had met him once every month, and he felt that he already had a good relationship with him. What he was worried about was whether or not this heavenly tribulation would involve unrelated people. It's alright if I'm reckless and it brings me trouble, but I would much rather have it so that none of my fellow Taoists get hurt, Song Shuhang thought to himself. If his recklessness could end up causing harm to the other fellow Taoists in the group, he would definitely restrain himself. Song Shuhang patted his cheek, and said to himself, come on. Let's get through this heavenly tribulation. I need to stop thinking about bullying Uncle Heavenly Tribulation so that no other issues arise. It might have been that the heavenly tribulation had read Song Shuhang's thoughts, because the huge heavenly tribulation cloud in the air suddenly exploded. Soon after, a huge inverted pyramid emerged from the exploding clouds, and came smashing down toward Song Shuhang. This inverted pyramid was a magical weapon-type heavenly tribulation, and its power was already close to the 7th stage. And this magical treasure was not of the cultivation system. Lightning and thunder could be seen and heard atop the inverted pyramid, along with screams of death and curses. Not only that, the medicine-related heavenly tribulation was also part of this attack. There was a blood-drawing needle attached to the inverted pyramid. Did it add a blood-sucking attribute to the pyramid? Song Shuhang sighed, and said, "The heavenly tribulation is getting increasingly unreasonable." The power of this inverted pyramid had already exceeded the power that the last wave of a 6th-stage heavenly tribulation should have. The main reason for this should be the steel manifestation, which had gotten involved in the Heavenly Emperor's heavenly tribulation. Far from him, fairy creation spat out Scarlet Heaven Sword. She lifted the sword, retreated quickly, and then withdrew for a certain distance to avoid getting involved in the pyramid heavenly tribulation. Triple-layered virtuous palace projection. Fairy at #% shouted. This was the limit of what she could dish out right now. Behind Song Shuhang, his ghost spirit appeared. A heavy book appeared in the ghost spirit's hand, and she opened it. She flipped through the book, and finally turned to a page with a chain. The chain stretched upward, wrapped around the inverted pyramid heavenly tribulation, and slowed its speed. "It's your turn to come out, Holy Sword." Song Shuhang stretched out his hand, and grabbed the Holy Sword. The Holy Sword of the End obeyed Song Shuhang, floated up, aimed at the inverted pyramid in the sky, and shot straight at it. In the air, the power of the dragon network poured into the Holy Sword of the End, recharging its energy. The sword light flashed, and the inverted pyramid collapsed. Before it reached the ground, the pyramid was struck by the aura of doom of the Holy Sword, turning into fragments. After the fragments fell, they were blocked by the virtuous Lamia's virtuous palace projection. After the pyramid-shaped heavenly tribulation was torn apart, the sky was completely clear, and the tribulation clouds dissipated. Song Shuhang wondered, "It's over?" Considering the momentum of the heavenly tribulation just now, it can't be that it was only going to send out one wave, right? While he was in thought, the ancient nether dragon soul in Song Shuhang's 7th dantian began to change. The ancient nether dragon soul, which was originally a lustrous golden core, had begun to slowly melt away at this time. Song Shuhang wondered, "Is my golden core transforming into a lake?" He raised his head and looked at the sky. Although the tribulation clouds had disappeared, the pressure of the heavenly tribulation had yet to dissipate. This meant that his heavenly tribulation was still not over. Song Shuhang remarked, "The heavenly tribulation is not over, yet my spirit lake has already begun forming." The ancient nether dragon soul had completely melted away and turned into a spirit lake, filling the entire small dantian. Afterward, the spirit lake began to increase in depth step by step. Whether it was a monster cultivator, a demon cultivator, or a human cultivator, when they reached this step, what came after was about the same. For cultivators, the area their spirit lake was able to cover was deeply related to their golden core. The depth of their spirit lake was based on the number of dragon patterns they had. The spirit lake had a total of 9 layers of depth, and once it formed, it would no longer change in the future. And the depth should have already been decided when they were in the 5th stage golden core realm. It wasn't empty talk when people claimed that the golden core set one's path. Song Shuhang was rather curious about how many layers the spirit lake his ancient nether dragon soul would be able to condense. This was particularly because the ancient nether dragon soul was not a cultivator's golden core, so it did not have any dragon patterns on it. While he was thinking about this, the spirit lake was deepening step by step. 2 layers, 3 layers, 6 layers, 7 layers, all the way to the 9th layer of depth. Song Shuhang softly said, "It's better than I thought." He always felt that as long as he could get 7 dragon patterns and 7 layers of depth, that was fine for him. But now, the ancient nether dragon soul was able to reach a depth beyond what he had expected, reaching the 9th layer in one go. And so, a 9 layers deep spirit lake was formed. Due to the limited area of the small Dantian, the area of this spirit lake was slightly smaller than an ordinary 6th stage true monarch spirit lake. However, with regard to the area problem, as Song Shuhang's cultivation increased, it should improve as well. The depth was what symbolized one's potential, and was the most important thing. As the spirit lake took shape, the golden core to spirit lake transformation entered its final stage. The golden core composition on the golden core materialized and appeared in the spirit lake. The golden core composition, the connected world, represented the virtuous network. The composition transformed into countless points and lines, filling every corner of the spirit lake. The more complex the golden core composition was, the larger the structure it would have when it materialized. These materialized golden core compositions were called lake souls by cultivators, and they were akin to the souls of the spirit lakes. After the lake soul was formed, it would continuously release a mysterious, energy-like matter in the cultivator's spirit lake. This energy-like matter couldn't enhance a cultivator's combat power, but it was able to nourish and strengthen magical treasures. Cultivators called it weapon essence. A cultivator could place their magical treasures in their spirit lake, and use the weapon essence to nourish and strengthen them. This was especially so for life-bound magical treasures, as the nourishing effect towards them was even better. The more complex the golden core composition was, the stronger the lake soul produced, and the greater the quantity of weapon essence that could be secreted. Great, I think this is a good way to make money. Song Shuhang's eyes suddenly lit up. Can I use this magical treasure nourishing method to improve other people's magical treasures, and then charge them a certain fee? After all, I may end up having 8 spirit lakes in the future, and each spirit lake could end up being 9 layers deep. Even if I do have the 33 divine beasts combined magical treasure, it won't be able to take all that space. How wasteful would it be if I left them doing nothing? So why not rent them out to nourish other people's magical treasures? Fellow Taoists who were extremely short on money could always see business opportunities from the small things in their lives. After I get a few more spirit lakes, should I go to the Daily Cultivator to register for and solicit investments? While Song Shuhang was fantasizing about making money, his spirit lake had finished forming. The last node of the lake soul was also the central one. It condensed into a miniature Song Shuhang. This miniature Song Shuhang had a body covered in dragon scales, a pair of dragon horns on his head, dragon wings on his back, as well as a huge whale tail. Song Shuhang. Isn't this my small golden core, the ancient nether dragon soul? After transforming into a lake, the golden core would disappear and cease to exist. Then why was the ancient nether dragon soul occupying the node? It might have happened because I'm part of both the cultivation system and the black dragon world's mage system, Song Shuhang said inwardly. Anyway, it didn't look like it was something negative. Song Shuhang's consciousness left the small Dantian, and he looked up towards the sky. In the air, the tribulation clouds had gathered once more. Sure enough, Uncle Heavenly Tribulation had not given up yet. Could it be that because I have 7 small lustrous golden cores, I'll have to face the bombardment of the last wave 7 times? Song Shuhang wondered. The virtuous Lamia blinked and said, "If you don't know anything, what did you come out for?" This was said using Pavilion Master Chu Tu's voice. Song Shuhang. Beep, your ally, Fat Ball, has revived. Mr. Shuhang, hello, I am Fat Ball. Lady Kuna's voice rang in Song Shuhang's mind through the dragon network. Song Shuhang was overjoyed, and replied, "Lady Kuna, you've recovered?" Previously, Kuna had been swallowed by the Demon Emperor, and the Demon Emperor's clone had run away while carrying the main body. Song Shuhang was planning on finishing transcending his heavenly tribulation before heading out to look for Senior White 2 to fight the Demon Emperor and bring back Lady Kuna. He did not expect that Lady Kuna would be able to escape on her own. Please call me Fat Ball. Thanks to Mr. Shuhang having successfully connected the Dragon Network to the Virtuous Network, the core I left behind has been activated, and I am now recovering. As for the part of me which was swallowed by the Demon Emperor, it has already been digested, and there is no longer any way to take it back. Nevertheless, thank you, Mr. Shuhang, Lady Kuna replied. Song Shuhang replied, you are welcome. The digestive ability of the Demon Emperor is that good? In addition, I have inadvertently helped Lady Kuna by connecting the Dragon Network to the Virtuous Network, an unexpected surprise. Song Shuhang asked, how long will it take for you to recover? Lady Kuna's voice sounded. I can't give you an exact frame of time. I will be falling into a deep sleep soon. During this period, I'll be requesting Mr. Shuhang to manage the Dragon Network for me. I will leave behind the Dragon Network Assistant to help you in the management of the daily operations of the Dragon Network. Song Shuhang replied, no problem, but I only have authority for 20 days. After this time, there is nothing I can do. Lady Kuna responded, please don't worry. With the Dragon Network Assistant present, Mr. Shuhang should still be able to manage the Dragon Network to a certain extent. Well then, Mr. Shuhang. We shall meet again some other time. After saying that, Lady Kuna's aura completely disappeared. It seemed that she had already entered her slumber. In the next moment, there was a wave of spatial fluctuations that appeared above Song Shuhang's shoulder. A bunch of colorful lights fell on his shoulders, exuding a faint warmth. At the same time, his magical power top-up device got drawn over. It drilled out of his size-reducing purse, merging with the colorful light. Is this the Dragon Network Assistant Lady Kuna mentioned? Song Shuhang reached out to touch the colorful light. When he saw it, he felt a familiar sensation. He felt as if it was similar to his colorful waist. Just as Song Shuhang thought this, the form of the Dragon Network Assistant changed. It became a large, colorful kidney, floating above Song Shuhang's shoulders. Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang said, can we change your form to something else? Since you're the Dragon Network Assistant, why not appear in the form of a black dragon or Lady Kuna? I should be able to get used to that better. The Dragon Network Assistant seemed to understand Song Shuhang's words, transforming again soon after. After a while, a fist-sized Lady Kuna with dragon wings on her back appeared on Song Shuhang's shoulder. This form is good. Just stay like that. Song Shuhang nodded. In the air, thunder boomed again. Tribulation clouds formed once more. In the next moment, a giant made up of clouds and mist appeared in the air. The giant looked handsome, and had a beautiful QR code on its forehead. The cloud giant grabbed a huge bough, and locked onto Song Shuhang. A celestial? Song Shuhang suddenly began to get restless when he saw this giant. Celestials were very valuable. In addition, a personified heavenly tribulation had finally made its appearance. Ever since the magical treasure, Heavenly Tribulation had appeared, Song Shuhang had been worrying about whether the Heavenly Tribulation was eventually going to imitate the master of the said magical treasures. After all, theoretically speaking, imitating a person should not be that much more difficult than imitating magical treasures. Along with the future improvement of the personified Heavenly Tribulation, would cultivators end up facing big shots? Song Shuhang felt that personified heavenly tribulations would be especially terrifying because some fathers, mothers, grandpas, and grandmas were very powerful cultivators. Just imagine, when ascending, the heavenly tribulation suddenly imitated a bunch of fathers, grandfathers, and other seniors. Even if the attack power did not increase by much, the psychological pressure of such an attack would definitely be significant. When the heavenly tribulation father beats you, or a heavenly tribulation mother-father pair comes out to attack you, how are you supposed to resist in a proper manner? This topic would definitely become something that cultivators wouldn't be able to avoid in their studies in the future. Song Shuhang said, "What a pity. If this were a real celestial, it would be extremely valuable." Clang, in the air, the heavenly tribulation celestial attacked. The first arrow fell, piercing the triple-layered virtuous palace projection of the virtuous lamia. The remaining power continued onward to Song Shuhang, but it got smashed by the tail of the virtuous lamia. At this moment, the Dragon Network assistant on his shoulder suddenly asked, "A cross-world attack has been detected. Would you like to use the Dragon Network's energy to launch a counterattack?" Song Shuhang responded, "Eh? What kind of counterattack?" The Dragon Network assistant said, "It has been detected that the account, Tyrannical Dragon, is in the Dragon Network's 6th level area, and has administrator authority. It is recommended to use 7th level magical techniques, which are within the range of what your mental energy can bear, to launch a counterattack. With Song Shuhang's authority, more powerful magical techniques could be cast through the Dragon Network. However, in order to ensure that Song Shuhang's mental state remained stable, the Dragon Network recommended that Song Shuhang only use 7th level magical techniques to counterattack." The Dragon Network assistant asked, "Do you wish to launch a counterattack?" Song Shuhang replied, "Does that still need to be asked? Go **CK him." The Dragon Network assistant's eyes shone with bright colors. Selecting the most suitable magical technique. The ice magical technique, Ice Dragon, has been selected. In preparation for casting, requesting Tyrannical Dragon to cooperate. Song Shuhang followed the instructions of the Dragon Network assistant, assisting it with his mental energy. After a while, Song Shuhang felt his hands starting to act on their own, his fingers quickly drawing a string of runes in the air. He also chanted a spell in the language of the Black Dragon world. The 7th level magical technique, Ice Dragon, condensed and formed. A lifelike ice dragon was born from Song Shuhang's fingertips, and rose into the sky. At the moment when the ice dragon was formed, an overwhelming chill spread outward. In an instant, everything within the radius of nearly 1,000 meters with Song Shuhang as the center was frozen. This feeling of casting magical techniques was so wonderful that it simply couldn't be described in words. It was much more refreshing than just slashing things with a saber. Song Shuhang remarked, "I remember that I had the dual attributes of fire and lightning. Despite that, I can actually cast ice magical techniques? Authority truly was something great." In the distance, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "A Song Shuhang that's able to cast magical techniques feels really off for some reason." Song slash with saber. Fairy Creation nodded in agreement. From the tribulation clouds, the Celestial fired 3 consecutive arrows at the ice dragon, but each arrow only managed to chip off a part of the ice layer on its body. After a short while, the ice dragon slammed into the tribulation clouds, shattering the Celestial into fragments. Seeing the heavenly tribulation dissipate, Song Shuhang immediately sank his consciousness into his small dantian, staring at his first small golden core and at his 6th small golden core. If it was going by order, it should be the turn of these 2 golden cores to mutate, right? Sure enough, it wasn't far off from what he expected. The 6th small golden core, Ancient Divine Witch Blood, began to melt. It was already a liquid, a drop of divine blood, so it melted very quickly. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a lake of blood. The blood lake was deep as well, and it also had 9 layers, which was equivalent to a 9-dragon patterned golden core. Next, the QR code golden core composition materialized, and appeared in the blood lake. The QR code materialized in a form different from the usual one. The golden core composition appeared at the bottom of the 9th layer of the blood lake, and then a pattern was projected from the QR code to form the ancient witch blood sacrifice scene. The 3D blood sacrifice scene filled the entire blood lake. On Song Shuhang's shoulder, the Dragon Network assistant asked, a pattern named QR code has been detected. Would you like to link it with the Dragon Network? Song Shuhang said, huh? You can directly link it with the Dragon Network? Sure then, go ahead. This was exactly what he'd wanted to do before, but he hadn't been able to find a way to link it. The Dragon Network assistant nodded slightly. Not much time later. The Dragon Network assistant said, linking complete. Song Shuhang asked, that fast? So if I send this QR code to others now, can they use it to join the Dragon Network? The Dragon Network assistant asked, this function can be added. Would you like to add it? Song Shuhang replied, add. This function is very useful to me. The Dragon Network assistant said, function has been added. In the 9 provinces number 1 group. Thrice reckless Mad Saber had been thinking about the QR code golden core composition that Soft Feather had sent in the group last time. His intuition told him that this golden core composition was a very interesting thing. There seemed to be a kind of attraction coming from the QR code that caused him to use his spare time on it. In order to study it, Thrice Reckless hadn't even sought death recently. The fellow Taoists in the 9 provinces number 1 group were unable to immediately get used to this sudden change. It worked for Fairy Lychee, but not for the rest of us. It doesn't make sense. I must have overlooked something, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber silently thought to himself. In recent days, he had tried nearly 100 different methods, but none of them worked. Today, I'll try this method. This is the last method I can think of. After saying that, Thrice Reckless closed his immortal cave. Then, he took out 2 big dumplings from the treasure chest at the side. This was the biggest difference between himself and Fairy Lychee that he could think of at the moment. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber stuffed the big dumplings under his shirt, and once again scanned the golden core composition with his mental energy. Beep Tyrannical song invites you to join the Dragon Network. Yes/no. The corners of Thrice Reckless Mad Saber's mouth curled upwards, and he proudly said, hee, sure enough, there is only one truth. He couldn't wait to go online and tell the fellow Taoists in the group of the results of his research.